The political leaders of Kandala. King Haristan, King, Royal Sector. Prince Coric, King's Justice, Royal Sector. Barnard Montague, deceased. Consul, Traitor's Landing. Sometimes called Traitor's Landing, after the former king and queen were assassinated by Consul Montague, leaving Haristan and his younger brother Coric in power. Alessander Salister, Consul, Moonlight Plains. Leander Craft, deceased. Consul, Steel City. Jonas Beeching, Consul, Artis. Lissa Marpetta, Consul, Embridge. Royden Pelham, Consul, the Sorrowlands. Arella Cherry, Consul, Sunkeep. Jasper Gold, Consul, Mosswell. The Rebels. Tessa, an apothecary, now working in service to the king. Kari, an apothecary. Lachlan, a metal worker. The Dawn Chaser Crew. Rianne Blakemore, Captain. Gwyn Tagus, First Lieutenant. Sablo, Second Lieutenant. Marchon, Navigator and Quartermaster. Dabriel, Cook. The Cure. The only known cure for the fever is an elixir created from dried moonflower petals, a plant native only to two sectors, Moonlight Plains and Embridge. Moonflower petals are strictly rationed among sectors, and quantities are limited. Consul Salister has promised to provide enough moonflower for the population of Kandala for 8 weeks. Many citizens fear that it won't be enough.
Chapter 1. The Outlaw. When I was a boy, summer nights in the wilds always smelled like adventure. Fresh pine boughs, the cloying sweetness of honeysuckle. Someone always had a bonfire going, with plenty of sour ale to pass around. The air was full of lively conversation or bawdy drinking songs, or men swearing as they lost their last coins on a bet. Now, summer nights carry the underlying scent of rotting corpses. Most of the fires that burn are funeral pyres. Singing is rare. Drinking is still common, maybe more so. Extra moonflower petals have been promised, but they've been slow in coming. No one here trusts anyone in the palace. Few people trust the consuls. Even the rebels who are supposedly negotiating for better access to medicine have become suspect. The rumors, and there are many, are outrageous. When I'm here in the wilds, I keep my head down and do what I can. The winding paths through the woods are empty at this time of night, but I cling to the darkness like a ghost. I don't want to run afoul of the night patrol. The pouch at my belt is heavy with my own copper coins, but I have a red mask over my eyes, a hat pulled low over my forehead. In this getup, at this hour, I'd be detained. Worse, I'd be locked in the hold to await an interrogation. That's the last thing I need. I step off the trail and slip a few coins from my pouch. The first house is smaller than most, likely only one room inside, but there's a chicken coop and a rabbit hatch out back. I've never seen who lives here, but the animals seem well cared for. I intend to leave a few coppers in the barrel of grain, but then I see a small bundle wrapped up in muslin, next to a misspelled message written in the dust. Thank you. I unwrap the muslin to discover a soft pair of biscuits that smell of cheese and garlic. It's not the first gift I've found, but each time I do, it makes something in my stomach clench. I want to leave it, because I don't need gifts. I don't do this for payment. But this gift meant something to the person who left it. I don't want to be rude. I wrap the biscuits back up in the muslin and tuck the bundle into my pack. After I leave a few coins in the barrel, I move on. The next house has several children, including a new baby. Sometimes I hear it squalling in the middle of the night, and I step lightly so as not to be noticed. I slip coins into the pockets of clothes left to dry on a line. At the next house, I leave the coins on the doorstep. At the next, the coins go onto the windowsill. At the fifth house, I'm leaving coins beside an axe blade that's been left embedded in a stump, when a figure leaps out of the shadows. "Aha!" a whispered voice says. "I caught you." I startle so hard that the coins scatter into the grass. I grab the axe handle and whirl. I don't know what I'll do if it's the night patrol. An axe won't do much against a crossbow. They aren't supposed to shoot on sight, but I've heard stories of their violence from enough rebels and outlaws to know that what they're supposed to do is not always the end result. Regardless, I stand my ground, the axe ready. The figure springs back, hands raised. Whoa! It's not the night patrol. It's a girl. She's tall, nearly as tall as I am, which makes me think she's older, but her features still have the softness of childhood, and her limbs are lean and willowy. She's in a pale sleeping shift that leaves her arms bare, the hem trailing in the grass. Her blonde hair is in a messy braid that reaches past her waist. "I don't want trouble," I say to her. "You have an axe." Her voice is low, but she doesn't sound afraid. "You won't be getting any from me." I ease my grip on the handle and let the axe head hang to the ground. "Then return to where you came from, and I'll be on my way." Now that I don't have a weapon, she lowers her hands, but she doesn't turn away. Her eyes narrow as she peers at me, then glances into the darkness at my back. "You're alone." "I am." When coins started showing up, my cousin thought Weston and Tessa were making rounds again. "You're not Wes, are you?" "No." I stare into the shadows, wondering if anyone else is hiding among the trees. My heart hasn't stopped pounding since she appeared out of nowhere. "Well," she continues in her quiet voice, "rumor says Weston Lark was really the king's brother, anyway. Prince Corrick." "I've heard those stories." "One of the rebels caught him," she continues. "In Ardis, I think. He was dressed as an outlaw, mask and all. The king's army had to rescue him." Rumors about that are everywhere. I glance at the sky, which hasn't begun to lighten, but it won't be long. It'll be dawn soon, and I need to get back. I hesitate, considering, then swing the axe into the stump. The noise echoes in the woods, and I wince. The girl's eyes flare, and she inhales sharply, but I drop a few coins on the stump, then turn away to walk. My shoulders are tight, and I brace for her to send up an alarm, but I forget that people in the wilds tend to look out for each other. Instead, she jogs through the grass to walk at my side. "If you're not Weston Lark," she says, "what's your name?" "It doesn't matter." "Your mask is red, anyway," she chatters on, heedless. I was thinking she might be 14 or 15, but now I'm thinking she's even younger. "The red makes you look like a fox. I heard Weston's mask was black. Go home." It doesn't work. "Some people think your coins are a trap," she says, striding along beside me. "My uncle calls you..." "A trap?" I swing around to study her. "How could coins left in the middle of the night be a trap?" "Well, some of the rumors said that Prince Corrick was pretending to be Weston Lark so he could trick people into revealing the smugglers. Her eyes are wide and guileless, so he could execute them." I snort and keep walking. That feels like a lot of effort for a man who can execute anyone he likes. "So you don't think that's true?" I have a hard time imagining the brother to the king was secretly dressing as an outlaw to catch smugglers. "Well, he's called Cruel Corrick for a reason. Or do you think the king is the vicious..." "Ouch!" She stumbles, then grabs my arm for balance, hopping on one foot. She's making so much noise that I have half a mind to jerk free and leave her here. But I'm not heartless. I swallow a sigh and look down. She's barefoot, holding 1 foot high off the ground. A streak of blood glistens along the pale stretch of her heel, black in the moonlight. "Is it bad?" she's saying, and there's a hint of a tremor in her voice. "I can't tell." "Sit." She sits, folding her leg over her opposite knee. Blood drips into the grass below. Something gleams in the wound, either a sharp rock or a bit of steel. She grimaces. "Ma will kill me." "You made so much noise, the night patrol might beat her to it." I drop my pack in the grass, then crouch to study her injury. "You should have gone home." "I wanted to know who you are. My cousin won't believe I caught you. You didn't catch me. Hold still. I pull the muslin-wrapped biscuits out of my pack and unwind the fabric. I hold out the food to her. Here. She frowns, but takes it. I move to pull the debris free, but then think better of it. I give her a level look. This might hurt. You need to stay quiet. She clenches her teeth and nods fiercely. I close my fingers on the offending item and tug it free. She squeals and nearly yanks her ankle out of my grasp, but I keep a tight grip and give her a warning glare. She sucks in a breath and goes still. Blood is flowing freely down her foot now, but I put a fold of muslin against the wound, then swiftly wrap up her foot, tearing the end so I can knot it in place. She blinks tears out of her eyes, but none fall. What was it? A rock? I shake my head. An arrowhead. From the night patrol? I shrug. From someone wearing shoes, most likely. Is that supposed to be a joke? You'll have to flush that when you get home, I say. I straighten, then sling the pack over my shoulder. I'll have to find a new route after this. I don't need people sitting in the dark, waiting for me. Not even a girl who's barely more than a child. Be safe, I say. I have to go. She scrambles to her feet, limping on her injured one. But I still don't know your name. Call me whatever you want, I say. I won't come this way again. No, she calls. Wait, please, this is my fault. You don't... Her voice breaks like she's gonna cry. You don't know how much we all need. I turn back and slap a hand over her mouth. Do you truly want to draw the night patrol? She shakes her head quickly, mollified. But your food, she murmurs behind my hand, holding out the biscuits I'd given her. You don't know how much we all need. I do know how much they all need. The outlaws Wes and Tessa once provided a lot to these people. I've heard so many stories that it makes my head spin. I can't make up for their disappearance with a few coins left here and there. I'm not entirely sure why I keep trying. Keep the food. I drop my hand, then fish in my pouch for more coins. And keep your silence. I hold them out. She looks at the coins in my palm, then nods quickly and swipes them. An alarm bell begins ringing in the royal sector, and she jumps. I sigh. Go home. You'll come back? She says. I give her a stern look. As long as no one is waiting in the shadows next time. She beams, and it lights up her face. I promise. What's your name? I say. Violet. Take care of that foot, Violet. She nods. Thank you, Fox. That makes me smile. I touch the brim of my hat to her, then sprint into the darkness.
Chapter 2. Tessa. There are 5 men at this table, and most of them want to kill each other. It's making negotiations difficult. There's another young woman too, but I don't think either of us are having murderous thoughts. Kari looks overwhelmed by the fact that she's inside the palace. Her brown eyes are wide, and her slender fingers keep fidgeting with the seam of her skirts. A month ago, we would have been whispering about this whole situation, sharing our worries and trying to help each other cope with all that's happened. But now she's in love with one of the leaders of the rebel faction, while I'm involved with the king's brother. That's built a barrier between us that tugs at my heart, but I don't know how to tear it down. Right now it seems thicker than the wall surrounding the royal sector. Quint probably doesn't want to kill anyone either. The palace master is sitting at the opposite end, ostensibly here to keep a record of everything said. His jacket is only half buttoned, a loose lock of red hair drifting across his forehead. He's scratching notes in a leather-bound folio with a fountain pen. Lachlan, the rebel leader, is seated to my left, and he casts a glare at Quint every few moments. If he had his way, he'd probably kill everyone. He already tried once. "What's he writing?" Lachlan says. "What are you doing?" Quint finishes whatever he was writing, then looks up. "I am here to document your demands," he says equably. And the resulting response. "I haven't made any demands yet," Lachlan growls. Quint isn't easily cowed. I've seen him maintain composure while pieces of the royal sector were literally burning to the ground, so a little aggression barely registers. He's also one of the most considerate men I've ever met, and he has a bizarre talent for making people feel at ease during the prickliest of situations. Quint sets down his pen and turns the paper around so it's more easily visible. "Just now I was recording the names of those in attendance," he says plainly, without a lick of condescension, "along with the date and location of our meeting. I would gladly have a copy made for you to review if you would like." Lachlan glances at the paper, then back up at Quint. His jaw is tight. "He's just taking notes," Kari says softly with an apologetic glance at me. She rests a hand on Lachlan's forearm, but he doesn't relax. Across from Kari is Alessander Salister, the consul of Moonlight Plains. He should be in prison, or more likely swinging from the end of a rope. Yet he maneuvered his way out of a death sentence when he claimed that no one could handle the harvesting and distribution of moonflower petals with as much efficiency as the truce with the rebels demanded. The worst part is that he's probably right. It's the only reason he's sitting here. 8 weeks isn't a lot of time to dispense medicine. It's already taken 2 just to get everyone in the same room. Alessander's expression is a combination of boredom and arrogance. He sighs and pulls a gold pocket watch from under the table to glance at it. "Do you have somewhere to be, Consul?" says Korik, seated at one end of the table directly to my right. His voice is cold, his blue eyes like ice. This is the Prince Korik I once feared, the one many people in Kandala still fear. He'd light Consul Salister on fire right this very instant if he could. The consul glances up. "Many places I'd rather be. Surely you could have waited to summon me until the ignorants were fully instructed as to the typical arrangement of a meeting." Lachlan's chair scrapes back as he begins to rise. "Are you insulting me, you spoiled?" "You have to ask." Consul Salister strokes his goatee. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "Enough," says King Harriston, and I can't tell if he's talking to Consul Salister, to Lachlan, or to the guards who've moved away from the door to prevent any trouble. But the king's voice is low, coolly placid, a level command spoken by a man who's used to immediate obedience. His eyes, a darker blue than his brother's, shift to me. "Tessa, you should begin." "Right," I say. "Of course." I smooth my hands over my skirts to calm my nerves, but the slippery silk does nothing to quell my anxiety. I'm probably leaving handprints on the material. I wish I were back in the infirmary, calculating dosages with the palace physicians. Weights and measures and vials don't care about diplomacy. Really, though, if I could wish for anything, I'd wish to be back in the wilds, sneaking through the darkness with Wes. Picking locks and stealing medicine might have been dangerous and illegal, but I always felt like I was making a difference. Here in the palace, trying to convince everyone to work together, I feel like I'm just making a mess. King Harriston and Prince Korik have been seen as callous and cruel for so long that it's going to be tough to get anyone at this table to agree. Alessander sighs and peers at his pocket watch again. Harriston clears his throat. Korik doesn't glance at me, but he picks up his pen and scratches a few words at the base of his own folio, then casually sets the pen down. The motion draws my eye to the words. "Mind your mettle." I almost flush. He used to say that to me when we were outlaws, times when we were in danger or when the sickness was too much to bear. It always helped. It helps now. I nod slightly, then look around the table. "Consul Salister has promised medicine for 8 weeks, but beyond that..." "It should have been 2, the consul says. "It was 8, says Harriston. "It should have been 2. I told Korik that 8 was impossible when he made this ridiculous guarantee. Before any of this happened, I said that the spring rains had caused a supply issue." "You said there could be a supply issue," Korik says. And there is, Alessander says. If you aren't making payment for 8 weeks of medicine, I don't have the guaranteed revenue to pay my workers, so you can't blame them for walking off the fields. So there won't be 8 weeks of medicine? Kari says. There will be, says the king, and his voice has a note of finality. Consul Salister made the promise as witnessed and recorded. If you've stopped paying your laborers, Consul, you can work the fields yourself. Tessa, continue. I take a deep breath. I have been sharing my findings with the palace physicians, and we feel that combining moonflower with roseseed oil to create a longer-lasting elixir may allow the medicine to have a greater effect in smaller quantity. Or more people could die, Consul Salister says. He sounds like he wouldn't mind. Perhaps you could wait in the hold, Corrick says icily. I'm certain Quint would be happy to provide a copy of the meeting notes to you as well. Tessa, Hairston says evenly, as if neither of them have said a word. Continue. If we were to adjust the dosage this way, the 8 weeks of medicine would stretch to 12 weeks. Is he right? Says Lachlan. Would more people die? I don't think so, I say honestly. When I was delivering medicine in the wilds, we provided a similar dosage and we saw it work. Lachlan is looking at me intently. So you say. I don't flinch from his gaze. You saw it yourself. You know the people trusted us. The people trusted you. He turns his glare on Corrick. No one trusts the king's justice when he's not wearing a mask. I expect Corrick to snap back the way he did to Alessander, but he holds Lachlan's gaze. My goal is to change that. He pauses. In this, you don't need to trust me. I don't claim to be an apothecary. Tessa is right. I saw her medicine work. Lachlan doesn't move. It's clear that he doesn't trust anyone. Quint's pen keeps scratching across the paper, loud in the silence of the room. I wonder if he's only writing down what's said, or if it's more. Quint notices everything. I imagine he's recording every glance, every shift in weight. I trust Tessa, Kari says softly. Lachlan glances at her. In that moment, something in his gaze gentles. After he incited a mob that nearly killed Corrick and later led a murderous rebellion into the royal sector, I have a hard time finding anything about him likable. But every time he looks at Kari like that, it tugs at my heart and reminds me that he does care. Not just about her. About everyone. So do I. So this buys you more time, Lachlan finally says. Then what? What happens at 12 weeks? If we can prove to others that a lower dosage works in the wilds, I say, then we can encourage more people among the sectors to use a lower dose. It allows for more medicine to be spread among more people. So you're testing your medicine on people too poor to know better, says Lachlan. No, I wouldn't classify it that way. Yes, says Alessander. We're testing it on him too, says Corrick. He just doesn't know it yet. The consul inhales sharply, his eyes like thunder. What? Says Corrick. Did you think we were tricking the populace while taking a full dose here in the palace? This is absurd, Consul Salister cries. You are purchasing full dose allotments and then making it last longer, says King Hairston. Kari smiles. She looks at Lachlan. See, she says brightly. I trust Tessa. I give her a grateful smile back. Lachlan doesn't smile. I don't trust any of them. He pauses. I can't take this back to the others. They won't trust this either. Give us the full dosage. Test your medicine here. Trust must go both ways, says Hairston. You still haven't said what will happen at the end of the 12 weeks, says Lachlan. We are hopeful that the people will see that a lower dosage will allow us to keep more people healthy, and they will be willing to... Lachlan snorts. Don't you see? He's glaring at me. Half the people in this sector are sitting on moonflower petals that they've been hoarding for months, and you're hopeful they'll use less in a matter of weeks because you say it works on people in the wilds? He turns that glare on Alexander. You don't seem very hopeful. I don't really care what happens to people in the wilds, says Alexander. If you want more medicine than what I am being forced to provide, buy it. He glances at the rebel's left arm, still splintered and bandaged from the day Korik broke it in the prison. I suppose you can't work in the forges now, can you? So you need to beg, under this pretense of helping. Lachlan lunges across the table, or he tries to. Two of the guards grab him before he can get a hand on the console, but not before he knocks over 2 glasses that send water streaming along the polished wood of the table. Alexander lifts an aggrieved eyebrow and shoves his chair back a few inches, but otherwise makes no effort to stop the mess. An attendant moves away from the wall with a cloth ready. The guards are wrestling Lachlan back, and he swears. They must twist his injured arm because his voice cuts off with a gasp, and a bloom of sweat breaks out on his forehead. Do something, I whisper to Korik. His blue eyes meet mine. Hang them both? Korik, I breathe. I'm not entirely sure he's teasing. They're both at fault here, he says pointedly, for all at the table to hear. We'll never make any headway if the 2 of you are content to attack each other. Fine, Lachlan grinds out. Let me go. Kari has risen from her seat and she glances between Lachlan and me. The guards look to the king. Release him, says Harriston. He looks at Alexander. You will keep your silence, Consul. If you cannot speak in good faith, then you will not speak at all. I am speaking in good faith, Your Majesty. Alexander's words are full of contempt. You can ban me from your meetings and lower my dosages and make all the arrangements you like, but on this point, the brute and I agree. The sectors will not accept a hypothesis you've tested on those who have nothing to lose, those who would be motivated to lie if it's a means to more handouts. It is not only the rebels whose trust you need to earn. Korik and Harriston exchange a glance. Quint never stops writing. The people won't lie, says Kari, and there's heat in her voice. Alexander turns his disdainful glare her way. You people were willing to burn down the entire sector. I doubt lying is beyond anyone's capabilities. As much as I hate Consul Salister, he's not entirely wrong. This isn't just about getting the rebels to trust Harriston and Korik and, well, me. Everyone needs to. Lachlan jerks his clothes straight and drops into a chair. No one is lying. We also came here in good faith, remember? Because you narrowly escaped an execution? Alexander sniffs. So did you, Lachlan snaps. Enough, says Harriston, and there's a pulse of anger in his voice. He takes a thin breath, then clears his throat. Twice. I watch Korik's attention zero in on his brother. The king has been hiding a cough for months. At first I thought it was because he truly needed more medicine than everyone else due to a lingering illness from his childhood. Alexander admitted to cheating the palace of pure moonflower petals, but that problem was solved weeks ago. His cough should be gone. It's not. Quint's pen stops. He looks up, assesses the situation quicker than a heartbeat, and says, Finn, I believe everyone could do with some refreshments. A footman moves away from the wall, and the king's cough is covered by the sudden rattle of china and silver. Korik is still staring at his brother. A flicker of worry crosses his expression, almost too quick to notice. I pick up my own pen, then reach over and circle the words he wrote earlier. Mind your mettle. It draws his gaze to mine, and he offers a small nod, but the worry in his eyes doesn't vanish. I wish I could rest a hand over his or whisper a reassurance, but neither would be welcome. Everything is so uncertain. I don't want to weaken him. Finn is setting a cup of tea before each person at the table, along with a small plate featuring a delicate pastry that's been drizzled with chocolate, a wedge of apple beside a tiny pot of honey, and a thinly sliced strawberry that's been dusted with pink sugar. Kari is staring at the plate, her eyes wide. I remember doing the same thing. Lachlan is glaring at the food. Alessander looks bored. The king has taken a sip of his tea, and it seems to have staved off his cough. I wish he wouldn't hide it. He doesn't want to be seen as weak, I'm sure, but I believe the opposite would be true. It would endear him to the people to see that he's just as vulnerable as they are. Then again, I understand why he doesn't want that. Harriston and Corrick's parents were assassinated right in front of them, so I can appreciate their worries. Mine were too. Kari looks like she's afraid to touch the food, so I give her a smile, then pick up my apple wedge and dip it in the honey. The apples are the best, I say to her. She smiles back, then picks up her own piece of fruit. Lachlan hesitates, but maybe the lure of the decadent food is too much, because he does the same. It's not a concession, but it feels like one. Out in the hallway, voices echo, but the doors are closed, and we can't make out the words. Even still, it's unusual for anyone's voice to be raised when they near a room where the king is residing. Aside from the guards in here, 6 more are on the other side of that door. Maybe more. Harriston glances down the table at Corrick, who looks to one of the guards, and then to Quint. A bizarre silent communication that always seems to speak volumes in the space of time between heartbeats. Quint sets his pen to the side and rises from the table. I will return in a moment. One of the guards joins him by the door. Kari looks at me. What's happening? She whispers. I don't want to be alarmed, but my heart is kicking in my chest. I was here when the rebels bombed the palace the first time. I don't... Corrick rests a hand over mine. A palace matter, he says smoothly. Nothing concerning. Despite his words, I can feel the tension in his hand. No one is eating now. Even Consul Salister looks apprehensive. Luckily, Quint returns in less than a minute. He leans down to say something softly to the king. Harriston is too well schooled in court politics, so his expression reveals nothing, but his eyes find Corrick's again. It seems we may need to postpone our meeting, Quint says evenly. A matter has arisen requiring the king's attention. What matter? Demands Lachlan. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. It took 2 weeks to arrange this meeting. I won't be tricked into waiting longer. He glances around the table. Especially since I'm pretty sure everyone else in this room will hear what's so important. Quint inhales sharply, but Harriston lifts a hand. You're right. Not just everyone in this room. If the ship docked hours ago, rumors have likely already reached the royal sector. Ship, says Corrick. What ship? An emissary, says Harriston. Has just arrived from Austriary. I jerk my head around to look at Corrick. Austriary is the country directly to Kandala's west, sitting on the other side of a wide, dangerous river. Due to the difficulty of travel and the severity of the fevers, there's never been any kind of trade agreement between countries. Weeks ago, I asked Corrick if there were a chance that Austriary could provide medicine, and he said it would be nearly impossible to find out. At the very least, it would be expensive to even try. He glances at me briefly, and I know he's remembering our conversation. Austriary sent an emissary. Not quite, says Quint. They didn't send an emissary. Harriston runs a hand across the back of his neck, the first sign of strain from him. Apparently, 6 years ago, we did.
Chapter 3. Corrick. My world was very sheltered when I was a child, but never so much as Harriston's. As the often ill heir to the throne, he was coddled and protected, with nurses and physicians never far off. Fires were kept roaring if he was in the room, and he was always given the most reliable horses, the least drafty carriages, the most genial tutors and instructors. As the second-born son, as the healthy son, I wasn't guarded so closely. I could ride along for hunts through the densely wooded parts of Kandala, galloping behind other nobles on mounts that were far too spirited for royalty. Riding in a carriage? I never bothered. Schooling? Tutors could wrap my knuckles. In the training arena, I could spar with anyone I liked because no weapons master ever had to worry about leaving a bruise. But I was still protected, surrounded by guards and advisors who kept my leash very short, even though sometimes I wasn't aware of it. Harriston knew, though. He was the one who first taught me to sneak out of the palace and lose myself in the wilds. That's part of why it was so hard to keep my nightly adventures with Tessa a secret. I'm often surprised he never guessed. He was always more savvy than our parents realized. He's savvy now, too. I thought he'd want to go immediately to the throne room to greet our new visitors, but he told Quint to make this emissary comfortable and then invited me to his private quarters. "Do you think it could be true?" I say to him. He drops into a chair by the table, then looks at the window. "If it's true, he was sent by Father." 6 years ago, you were 17. Do you remember any mention of ships making it to Austriary? I expect him to give me a withering glance, followed by a long-suffering sigh. "I know how old I was, Corey." But he's silent, considering for a while, a line between his eyebrows as he studies the sunlight. He's unsettled. "No," he finally says. "Father didn't bring me in on all affairs of state." But he was brought in on most of them. I remember. I didn't start joining them until I was 14, and by then, I was desperate to know what kinds of fascinating work was done at those meetings. I quickly learned that they were interminably boring. Well, until a year later, when assassins burst into the room and our parents were slaughtered right in front of us. Alessander remembers that emissaries were discussed, but he doesn't know of anyone being sent to Austriary, Harriston says. But his father was consul then. I've sent word to the others to see if any of them remember Father arranging for such a thing. I've heard nothing about this since you took the throne, I say. Some of the consuls have changed, but a missing diplomat seems like something that should have come up once or twice. I agree. Harriston thinks about this for a while. And I have no idea who he could have sent. Most shipbuilders consider the Flaming River to be near uncrossable. I don't know that we have many sailors who'd be willing to chance it without a chest full of silver to make it worth their while. That's true enough. Weeks ago, Tessa asked me directly if Austriary could be a new resource for the Moonflower. I remember the hope in her eyes, how it cost me something to dash it away. In the wilds, I was able to be a hero. As Prince Korik, my hands are often tied by a dozen different knots. I told her it would be costly and difficult to arrange a way for anyone to make the journey to Austriary. Crossing the river has been done, but it's rare. The northern half has deep rapids and ice flows. The southern half has unexpected rocks beneath the water that have torn so many ships in half that there's a drinking song about how the Flaming River turns longing lovers into widows. The emissary docked at Ardis, I say. He didn't come across the Flaming River. He would have had to travel the Queen's River. Then you believe he came from Austriary by way of the ocean? That's even harder to believe. And if so, why sail into Ardis at all? There are ports in Sunkeep and Trader's Landing. From Austriary, he'd have to sail halfway around Kandala and up the Queen's River to reach Ardis. All true. I think for a while. Artis holds the closest port to the royal sector. Quint said he sailed right into the port and announced himself. That's a rather bold entrance for nefarious purposes. I've sent guards to retrieve the logs from his ship, Hairston says, and his flag. It should be aged if it's been so long. There should be proof that he came from Kandala originally. He inhales to say more, but instead he coughs into his elbow, then frowns. You're still coughing, I say. I noticed during the meeting. I'm fine. I rise from my chair. I'll fetch Tessa. She'll talk some sense into you. I'll send her right back out. We have more pressing matters. He coughs again, but lightly, then glares at me when I don't sit back down. Truly, Korik, this emissary couldn't have come at a worse time. After the way Alessander conducted himself with the rebels, Lachlan will be returning to the wilds with stories of how we're planning to use the poor to test wild theories. I don't think Lachlan will say anything of the sort, I say. My brother looks up. You don't? No. I think it'll be worse. I cross my arms and lean back against the table. He'll tell everyone that we don't care about their plight, that their efforts were wasted, that we have no plans for real change, only deceit and trickery. Hairston looks exasperated. Oh, is that all? Of course not. He's probably calling for revolution already. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. We'll be back where we started. I should disagree, but I can't. He's right. Tessa has been so hopeful, but nothing about this situation is simple or easy. If it were, we would have solved it long ago. She once implied that my brother could snap his fingers and turn his desires into laws. I wish he could. I wish I could. I don't want life in the palace to burn out her hope, just like it's done to so many others. Hairston's expression is grave. I'm sure my own isn't much better. Shall we go find out what news this emissary brings? I say. Perhaps he has a ship full of moonflower petals and we can toss Alessander from the palace roof. I'm joking, but he doesn't laugh. He makes no move to rise either. His gaze falls on the window again. Anyone else might think he was stalling on purpose. I know better. He's the king, and the world has a way of turning at his whim, but Hairston never uses his station as a means of manipulation. As the silence stretches on, I wonder if there's more to my brother's decision to come here, instead of immediately addressing our visitors. Do you not want to meet with this emissary? I say quietly. I don't trust this, he says. Why? He shakes his head faintly. It's too much time, too unexpected. Why now? He pauses. We were attacked once already. Father and mother were caught unaware too. I say nothing. I remember. A guard raps at the door and Hairston calls, Enter. The door swings wide and the guardsman there says, Master Quint requests an audience, Your Majesty. Send him in, Thorin. Hairston's tone is mellow, which shouldn't take me by surprise, but somehow it does. Quint has been a close friend of mine for years, so my brother has always grudgingly tolerated him for my sake, but they've never been friends. I've been present on more than one occasion when Hairston has told Quint in no uncertain terms to go away. Quint sometimes comes across as a bit scattered and melodramatic, and many people in the palace find him to be a bit Much. I can count on one hand the number of times that my brother has said, "Send him in," without at least demanding to know what the palace master could want now. This ship from Ostriary really does have him unsettled. Quint strides into the room. If he's surprised, it doesn't show. "Captain Rian Blakemore has been shown to the White Room along with his first officer." He flips open the little book of notes that he always carries with him. "Lieutenant Gwyn Taggis." Captain Rian Blakemore. It's not a family name I know, and I know everyone of consequence in the royal sector. I glance at Harriston to see if the name sounds familiar. He meets my eyes and shakes his head. To Quint, he says, "Have the guards returned with his ship's logs?" "No, Your Majesty." Quint snaps his book closed. "Captain Blakemore indicates that he has a small crew as well, all of whom remained with the ship. I've asked the guards to confirm." "Does he seem forthright?" I say. "He does, in fact. His initial claims have not changed. He went to Ostriary 6 years ago as part of a contingent to determine whether relations with the Austrian court would be a possibility. He is now returning with news of his journey." "What news?" says Harriston. Quint clears his throat. "He says he's been instructed to meet with the king alone." "Absolutely not," I say. "The guards searched him and found no weapons. He's made no demands. He's been patient and well-mannered. Quite cordial, really." "Consul Barnard never raised his voice," Harriston says, "and he conspired to have our parents killed." "I'll meet with him first," I say. "What news could take 6 years to deliver?" "Surely my father didn't expect this journey to take so long," adds Harriston. "What explanation did he offer?" "Well, King Lucas didn't specifically send Captain Blakemore," says Quint. "He was only a part of the team. Due to instability in the royal court of Ostriary, it has apparently taken him some time to be able to make the return journey." I exchange a glance with Harriston again. "What does that mean?" "It means he was a young man when he left Kandala. The diplomat King Lucas sent away was his father." Despite what Quint said, I expect to find someone older. Between the words young man and the fact that he's a captain of a sailing vessel, I presumed I'd be meeting someone close to 30 years of age. But when I stride into the White Room, I discover that Captain Blakemore isn't much older than I am. He's definitely no older than Harriston. He's got thick black hair and light eyes that are more gray than blue. His jaw is sharp and clean-shaven. His skin the deep tan of men who spend their days in the sun. If I didn't know any better, I'd assume the woman waiting with him was the captain. Lieutenant Gwyn Taggis is easily past the age of 40, with weathered skin the color of driftwood and short dark hair that's shot through with gray. They both rise to their feet when I come into the room with Quint, and their eyes take in the 6 guards that follow us to stand along the wall. I watch to see if the captain or his first officer are startled or alarmed, but they're either not, or they're very good at hiding it. They're both dressed as if they came straight off the water in heavy canvas trousers and broadcloth tunics, though the captain has a loosely buttoned jacket. Nothing about them speaks of wealth, or diplomatic status for that matter. Then again, they're standing in the nicest room on the top floor of the palace, and neither of them is wide-eyed about the opulence surrounding us. During our failed meeting, Lachlan and Kari looked like they were going to pass out over the presentation of the food. "Captain Blakemore," says Quint, "may I present the King's Justice, Prince Coric." If he's disappointed to be getting me instead of my brother, it doesn't show. He puts a hand to his waist and bows like he's been in the presence of royalty all his life. "Your Highness," he says. "Captain." I look to the woman who stands just behind him. "Lieutenant Taggis, I presume?"
"Yes, Your Highness."
She bows as well, although it's not as graceful as Captain Blakemore's. There's a bit of watchful tension around her eyes that doesn't exist in his. Then again, she's not the supposed emissary. Maybe she's used to being watchful. I extend a hand. "Shall we sit?" We do, and Quint steps to the side to give orders to an attendant. I'm certain he's calling for food. I'm not hungry, but food has a way of dispelling barriers, so I'll pick at whatever arrives. "I understand you've had a lengthy journey," I begin. "Master Quint says you've been traveling for 6 years. You must be hungry." There's the tiniest barb in my voice, and I see the moment Captain Blakemore hears it, because the side of his mouth turns up. "I sense that our story has already cast some doubts." "More than a few." "I'll answer any questions you have," he says. "I understand your caution." I can see why Quint called him cordial and well-mannered. Nothing about this man's demeanor is suspicious. If anything, he's more direct than most of the consuls and courtiers, all of whom load their polished words with dual meanings. But if he's going to be direct, I will be too. "Your father was the one sent to Austriary," I say, "ordered by my father, King Lucas." "That's right." "And where is your father now?" "Dead." He says this simply, without emotion. "The same as yours." Quint was approaching the table, but he goes still when he hears this. I'm sure he's wondering how I'm going to take it. Lieutenant Taggis sighs tightly.
"Rian,"
she says under her breath. "He is," Captain Blakemore says. His eyes don't leave mine, and he lifts a shoulder in a casual shrug. "They are." I can't decide if I like this man or if I want to push him off the roof of the palace alongside Consul Salister. "So you took up his duties," I say. "Of course. A son has an obligation to carry on his father's legacy, don't you think?" He says this just as steadily as everything else he said, but there's a tiny barb hidden in there, just like the first one I threw at him. He waits to make sure it lands, then continues as if he didn't expect an answer. "I knew the initial journey took quite a bit of expense," he says. "I may have been young, but I was not ignorant to the importance of my father's mission." "It seems I am a bit ignorant to the importance of your father's mission," I say. "I am unfamiliar with your family name, Captain Blakemore. My brother has no recollection of it." "Please," he says, "call me Rian, Your Highness." That's a clear opening for me to tell him to call me Korik, but I'm just petty enough to ignore it. "I'll be calling you a prisoner if you don't explain yourself a little better than you're doing." To my side, I hear Quint sigh very much the way Lieutenant Taggis just did. He won't say a word, but I can imagine his voice. "Honestly, Korik." Rian smiles. "My intention was to be polite, not deceptive. I recognize that the loss of your father and mine puts us at a bit of an impasse. I understand that guards have already departed to search my ship. There you will find my father's log from the initial sailing to Austriary, as well as my own for the trip here. My crew, admittedly, is entirely comprised of Austrian citizens, so you will find few answers there, though you are welcome to question them all if you wish." "I will," I say. "Good." He nods, then hesitates. They are good women and men. They'll speak honestly. They shouldn't be harmed if you don't like what they have to say. My eyebrows go up. Why would they be harmed? I've caught wind of your reputation, he says evenly. Your Highness. The words are spoken quietly, but he might as well have lit a cannon. Quint clears his throat.
I do believe everyone could do with a cup of...
I lift a hand and he stops short, but I don't look away from Rian. You've been here all of 5 minutes. You've caught wind of my reputation? That should tell you just how very impressive it is. He says impressive like he means something else, but he's given me a vulnerability, albeit a small one. He cares about his crew. They care about him based on the way Lieutenant Taggis said his name. I still feel as though you're talking in circles, I say. If you don't want your people harmed, give me plain truths, Rian. If your father was an emissary, if your father was a member of this court, then I should know your name. My brother should know your name. We don't. A light sparks in his eyes. Well, allow me to eliminate any confusion. I didn't say my father was an emissary, Your Highness. He wasn't a diplomat or a courtier. As you were a boy yourself, I imagine that's why you don't have any recollection of his presence. He glances around the room. I imagine you won't find many in your palace who might know him by name. I frown, then glance at Quint, who looks just as perplexed as I feel. Then, what was he? Rian smiles. A spy. Chapter 4. Corrick. I send for Hairston. If Captain Blakemore's claims are going to turn to talks of secret spies sent by my father, I feel as though the king should be present. When my brother appears, he's trailed by his personal guards, followed by 2 servants bearing a heavy wooden crate with a large padlock, on top of which is a folded length of faded blue and purple fabric and several slim leather-bound booklets. Rian and his lieutenant rise immediately, bowing to Hairston with as much royal deference as they offered me. The servants ease the items onto the table, and I'm surprised when the crate lands lightly. The booklets are placed beside me, revealing the fabric to be a Kandalan flag with tattered edges. Everything smells like the sea, with hints of salt water and something faintly sour. Hairston's expression is cool and unreadable, and after a moment of tension, Quint leaps to fill the silence.
Your Majesty, he says, allow me to introduce Captain Rian Blakemore and his first officer, Lieutenant Gwyn Taggis.
The last syllable has barely left his mouth when Hairston says, You're not an emissary at all, Captain Blakemore. I have no idea how he knows, but Hairston never throws tiny barbs. He throws spinning daggers and waits to see if others will catch them or end up impaled. Rian doesn't flinch. Yes, I'm glad to hear that we're all caught up. Yet you told the dock agents and artists that you were. That is how you secured passage to the palace. As my father's mission was rather covert, I didn't feel it would be prudent to introduce myself to a dock agent as a spy, Your Majesty. He pauses. I set the record straight with Prince Corrick rather immediately. Do you really feel it was immediate? I say. I do, and you'll find your proof inside that first log there. I reach over and lift the cover of one of the booklets. The leather cover is soft and worn, the first page covered with an elegant script. I don't recognize the handwriting. There's a thick, folded parchment just under the cover as well, and I slip it free. As soon as my fingers touch it, I realize I have everyone's attention, most notably my brother's. "Read it," he says to me, and from his tone, I can tell that he already has. I unfold the parchment carefully. The creases are well worn, and there's a dark stain near the bottom. Before I even read the words on the page, my eyes freeze on the signature and court seal. It's my father's, right down to the minuscule initials he used to print inside the slope of the S to prevent forgeries. I've seen it on 100 different documents I've handled over the years, and my heart jumps to see it now. The date at the top is from 6 years ago. "I hereby declare Captain Jarvel Blakemore to be an agent of the Kingdom of Kandala, working in the service of His Majesty Lucas Ramsay Southwell, King of Kandala, acting with full authority of the Crown. Whosoever bears this letter in the name of Captain Blakemore, in conjunction with the ring displaying the sigil below, shall be presumed to be acting by the grace of His Majesty, the King of Kandala, with the full rights and authority granted under the Crown." Below my father's signature is the kingdom seal in dark blue wax, which only Harriston and I have, along with a separate seal in a lighter purple that's a bit cracked, but still legible. I glance up, inhaling to ask for the location of the ring. But Rian is already holding up his left hand. A gold ring bearing an identical sigil is on his index finger. Well then, it's not proof. Not quite, but it's close. A letter granting the full authority of the Crown carries a lot of power. To my knowledge, Harriston has never offered it to anyone. As his brother, I don't need it. And until now, the only person I've known to be granted such power by my father was Micah Clark, the former King's Justice. He was killed when our parents were. I reached for the flag from the top of the chest and unfolded a bit. The edges are frayed and worn, the blues and purples long faded. The steel grommets have gone rusty, and when I run my fingers over the seams, I can feel the effects of exposure to the ocean air. "We don't have an established relationship with Austriary," I say. "Why was your father's journey a secret?" Rian hesitates, and there's a lot of weight in that hesitation. His eyes shift from me to Harriston and back like he's taking measure of our reactions. "You don't have an established relationship now, Your Highness, but you once did." "I have no recollection of any communication with Austriary," says Harriston. His tone is unyielding. Rian spreads his hands, but his eyes are equally unyielding. "As I say, we may be at an impasse. I only have my logs and my crew." At his side, Lieutenant Tagus is silent, stony-faced and steadfast in her demeanor. Everyone is being polite and cordial, but something about this feels like a standoff. I can't tell if that's on our side or his. "You have quite a bit to review," Quint says. "Perhaps now would be a good time to serve the tea. I'm certain our guests could do with some refreshments." I look to my brother. He was unnerved before. I wonder if he still is, or if this letter from Father has given him a bit more confidence. There's a part of me that wants to separate Rian from his crewmate, to see what she would say if he weren't in the room. It's the same part of me that used to force answers out of thieves and rebels. No one trusts the King's Justice when he's not wearing a mask. I promised Tessa I would do better. I told Lachlan my goal was to change that. I hold my tongue. It takes more effort than it probably should. "Yes," Harriston finally says. He holds out a hand to the table. Be seated.
We do. While the food is being served, Rian leans over to murmur something to Lieutenant Tagus, and she nods. The sound of dishes and cutlery is just loud enough that I can't catch the words, and I'm sure it's intentional. Is there an issue? I say. The servants have laid out a dozen pieces of cutlery in front of each person, and I know from Tessa that the rules of palace etiquette can be an unfair maze for the uninitiated. But Rian picks up the correct fork, then holds it between his fingers as he waits for the king to eat first.
No, Your Highness.
Then share your comment.
Gwyn worries for the rest of our crew,
says Rian.
Have they been allowed to remain with the ship?
His voice is calm, lacking tension, but it's the second time he's mentioned his crew. Again, I don't know if the tension is on our side or his.
Yes,
says Hairston.
I've sent guards to the shipyard to ensure they're left in peace.
He doesn't touch his food, but he takes a sip of tea.
And so they cannot leave,
says Rian. It's another tiny barb, but Hairston isn't one to be baited.
Yes.
You still haven't offered much by way of explanation, I say to Rian. I feel as though our definitions of immediate would be in conflict. He smiles, though there's an edge to it, then stabs his fork into a bit of pork that's been rolled with sliced ginger and a sliver of cheese.
I'm determining where to start. I did not arrive prepared to lecture the King of Kandala on his country's own history.
Hairston sets down his cup and traces a finger around the rim.
We have that in common, then. I did not arrive to hear a lecture. You say we once had a relationship with Austriary?
His gaze falls on Rian's crewmate.
Perhaps a representative from the country itself can speak for her countrymen. Is this true, Lieutenant?
Your Majesty,
she says. And now that she's not hissing warnings at her captain, I hear a faint accent to her words.
I am of the understanding that Austriary once had a trade agreement with Kandala that went sour.
When?
He says.
It was not during my lifetime.
In fact, says Rian, I believe... Hairston puts up a hand.
I asked the lieutenant.
For as quiet as she's been, she doesn't back down either. She meets Hairston's gaze evenly.
Before Captain Blakemore's ship docked in Austriary 6 years ago, we had not seen a ship from Kandala in over 30 years, she says. I was only a girl then. I still remember the last ship.
She reaches out and taps the tattered flag.
I remember the colors strung from her mainsail.
That would be 36 years ago at least. I try to do the math in my head. My grandfather was still ruling then. On the other side of the table, Quint is scribbling notes. He'll be calling for dock records the instant we're done, I'm sure of it. Ardis is close, so we'll have them quickly, but if ships sailed out of the other 2 ports, it'll be a matter of days. Still, 36 years isn't very much time. I'm nearly 20, so I feel like I would remember stories of ships that made it across the river. Surely there would be sailors who would remember. But then I consider the ring on Rian's finger. The letter we knew nothing about. Maybe not. Maybe that ship 36 years ago was sent under clandestine means too.
What happened to that ship?
Says Hairston. Lieutenant Tagus hesitates.
It was set ablaze,
Rian says, and his voice is not without weight.
The entire crew perished.
At that, Quint looks up from his writing.
There were disagreements,
says Lieutenant Tagus,
Between our kingdom and your own. Again, I was young. My mother was a quartermaster on a merchant ship. We were not privy to all of the court gossip, but I remember that ship sailing into our waters because our naval fleet set upon it so quickly. They shot flaming arrows into the sails. The fire rained down on the sailors below. Anyone who jumped into the water was shot.
Her voice is quiet, and, like Rian's, not without weight. Harriston is staring at her. "Why?" he says.
My mother said there was a scandal between our king and yours, but there was talk around the docks about a trade agreement that went sour.
"A trade agreement," says Harriston. "For what?" She inhales, but Rian lifts a hand. It's a tiny movement, just a bare lifting of his fingers, but she stops. Rian looks at Harriston and then at me. "I am sensitive to the fact that this room is not very private." Harriston glances across the table. "Quint," he says, "clear the room." All of the servants exit without any urging. Most of the guards leave, but 4 of Harriston's personal guards remain. Rocco and Thorin stand along the wall behind the table, close to my brother and me, while Kilburn and Greer stand closer to our guests. Quint pulls the door closed behind him when he goes. He'll learn everything from me within the hour, if he doesn't hear it from Harriston himself. There's nothing that goes on in the palace that Quint doesn't hear about. The room is very silent once the door clicks shut. Rian doesn't look away from Harriston. "Do you trust your guards, Your Majesty?" "I do." "And do you trust your brother?" "I do," says Harriston. But the question pricks at my thoughts and lodges there. It takes me a moment to figure out why. I'm remembering a moment in the hold with Alessander, when I'd been locked in a cell after being caught as the outlaw Weston. Alessander was threatening me, saying anything to get under my skin, but he poked at my relationship with Harriston. I'd always thought my brother and I were close, but there was something Alessander said that has sat with me for weeks. "Look at the way he left you in prison for an entire day." Harriston clears his throat, and I've heard him do it often enough that I know he's covering a cough. I blink and focus on the matter at hand. "Explain the purpose of the trade agreement," I say. "I need to explain the Kingdom of Austriary first," Rian says. "Most Kandalan maps show the eastern side of Austriary is over 200 miles of marshland that leads into dense vegetation, and I'm sure the Flaming River is still considered a challenge to cross." His eyebrows go up. "Yes," says Harriston, "but you didn't cross it. Not if you docked in Artis." "No," Rian agrees. "If you sail past the southern point, Austriary can be approached from the western side." "The southern point is uninhabited," says Harriston. "We have records of ships that have tried that route. From the south, the western coastline is a bare strip of sand that goes on for hundreds of miles. The northern point is comprised of cliffs. I have dozens of logs that speak of uncrossable current or dense fog that seems never-ending. Even for sailors who can get through the current, it would be impossible to dock." "I'll challenge your definition of impossible, Your Majesty, because I'd wager that Kandalan sailors are mostly used to the open water in the stretch from Artis to your ports in Sunkeep and Trader's Landing, and a child could navigate that." "Forgive our subpar sailors," I say flatly. "So you sailed past the southern point to find, what, more sand?" "No. A chain of 6 islands. 3 are separated by less than a mile of water at certain points and are connected by bridge work. 1 longer bridge reaches the mainland, but only 1.
Hairston sighs.
We have no records of islands, Captain Blakemore.
I've spent 6 years in Austriary, Your Majesty. I've walked the bridges myself. He reaches out and taps the log that belonged to his father.
You can read my father's accounting of the territory.
The weather patterns that create the fog over the sea have kept the kingdom rather isolated, says Lieutenant Tagus. And protected.
Protected from whom? I say.
Anyone, she says. The islands bear a surprising amount of...
Rian lifts his hand again, and she stops. This room is as empty as it's going to get, I say. He smiles, but the look in his eyes is less jovial and more regarding.
When we left Austriary, their rulers were unaware that Kandala had a new king in power.
He pauses.
Their government is a bit shaky. There were many years of corruption, political infighting, squabbles over the throne that led to all-out civil war. It's part of the reason it took me 6 years to return. There are many Austrian citizens who did not want a trade agreement with Kandala.
Why? Says Hairston.
Because your grandfather was seen as conniving and dishonest, a man who did not honor his agreements. Once your father took the throne, those views did not change.
I go very still.
You are speaking of your former king.
I was answering a question, Your Highness. There is a reason the first Captain Blakemore was sent as a spy and not as an emissary.
Maybe you've been in Austriary for too long,
Hairston says.
My father was highly regarded among the people here.
Rian spreads his hands.
Again, you asked why. I can only offer my own observations.
Hairston looks at Lieutenant Tagus.
You're an Austrian citizen. What are your observations?
She glances at Rian.
I am a sailor. I did not move in royal circles, but Rian is correct. In years past, the Kandalan king was not seen as an advantageous ally. A rumor said we were sent faulty materials in exchange for our...
Her voice trails off for a moment, and she casts a glance at Rian.
Resources, she finishes. The trade was bad. That's why the final ship was attacked.
What resources? I demand. Rian lifts one shoulder in an unassuming shrug.
I'd rather not say.
He's either fearlessly brazen or just plain impudent. I raise my eyebrows. You'd rather not say? You claim to be an agent of the king, and you'd rather not reveal what you've learned? His eyes flick to Hairston.
I wasn't an agent of this king.
I draw myself up, ready to I'm not sure what. Have the guards drag him out of here. Throw him to the ground and demand answers. Hold his feet to the fire, quite literally. A dark light sparks in his expression, and I can tell he's thinking of the moment he mentioned my reputation. His shoulders are tense, his eyes locked on mine. He's not afraid. He's ready. But I think of Tessa, how I promised to be better. My muscles are tight with the need for action. If I were Weston Lark, I would fight, demand answers, something. But Weston Lark is dead. The king's justice can't pick a fight over a few barbed comments. Hairston speaks into my silence.
So, you won't say what Austriary had to offer. What did Kandala?
Steal, Rian says easily.
as if we weren't just staring each other down like men preparing for a duel. Ossuary has very little access to iron ore. The mines here are plentiful. There's an entire sector named for it. Steel City, I say. He nods. The inter-island bridges of Ossuary are constructed of Kandalan steel. Faulty steel in many areas. They are beginning to fail. So they need more, I say.
Yes, says Lieutenant Tagus. Quite a bit.
Rian gives her a look and she shrugs.
We do.
What is your goal here? I say to him. Have you become an agent for Ossuary? Is that the reason for all your secrecy? I'd be a fool to say so, wouldn't you think? He says. But I have spent 6 years there and I can understand their caution. Their country is not without its problems. His eyes don't leave mine. Neither is yours. No. I definitely don't like him. Fine, says Hairston. Ossuary needs steel, yet they have nothing to offer. They haven't sent an emissary of their own, just the son of a spy who doesn't bear a clear allegiance to his home country. Regardless of the letter you bear, I have no reason to believe a word you've said. Tell me why I shouldn't commit you to the hold and send these Austrian sailors back where they came from. Oh, says Rian. I didn't say Ossuary has nothing to offer. He stands. All 4 of Hairston's guards immediately step away from the wall. 2 of them have hands on their weapons. Rian freezes. He lifts his hands. I'm unarmed, he says to the guards. His voice is quiet. I have a key to the chest. Allow me to show you. The tension in the room is doubled. Set the key on the table, Hairston says. Rian frowns, but he pulls a key from his pocket and tosses it onto the table. The key rattles against the wood. Rocco, says Hairston. Open it. The guard takes the key and draws the chest away, toward the wall. He unlocks the padlock gingerly, as if expecting a trap, but the lock gives way with a click, and he lifts the lid. Whatever he sees makes him gasp. And Rocco is one of the most stoic guards Hairston has. He's not a man to gasp. What? Says Hairston. What is it? Rocco turns the chest around. It's packed full of white petals, easily enough to supply the entire palace for weeks. Maybe even the entire royal sector. Moonflower, he says, and his voice is hushed. Yes, says Rian. I've heard you might need some.
Chapter 5. Tessa. I'm desperately curious about the ship that arrived in Artis, but anyone I can ask about it is busy dealing with it. One of the hardest things about knowing Corrick as the prince, instead of Weston Lark the outlaw, is that he's surrounded by obligations and duties and constraints just by virtue of his position. There's no secret workshop in the dark hours of the morning anymore. There's the palace, which is full of guards and servants and courtiers, all listening for a bit of gossip about the king's justice. So I have to wait. At least I don't have any more obligations, so I can get out of this dress. To my surprise, a message is waiting for me when I return to my quarters. It's been delivered by one of the stewards at the front gates. No seal, just a familiar scrawl. Tessa, I wish that had gone better. I don't know if you're allowed to leave the palace, but I was hoping maybe we could meet up as friends again. I'll head for Wolfrey's Confectioners on the chance you have time to come join me. It's been a long time since we could share a chocolate cream. I miss you. XO. K. Oh, Kari. I have to press a hand to my chest. She's right, I wish that had gone better too. Wolfray's Confectioners is a candy shop in Artis near Mr. Solomon's, where Kari and I worked together grinding herbs to create potions and remedies. We used to giggle over a chocolate cream at least once a month, whispering about the frivolous patrons who'd visit Mr. Solomon's shop. The memories tug at my heart. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe Kari and I can figure out a way to convince Prince Cork and Lachlan to find some common ground. I need to call for a servant to help unlace me from this gown, but if Kari left this message at the front gate, it would have already taken a bit of time to get to me. I don't want her to think I have no intention of showing. I look down at the silk dress I'm wearing. I can suffer in a corset for a few more hours. I smooth my skirts, then head for the palace steps, where I ask one of the footmen to call me a carriage. He gives a slight bow. Yes, of course, Miss Tessa. Heat rushes to my cheeks. Weeks ago, I'd never even been inside a carriage, and now I can summon one at my whim. Thank you, I say, but he's already gone, off to attend to the needs of the next courtier. Since I'm alone, I don't expect anything grand, but I'm still surprised to be escorted to a 2-seater open-air buggy with dark purple panels and gold trim. The horse is a large dapple gray in patent leather harness, every buckle and strap shining in the sunlight. The driver tips his hat to me and lowers a wooden step for my convenience. To the town square in Artis, miss? For an instant, I hesitate. I know how a carriage like this, even a small carriage, will be seen in Artis. I know how a young woman in a fancy dress will be seen. I remember how I would have looked at someone like that. The driver is peering at me. Miss? Yes. I hesitate, then climb up. The driver clucks to the horse, and we're off, bouncing along the cobblestones. In the royal sector, no one pays me any mind because carriages like this are common. It's not until we pass through the main gates into the poverty-stricken villages of the wilds that I become aware of the people who stop to stare. Most of the looks are curious, attention drawn by something shiny and fast. But some of the looks are hostile. A few heads shake disgustedly. A mother pinches her daughter on the arm for staring, then turns her own glare on me while she shakes out her laundry. No, I want to call. I'm not one of them, I'm one of you. But of course I can't. The driver misunderstands my silence. Don't worry, miss, he calls over the sound of the horse's hooves clapping along the path. No one will trouble you. I'm not worried, I say back, but my voice is lost in the wind and the sound of the horse. Once we make it through the dense forests of the wilds, the streets of Artis are more crowded, and the buggy has to slow to a walk. There are more horse-drawn vehicles here, hauling wagons of cargo from the docks. It's a warm day, so many children are gathered by the fountain in the center of the town square, splashing each other with water while they shriek with laughter. I garner stares here too, but nothing quite as hostile as in the wilds. We pull up along the front of Wolfray's, and for the first time, I notice the chips in the pink paint surrounding the doorframe, or the broken bricks forming the walkway. The wood around the window is weathered and aged, and the window is cracked in the corner. Little imperfections I've never noticed before, but suddenly seem glaringly obvious when compared with the brilliant perfection of the royal sector. The driver leaps down to offer me his hand, and I feel a bit foolish taking it. I used to climb the walls surrounding the royal sector, and I never gave it a second thought. Now I'm taking a hand to step down from a buggy. Everything from the royal sector always seems to be an illusion. Shall I tether the horse and wait, miss? The driver says to me. Oh, I break off. I can see Kari's silhouette inside the confectioner's shop. A man nearby sighs heavily, trying to navigate his fully loaded wagon around the buggy that stopped, obtrusively, quite in the middle of the road. No, I say, I'll be fine. The driver looks dubious. Are you certain? Yes, I say firmly. I'm capable of walking back. Now that I feel everyone's eyes on me, I almost wish I'd walked here. Kari appears in the doorway of the confectioner's. Tessa, she cries, and there's no mistaking the delight in her voice. You came! She strides forward, and I gratefully accept the hug she offers. She's warm and familiar, and she smells like the vanilla and brown sugar wafting from the candy shop. Of course I came, I say. She stands back, holding me by the shoulders. You look so fine. I hardly recognized you in the palace. I flush, more embarrassed than pleased. I should have changed. I just didn't want to make you wait. No, you look beautiful. I just got here anyway. Oh, I'm an idiot. Because she had to walk. I tug at the bodice of my dress, more uncomfortable now. I'm just trying to fit in. The palace physicians hardly take me seriously as it is. Kari hesitates, and for a moment I think it's going to be uncomfortable between us, but she nods decisively. That's their loss, then. Come inside. The chocolate is fresh. She hooks her arm through mine. I'm so glad you came. Her voice trails off a bit. I was so worried. I'm still your friend, I say quietly. And I'm still yours. She gives my arm a squeeze. I squeeze back and smile. Some of the tightness in my chest eases. I was right. We can figure out a way to make this work. She and I, together. We don't need these arrogant men to get in the way of truly helping people. Then she leads me to a table, and Lachlan is sitting there. I give a small jolt, then drop her arm. He doesn't look any happier to see me. You came, he says flatly. I suppose I'll be buying your drinks then. What? He didn't think you would come, Kari says quietly. He made a wager on it. Oh, lovely. I've run face first into his attitude. You don't need to pay for me, I say tightly, or any of us. I can buy the chocolate creams. I'm sure you can. Are you going to drive away anyone who offers you something? I say. It seems to be working so well in the palace. He holds my gaze boldly. I was just telling Kari that it's all well and good for you two to be friends, but you've changed sides. What does that mean? He gives me a cool up and down glance. Not much outlaw left, is there? He gives a pointed look at the doorway leading to the street. Nice carriage. Too good to walk now? I'm not too good to walk. It took some time for the message to reach me. I didn't want Kari to wait. He inhales, his eyes darkening, but Kari gives him a solid shove in the shoulder. Don't argue, she says. She might not be an outlaw anymore, but Tessa is my friend. So you said. He rises from the table and offers me a mocking bow. Do forgive me, Miss Tessa. Allow me to fetch your confections, ladies. I open my mouth to protest, but Kari catches my hand. No, she says. Let him do it. Maybe a little sugar will change his mood. I sigh, but I sit while Lachlan heads for the counter. To my surprise, an awkward silence falls between me and Kari. It's so foreign. We used to sit and chat for hours on end. I still remember the day she realized I was mooning over the outlaw Weston Lark, back before I knew he was Prince Coric. The memory makes me smile. Tell me about his hands, she said, and I blushed like a schoolgirl. I'm really glad you sent me a note, I say. That seems to break the tension because she smiles too. Me too. She pauses and flicks her eyes at Lachlan where he stands by the counter. He doesn't trust them at all, Tessa. That console was terrible. It's obvious he doesn't care. She hesitates, and I can hear the fear in her voice. This morning, Lachlan was worried the meeting was a trap, that you were luring us to the palace. The whole time we were there, he kept waiting for them to drag us to the hold. It's not a trap, I say. Kari, I would never lure you. I know, but there are still people who believe that Weston Lark was only a spy to find more criminals to hang. I frown. No. He cares. We care. The king really does want to figure out a way to make sure there's enough medicine for all of Kandala. But everyone has to agree, not just the elites, and not just the people in the wilds. Everyone. We all have a stake here. I know. She hesitates. Lachlan didn't even think the rumors of the ship from Austriary were real. He thought it was a ploy to end the meeting until he heard the talk in the streets here. It's not a ploy either, Kari. Harrison and Cork wouldn't do that. She stares back at me, and her voice has cooled a bit. It wasn't too long ago that you stood with me in front of the sector gates, declaring how much you hate them. The words hit me like a slap. She's right. I did. She was the one to chastise me for speaking words of treason. But that was before I knew who Weston was. That was before I knew everything the king and his brother had at stake. That was before Corrick and I were captured by the rebels, before he was tortured by them, before the rebels set the whole sector on fire as a means to show Harrison how desperate they were. And here we are. You're right. I reach out and put a hand over hers. This isn't easy for anyone. For a moment, she's frozen in place, and I worry that we've moved too far apart. But then she turns her hand to clasp mine. We'll make it work, she whispers. I nod fiercely, pressing my fingers into hers. Lachlan reappears beside the table. Your chocolate cream, Miss Kari. His bellicose eyes flash my way. And yours, Miss Tessa. He's mocking me, baiting me to snap at him. I don't play. Thank you for your kindness, Master Lachlan. I could say it primly, but I don't. I say it honestly. Surprise registers in his expression, and he eases into the seat beside Kari. His jaw is tight, but he doesn't say anything else. You're suspicious, I say quietly. I know. I was too. They have a lot to make up for. He studies me. You trust them. I can't tell if this is an accusation or a question, but I nod. I do. Why? He says. Why? You know what they've done. He glances at Kari. You were both in the crowd when he was set to execute the 8 of us. You saw Consul Salister, I say. You see how much power he has. He kept threatening to withhold Moonflower if Prince Cork didn't do as he said. And that's supposed to be reassuring, he says, that the king doesn't have control of his consuls? He's still threatening to withhold it. I heard what he said about supply issues and laborers. The king can make him work the fields, but he's still one man. You don't understand. They won't. It's not... No. He half rises from his seat, leaning in against the table. You don't understand. This is life or death for us. His eyes glare down at me. They act like it's a game. The elites think they can convince the fools in the wilds to take even less medicine than they were getting before. He's looming over me, and I swallow. I don't want to look away from him while he looks so threatening, but we've garnered more than a little attention. Whispers have erupted all around us. The pretty young lady in the fine clothing being dressed down by someone who's probably never had more than a handful of coins in his life. I'm sure most of them heard what he said, too. Lachlan, Kari says quietly. She's my friend. Leave her alone. But she doesn't contradict what he said. Lachlan doesn't move. His eyes don't leave mine. She might have been your friend before, he says. But you need to be careful now, Kar. I know they're worried, but it's hard to find any empathy when he's standing over me like this. I don't want to be afraid of him. If we were back in the palace, I wouldn't be. But we're here in a little confectioner's shop, and I'm thinking of the moment he surged across the table at Consul Salister. Why did you ask me to come here? I say evenly, if you didn't want to talk. Kari invited you, he says. I didn't. Then maybe you should let her talk to me, I say, and my voice goes breathy. I can't help it. I see the moment my fear registers in his eyes because he jerks back, his eyes wide. You're afraid of me? He says. You're sharing a bed with the king's justice and you're afraid of me? Kari grabs his wrist. Lachlan! My cheeks are surely flaming now. I'm not sharing anything, I growl. This is why I can't trust you, he says, his voice very low. Because I don't trust him. The prince is no fool. He convinced you that he was a rebel outlaw in the wilds because it served his needs as the king's justice. And now he's figured out a way to give the people even less, and he's convinced you that it's for the benefit of everyone. His eyes fill my vision, but I refuse to look away. My medicine works, I say. It's not a trick, Lachlan. You can watch me measure the elixirs yourself. I can show you. Maybe he's just tricked you into believing that. Maybe all those people are taking double doses when you aren't looking, just to give you your proof. He studies me. He certainly tricked you into believing you were helping, the poor, tortured prince who just couldn't help himself. And you lapped it up, didn't you? My chest is tight and I'm dangerously afraid I might cry. I'm telling you to keep your eyes open, he says. I'm telling you what it looks like from here. If you're not sharing his bed, someone is. He is the brother to the king. As soon as you don't suit his needs, you'll be at the end of the rope too. You're wrong, I whisper. But there's a part of his words that are pricking at my thoughts, sowing doubt in a way I wish I could shove aside. He must see it in my expression. Don't you realize, he says dangerously, that you could disappear tonight and literally everything would go right back to the way it was? Fear seems to pierce my heart from both directions. Is that supposed to be a warning or a threat? Lachlan smirks. Maybe you shouldn't have walked out of the palace without guards, he says. Maybe she shouldn't have, says a voice behind me. But I brought more than enough. My heart kicks to hear Coric's voice. Lachlan snaps back. I'm suddenly aware of the tense silence in the shop, how we are all the center of attention. I wonder how much everyone heard. I wonder how much Coric heard. If you're not sharing his bed, someone is. He's the brother to the king. He must not have heard that part. If he did, I can't imagine Lachlan would still be on his feet. The people behind the counter are peering between towers of wrapped candies and tiny trinkets, and there's an older woman a few tables over who's openly gawking at the prince, who truly does have half a dozen guards behind him. Lachlan's eyes have darkened with hatred, but he takes in the guards who have filled the space behind the prince. The girls were just having fun together, Lachlan says. He pauses, then grinds out, Your Highness. Coric's eyes shift to me. I watch his gaze sweep over my form, taking stock of me. Exceptional. His voice is rather cordial, almost warm, but I know better. Are you having fun, Tessa? No, definitely not. But I can't say that because no matter what I think of Lachlan, I really don't want to stoke the tension between them. Kari sent me a note after our meeting, I say. We were just having a sweet drink. I force a smile onto my face. Like old times. Kari looks hesitant again, the way she was in the palace. She glances between me and Coric and has to clear her throat. Yes, I did. We were, Your Highness. Coric's eyes return to mine, and I give him a tiny nod. Very well, he says. I'll leave you to your friendly chat. Please forgive the interruption. His eyes cool as he looks to Lachlan again, but his voice is just as cordial. Thank you for the wise recommendation. I'll have the guards remain. He glances at the table. Perhaps I'll have a drink while I wait. Kari looks to me, and her hands flutter. She abruptly stands, her chair scraping harshly along the tile floor. "No need, Your Highness. We were just about to leave. You can have mine. I haven't even taken a sip." I stand to stop her. "Kari," I say softly. She hesitates, then leans over to kiss me on the cheek. "He's still terrifying," she whispers in my ear before drawing back. "And, for what it's worth, I agree with Lachlan." I don't know what to say to that. I don't have time, anyway. She grabs Lachlan's hand, and they're gone. Chapter 6. Tessa. I fully expect Corrick to offer me his arm and lead me to his carriage, but he extends a hand toward my seat and gives me an expectant look. "Shall we?" I don't know what to say. A few of the guards have fallen back to stand along the wall, with one to stand guard outside while two stand near enough to the table that we're still the center of attention. I don't want to gape at the prince like half the people in the shop, so I clamp my lips shut. I've taken enough etiquette lessons at this point that I can avoid falling all over myself when it comes to royal protocol in public. I take hold of my skirts and drop into a slight curtsy. "Certainly. Thank you, Your Highness." I ease into the chair. His expression doesn't change, but a light sparks in his eyes like he's amused. He settles into the chair across from me and turns the handle of Kari's mug in his direction. "You look so surprised," he says. I am surprised. Mistress Wolfrey bustles over hurriedly. She's a tall, portly woman with light brown skin and fuzzy braids wrapped on top of her head. I've always liked her, so I smile, but like everyone else here, she's only got eyes for Prince Corrick right now. Some of the people are terrified of him, but others are in awe. The king and his brother might not be well liked, but they are very definitely well respected, even if it's a respect born of fear. Stories about the king's justice sitting down in a common shop will feed the rumor mill for days. I'll admit that once you get past his reputation, Prince Corrick isn't difficult to look at. Vibrant blue eyes sit well in his face, which is full of angles, with just a sprinkling of freckles to steal some of his severity, though a narrow scar over his eyebrow adds it right back. It's late enough in the day that a shadow of beard growth has slightly darkened his jaw, too. The silver buttons on his brocade jacket glisten in the light, and the jeweled hilt of an ornate dagger is revealed at his waist. I've learned that he spends a number of hours training with the man-at-arms at the palace, so he's no stranger to physical exertion. But his hands are clean, with long, elegant fingers, his palms smooth and free of calluses. He looks so out of place among the laborers and dock workers who have stopped in for a sweet treat after a hard day at work. "Your Highness," the shop owner says in a rush, dropping into a curtsy herself, "allow me to have one of the girls make you a fresh drink." "No need," he says. "Oh, I insist," she offers effusively, already reaching for the mug. His eyes flick up. "I insist that you not." His voice isn't forceful, but Corrick never needs to be. He has a cool confidence that always seems unflappable, an expectation that things will go his way. The king is no different. Mistress Wolfrey's hands go still and she jerks them back against her body. Her mouth works like she wants to say something, but she isn't sure what. "We'll alert you if we need anything," Corrick adds. "Ah, yes, of course." She bobs another quick curtsy, then returns behind the counter. Conversation in the shop resumes, quietly. Corrick picks up a spoon and stirs at his chocolate cream like he's completely unbothered. "Why so surprised?" he says easily, as if we weren't interrupted. "This is hardly the place anyone would expect to find the king's justice," I say, keeping my voice low. "You're giving everyone enough gossip for a week." "Just a week?" He lifts the mug and takes a sip. His eyebrows go up. "That is rather good. Perhaps the king's justice should make this more of a habit. I'm not sure Mistress Wolfrey would survive the shock. I haven't touched my own drink. Why didn't you want her to make you a new one?" Because I felt rather certain the one she made for your friend, Kari, wouldn't be poisoned. He says this as equably as everything else he'd said, but it makes me hesitate before reaching for my own cup. I know the good side of Korik, the man who wants to help his people. I forget that everyone else still sees him as cruel Korik, one of the most terrifying men in all of Kandala. Right, I say weakly. Now I'm worried about the cup Lachlan placed in front of me. I let go of the handle. Here, says Korik, and there's a gentle note in his voice that no one will hear beyond this table. He slides his cup toward me. I meet his eyes and see the warmth there, the kindness, the awareness. This is what he never allows anyone to see. This is what people like Lachlan need to see. Thank you, I say, and I'm not quiet about it at all. I take a sip. It's divine. Lachlan was right, you know, Korik says. You shouldn't be leaving the palace without protection. I'm no one of importance, I say. I beg to differ. He's lucky I didn't have one of the guards put an arrow in his back for standing over you like that. I choke on my next sip. Well, that would have made for an interesting second meeting. I ease the cup onto the table, but as I lift my eyes, a slight movement beyond Korik catches my attention. A man and woman are sitting near the window, but the man is glaring at the prince. He's older, with thinning hair and a thick gray beard, but his arms are heavily muscled. His shirt bears sweat stains and a few threadbare spots along his shoulders. His skin is sun-darkened and weathered like a dock worker. His hand is in a tight fist on his knee. Korik takes a lazy sip. You look concerned. There's a man over there. I keep my voice very low. He's glaring at you. Ah. I glance at the guards to see if they've noticed. I can't tell, but at least they look alert. When I look at the dock worker again, he catches my gaze and startles. He deliberately unclenches his hand, turning to look out the window instead. I drag my eyes back to Korik's. Aren't you concerned? He lifts a shoulder in a shrug. When I found the note in your chamber, yes, I was concerned. When the porters told me you'd left alone, yes, I was concerned. He gives me a look. One man glaring at me is a matter of course, Tessa. You didn't need to worry. I was fine. I knew you were busy with other things. People know you're important to the king. His voice is practical, but a bit of that gentle warmth slips in. That you're important to me. His hand brushes over mine. It's uncommon for him to touch me in public. A blush heats my cheeks. Well, he smiles, and I feel that warmth all the way down to my toes. I've been at court long enough to know that a true smile from the prince is rare. When he was Weston Lark, he smiled often. Every time I earn a smile from Korik, it's both a reminder of who he truly is and who he can no longer be. The glaring dock worker is looking at him again, and it robs some of my warmth. I clear my throat. What happened with... I hesitate, but we're close enough to the docks and artists that people here have surely heard about the boat arriving from Austriary. What happened with the ship? I say. Can you tell me? Not here, but that's part of why I came to fetch you. Really? My eyebrows go up. What? A roar of rage cuts me off. The dock worker explodes from his seat as he launches himself at the prince. Light glints on a blade, and I suck in a breath. I don't know if Korik sees my reaction or if he hears the man coming, but he sweeps out of his seat in one smooth movement, pushing me toward the guards before I even realize he's tugged me out of my chair. The man slams into him, and they crash to the ground together. They skid into the table, and the drinks wobble before tipping over, spilling to the floor. The mugs shatter on impact. Chocolate splatters my skirt. We'd be better off without them, the man is shouting. He lifts a dagger, and my heart stops. Finish the revolution! Kill him! Kill the... Korik punches him right in the throat. The man's words break off with a gurgling sound, but he swings that dagger anyway. The guards will never be fast enough. They don't need to be. Korik blocks, then flips the man onto his back. The blade goes skittering across the floor. I don't even see the prince draw his own dagger, but it's there, against the man's throat, just as the guards move in, crossbows aimed and ready. One restrains the man's companion because she squeals when her arm is twisted back. One of the other guards draws back the bolt on a crossbow, aiming for the man's head. I inhale sharply. One of the girls behind the counter lets out a cry. "No," says Korik, and his voice is just as quiet and even as when he told Mistress Wolfrey that he didn't need a fresh drink. The guard with the crossbow hesitates, looking up, waiting for an order. Korik's blade is still against that man's throat. The man's breathing shudders, but then his eyes narrow and he spits in Korik's face. A line of blood appears around the blade, trickling toward the floor. "I've cut men's tongues off for less," Korik says, his voice as low and vicious as I've ever heard it. I'm frozen in place. So is everyone else in the shop. I wait for Korik to let him up, to order the guards to take him out of here, but he doesn't move. That line of blood darkens, thickens. The blade has gone deeper. The man hisses a breath, then chokes on a sob, rebellion shifting into fear. "Please," he gasps. "Please." I'm thinking the same word in my head. Please, Korik, please. I have to bite my tongue so I don't say it out loud. Korik leans close. Blood still flows. "So you beg when it's your life in question." A tear leaks out of the man's eye, finding the blood to trail down his neck. My stomach is tight, and I don't know what to do. No matter who Korik is to me, he's the king's justice to everyone else. I can't interfere. But I can't watch him kill someone. I can't. My fingernails press into my palms. An eternal moment later, Korik says, "Take him to the hold. He can stand trial like the others." Then he wipes his blade on the man's shirt and tucks it back into its sheath. My heart is pounding so hard, refusing to settle. I thought I was about to witness an execution. Based on the tense silence of the shop, so did everyone else, including the man the guards are dragging to his feet. Everyone is still staring at Prince Korik with a mixture of horror and fascination, as if he'll say, "Just kidding," and cut the man's throat anyway. When the prince turns to look at me, his eyes search mine for a moment, and I have no doubt he can read the panic that hasn't fully melted away. The guards are leading the man out of the shop. One of the others has begun questioning the woman who's wringing her hands, casting terrified glances at Korik. He ignores them all and offers me his arm. "It seems we no longer have a drink to share. I do require your services at the palace. Shall we?" I have to shake myself. Yes, of course." I rest a still trembling hand on his arm. He's so good at hiding every emotion, but I don't have anywhere near as much practice. He begins to lead me to the door, but he pauses before we cross the threshold to look to the counter. "Mistress Wolfrey?" he says. Her face goes pale, and I'm sure she's ready for him to levy an accusation that she might have been involved. When she speaks, her voice is breathy and shaking. Yes, Your Highness." He withdraws a handful of coins and holds them out to her. "The drinks were very good. The guards will insist in cleaning up the mess, but I'd ask that you have an accounting of any damages prepared. I'll send a steward to cover any costs." She startles, her eyes widening as he hands over enough silver that he's probably covering her costs for a month. "Your Highness, it's nothing." "All the same," he gives her a nod. "For the trouble, then. You have my thanks." Then he leads me through the door, and we climb into his waiting carriage. I drew a lot of attention on the way to the confectioner's, but that's nothing compared to the looks we get on the way back, sitting in the prince's burgundy carriage, trailed by half a dozen guards. My heart is still rattling around in my chest, leaving my fingers to tremble along my skirts. I have my eyes fixed on the window so I can see every glare we get. I've cut men's tongues off for less. Every time I want to forget who he was, the world seems determined to remind me. I want to ask if that's true, or if he only said it for effect. But I'm afraid I already know the answer. Cork sits on the opposite seat of the carriage, and there's a part of me that wants to ease to his side, to hide in the circle of his arms for the short journey back to the palace. Another part of me wants to run away from everything that just happened. I can't do either. Everything about our relationship is massively complicated now. When I first moved into the palace, it all seemed simple, easy. Cork and I could go for walks or play games or have a late dinner on the terrace. He could steal kisses in the moonlight, and I could taste his breath and remember what it was like to be in the wilds, just the two of us against the dawn. But then I learned that nothing about his life is simple. I'm an apothecary working in service for the king, and he's second in line for the throne. I'm a girl from the wilds, and he's the king's justice. Any courtship would be watched, studied, judged. At dinner one night, I overheard a woman telling her companion that it was adorable how the prince allowed his little mistress to dabble in medicine. Lachlan himself already proved it. If you're not sharing his bed, someone is. He's the brother to the king. Our work to make enough medicine for everyone in Kandala is far too important to sully it with rumors that I'm only in the palace at the prince's whim. Our late-night walks ended. So did our stolen kisses and private dinners. It's left me feeling adrift, uncertain. And I resent this doubt in my abilities, that just because I'm from the wilds, my theories and research and medicine are somehow seen as lesser, just because I wasn't trained in the royal sector. That the only reason I might be in the palace at all would be for Cork, not because I truly have something to offer. Maybe we weren't helping all of Kandala when we were delivering medicine as outlaws, but at least I felt like I was helping some. So I sit here, and Cork sits there, and I content myself with watching the passing terrain, longing for his touch. When I finally tear my eyes away from the window, I expect to find his gaze on the blur of greenery as well. But he's watching me. "Don't worry," he says. "The carriage can withstand a few bolts from a crossbow." Well, I wasn't worried about that until now. "You think someone is going to shoot at us?" "No, but I didn't expect someone to leap at me with a dagger in a candy shop either." "Are you frightened?" I try to be as even-keeled as he sounds, but my voice is hollow. Any dry humor fades from his voice. "I've been attacked before. I know how to defend myself. The guards did their job, and they did it well." I smooth my hands along my skirts, then frown. He could have been killed. He could have been the killer. How does he go through every day like this? I wonder if he's regretting the way he told the guards to take the man to the hold. I imagine the king's justice from a month ago might have let that blade go another inch just to send a message. I don't want to think so, but again, I'm afraid of the answer, so I don't ask the question. Cork is studying me now, and his voice turns very careful. "I know Kari is your friend, but I don't trust Lachlan." He pauses. "You shouldn't either." I glance at the window again because I don't want to meet his eyes. Lachlan told her the same thing about me in regards to you. He was very displeased with the way the meeting progressed. It could have been a trap. It wasn't a trap. He wouldn't even have to coerce Kari. She wouldn't have to know. He just needed to get you there. The prince's eyes narrow. As much as I hate him, he's not a fool. He could have drugged your drink, made you feel a bit woozy so they'd have to help you outside. Cork, I bring my gaze back to his. It wasn't a trap. He's right to be anxious. It's life or death for them. You remember. It's life or death for us, too. Cork's eyes don't leave mine, and his tone is unyielding. He used you against me once before. When we were captured together and Lachlan figured out that Weston Lark was truly Prince Corrick, they nearly beat him to death. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about Lachlan using Kari against me either. That was different, I say. Was it? How? He's not challenging me, not really, but my skin feels hot and prickly. I don't know how the whole day has gone so wrong. I scowl and frown. After a moment, he says, "Are you frightened?" I swallow and my throat feels thick. I can't look at him, but I nod. The guards will take the man to the hold. He'll stand trial. You weren't his target. I don't know how to respond, so I keep my gaze trained on the window. Or, he says quietly, are you frightened of me? I don't answer, and he makes an aggravated noise and runs a hand over the back of his neck. I'm sorry, I say. Lord Tessa, I don't want you to be sorry, he pauses. He was going to kill me. That was his goal. I know, I heard him. I break off and hold my breath. Sometimes I think about my position and what I've accomplished. I'm helping the king find a better path to medicine for the people. But when I think about everything they've done wrong, I question whether I'm on the right side. I wasn't going to kill him, Corrick says, but I had to make him think it. I had to make them all think it. I hate that he made me think it. Why? I whisper. Because the king's justice can't go soft overnight. The people are already emboldened. No one would have dared to attack me in public a few weeks ago. He makes an aggravated sound again. This was so much easier as outlaws. I want to disagree with him, but I can't. It was easier. No one trusts anyone now. He sits back against the cushions. Welcome to life at court. I scowl. My fingers have ceased their trembling, but my insides feel tight and unhappy. What happened with the ship from Austriary? Did you really need me for something, or was that to get me out of the shop? Oh, yes. I want you to look at some flower petals and tell me if they're truly moonflower. The palace physicians weren't sure? They are, but after they didn't detect the difference in the petals Alessander was supplying to the palace, I still can't decide if they're incompetent or traitors. Where did they come from? Captain Rian Blakemore arrived with a chest full of them. The emissary? The spy. His father was supposedly sent by my parents years ago. He says he has 24 crates of moonflower on his ship, and the means to get more. He claims that the King of Austriary would like to begin trade negotiations because they are lacking in resources for iron and steel. Kandala, of course, has quite a bit. There's a note in his voice I can't quite parse out. You don't believe him? I'm not sure yet, but Harrison has invited him to dine with us. He pulls a jeweled pocket watch out of his jacket and glances at the face. We should arrive in time for you to prepare. My eyebrows go up. I'm to join you? I've surprised you again? A little. Quint will attend too. Captain Blakemore has made more than a few references to my reputation, so Harrison felt it would do well to have you attend to keep the conversation a bit more honest? Corrick smiles. Social. Will Harrison be bringing someone as well? No. He seems startled. Haven't you noticed? My brother never invites a companion. I hesitate. I haven't been at court very long, but I've spent enough time in the palace that I've become accustomed to the usual players. Some of the consuls are married, like Royden Pelham, an older man who's rather devoted to his wife, while others seem to rotate through courtiers as regularly as I wash my face. Until this moment, I hadn't considered that Hairston never has someone at his side. I haven't even seen him engage in so much as a casual flirtation. Though, honestly, the thought of Hairston doing anything in a casual manner is almost laughable. When the sector was under attack from the rebels, Hairston and I slipped through the woods of the wilds together. He'd once told me that it was easy to love your king when everyone is well fed and healthy, but not so much when everyone is sick and hungry. Hairston is always stoic and reserved, but I remember seeing his composure crack, just a little, when I told him that he could be loved. Korik watches me work through this in my head. He doesn't trust anyone, Tessa. Too many people have tried to take advantage of us. He pauses, and his voice drops, even though we're alone. And it would be difficult to keep his lingering illness a secret. I don't think he'd allow anyone to get close enough. That makes me sad. I can't chase Lachlan's comments out of my head, so I find myself asking, "What about you? Any frequent companions for the king's justice?" I try to keep my tone light, but he holds my gaze, and I know he hears the true question there. Tessa. There's something simultaneously wicked and warm in his eyes. No one dared until you.
Chapter 7. Korik. Dinner in the palace is often a grand affair, served in the vast dining hall behind the salon with dozens of courtiers and attendants and diplomats, creating a cacophony of sound that often becomes exhausting before anyone eats their fill. I don't mind it much, but Hairston hates being so widely accessible, so I'm not surprised when I hear that we're dining in the Pearl Room. It's an interesting choice, because the room is very fine, but not too fine. The walls are a faint gray, with a dark blue artful swirl that stretches from corner to corner and seems to faintly glisten. As you get closer, you can see a tiny line of real pearls embedded in the design. The table is a block of white marble, topped with a floral arrangement of vibrant blue lilies that exactly match the floral pattern on the seat cushions. Servants stand ready to pour glasses of wine and stronger things. A side table full of delicacies sits beneath the window, which overlooks the rear gardens of the palace. Stonehammer's Arch is visible, an arc of brightly flaming torches that hang suspended over a pond. To my surprise, Tessa and I are the first to arrive. Hairston hasn't yet appeared. Neither has Captain Blakemore, for that matter. Tessa stands at my side, resplendent in deep green velvet that clings to every curve, a gown that allows a generous expanse of neckline. Her hair has been curled and fixed to hang down her back, with shining green and silver hairpins in place to tie a bit back from her face. She looks warm and elegant, and every inch of bare skin reminds me of her vulnerability. When I saw Lachlan looming over her, I really did want to have a guard shoot him with a crossbow. I don't know who I'm fooling. I wanted to do it myself. After seeing her fear in the carriage, I'm glad I didn't. I wish I could go back and erase the worry from her gaze. "Are you frightened of me?" She said nothing, but that said everything. I hate this forced distance between us. I should make an official declaration of courtship. Our time together is always too public, too politically charged. Any private moments are too brief, limited to shadowed walks behind the palace or quiet games of chess before breakfast. But I worry that anything more would weaken our efforts. Everything is already so precarious. I think of that man in the candy shop. If Tessa and I were openly involved, she'd be more of a target. Then again, if we were openly involved, I'd drag her into my chambers and, We wouldn't leave for a week. Ugh, I need to stop thinking like this. Wine? I say to her. She shakes her head and presses a hand to her abdomen.
If I start drinking wine, I'll never remember the correct fork.
I smile and lean in to speak low, then risk brushing a finger along her chin. In that dress, no one will be looking at your cutlery. She flushes, but she gives me a rueful look.
Fine. Maybe one glass.
I gesture for a servant, and Tessa adds,
Mind your metal, Korik.
My smile widens. Mind yours. She takes the glass she's offered, but the slight smile drops from her face.
Are the consuls attending this dinner?
I turn to see two consuls approaching. Royden Pelham of the Sorrowlands and Arella Cherry of Sunkeep. They haven't been in the palace very much since the rebels attacked, and I rather doubt they've been invited to dinner. Months ago, I had speculated about them being involved with the rebellion. They've been cleared of any involvement, but that doesn't make their prior behavior any less suspect. Their sectors both border Trader's Landing, which lacks a consul, so they've shared management of the area, but I've told Harriston that needs to change. They've had too many secret meetings, too many opportunities for plotting. They might not have been involved in the last rebellion, but it doesn't mean they aren't plotting their own. I sometimes find the thought a bit disappointing. Arella often challenges me, but I know it's done out of a desire to make things better. And Royden is the only consul who ever showed us a glimmer of kindness after our parents died. Arella has a hand on Royden's arm, though I'm sure it's more for his benefit than for hers. He's 3 times her age, and he walks with a trembling step. Consuls, I say. Arella offers a brief curtsy, and Royden gives me a nod. He's too old to bow.
Your Highness,
Royden says. He gives Tessa a kind smile.
Miss Cade.
His warmth tugs at me. I just can't imagine him doing something nefarious.
Consuls,
Tessa says, her tone a bit shy. I can tell she's deliberating whether she should move away and give us some privacy, but I want to keep this conversation social, so I rest a hand over hers. I didn't know you were joining us for dinner, I say to the others.
We are not,
Royden says.
Arella and I will eat in the salon. I was hoping to catch a minute of your time, Korik. I don't want to be a bother.
You're not a bother. He pats me on the shoulder as if I'm 10 years old and I've been a good boy.
Harriston asked me if I remembered sending warships to Austriary. He was concerned about this new captain.
My eyebrows go up. I am too. Do you?
I do. Just a bit, though I don't remember many of them reaching Austriary.
He gives Tessa a smile.
That said, I'm an old man, and my memory isn't what it used to be.
He pauses.
But I do remember there were squabbles between Steel City and Trader's Landing. Arella and I have been reviewing the shipping logs because it seems there have been some inaccuracies going back for decades, maybe even a century. And it does look as though we were sending tons of steel on a fairly regular basis to 6 unfamiliar cities. Not just steel, either. Explosives and lumber. Arella and I have been trying to piece it together for weeks, and we'd started to think they were code names for secret destinations because we couldn't find those on any maps we have. But then Harriston mentioned that This man claims there are islands on the western side of Austriary.
Yes, I say. He does.
These shipping records stop,
Royden says.
30 or 40 years ago. There's no further mention of the cities, but I thought perhaps they could refer to the islands this sea captain mentions.
He pauses, then reaches into his coat to withdraw a folded piece of parchment.
I wrote down the names of the cities for you.
I unfold the paper and look down at Royden's shaky handwriting. Iris, Kaisa, Roshan, Estar, Silves, Faird.
Do you know how many islands he mentioned?
Royden says. 6. This could be a coincidence, or it could be evidence to support the captain's story. But I don't want to feed a rumor mill. I don't quite recall, I lie. Why did the shipment stop?
I don't know.
He gives a little shrug.
And there's been no one in Trader's Landing to ask since... Well...
His gaze turns a little sad, and he pats me on the shoulder again. Since our parents were killed by the consul from Trader's Landing. I blink away emotion before it can form. I look at Arella because I can't be icy with Royden. Why were you investigating shipping logs to begin with?
The longer Trader's Landing goes without a consul, the more opportunity for corruption,
she says coolly. Her brown eyes don't flinch from mine.
For example, the explosives used on the palace came right out of that sector.
I can't tell if she's making an accusation or a declaration. So I've heard. Do you know anything about it, Arella?
I know desperate people will take drastic measures to survive.
Now,
Royden pats her hand.
The prince has business to attend to.
Anyone else, and she'd smack his hand away. Like me, she has a fondness for Royden, so she sighs.
We should head for the saloon before it becomes too crowded.
But she doesn't move, and I know she's expecting an invitation to join our meal. There's no disguising the curiosity in her eyes. I'm sure everyone is desperate to meet the emissary from Austriary. But if she's not going to be forthcoming, I'm not going to be either. Don't let me delay you, I say. She accepts the defeat and offers another brief curtsy, and they turn away. I drain half my glass of wine. Tessa is gazing up at me.
Is that true? Was Kandala sending steel to Austriary?
I fold up the parchment and tuck it into my jacket. Steel and explosives. I can't tell if that's friendly or hostile.
Maybe both.
She takes a sip of wine, then slowly lowers her glass.
Now Consul Salister is here.
I frown and turn to follow her gaze. She's right. Alessander has slipped into the room. He has a girl on his arm, a young woman I've not seen at court before. Much like my brother, he rarely has a companion at his side, but Alessander's issue isn't one of trust. Or, not the same kind. He always worries someone is after his money. They're certainly not after his charming disposition. I hope he'll avoid me, but I'm never that lucky. He makes a beeline right for us, and I try not to sigh.
Correct, he says. I'd like to introduce Laurel Pepperleaf, the daughter of one of my barons. I've insisted that we join you for dinner.
I inwardly sigh. I'd rather have Royden and Arella.
I haven't met Laurel Pepperleaf, but I know of her. She's the daughter of Landon Pepperleaf, one of the wealthiest landowners in Alessander's sector. She's prettier than he deserves, with long, shining blonde hair and lips painted a glossy red. Her dress is yellow satin, with diamonds lining every seam. It's both expensive and provocative, and I'm intrigued enough to meet her eyes, wondering if she's with Alessander for her own reasons or for his. "Laurel," I say. "A pleasure." She offers a slight curtsy.
Your Highness, she says.
Her eyes meet mine boldly, but there's no disrespect there.
The pleasure is mine.
"This is Tessa Cade," I say, because Alessander would fall over dead before he'd acknowledge the girl on my arm. The king has asked her to act as advisor regarding the moonflower elixir dosages.
I've heard about your research, Miss Cade,
Laurel says.
I find it rather intriguing, especially as our production has been cut by half.
"Oh," Tessa says in surprise.
I do too. I'm sorry. Did you say your production has been cut by half?
"Yes," says Alessander. "As I've said, we are having our own challenges from both weather conditions and labor shortages, while you keep promising more medicine for free."
Which is why I would love to hear more about your theories,
Laurel says.
I specifically asked Consul Salister to make an introduction while I was at court.
"Did you?" I look right at Alessander and take a sip of my wine. He gives me a level look right back.
And here we are, making an introduction.
He takes a sip of his own. The door to the room swings open, and I expect my brother, but instead I get Quint. He strides through to join us. Alessander looks like he wants to snarl at him, so I head that off at the pass. There was a time when the consul could have chased Quint out of a room by virtue of his position, but right now, Alessander is living on borrowed time. I don't care if I irritate him. "Quint," I say, "join us." I seize a glass of wine from an approaching servant and offer it to my friend. "Have you met Laurel Pepperleaf?" "I have, in fact." He takes the glass, then nods to Tessa and to Laurel. "I'm glad you could both join us. The king should arrive shortly." Alessander's lip curls. "And these boatmen will be joining us too?" He sounds like he expects them to drift up to the palace gates on a crudely tied raft. "The emissary?" I say. "Yes, Captain Blakemore and a few members of his crew." "I understand they have their own supply of moonflower. Surely you don't believe these claims, Korik. There were thieves all over Kandala. These petals could be from anywhere. This captain could have loaded a ship in Sunkeep, sailed for a day, and turned up an artist with the exact same story." Tessa examined the petals, I say. They're legitimate. I pause. "And I rather doubt they came from Moonlight Plains. You were supplanting yours with a faulty supply, were you not?" He inhales sharply, ready to bluster, but Laurel says,
My father has taken a much greater interest in our sector's exports. I don't believe you will be finding many more faulty shipments, Your Highness.
"I'm glad to hear it," I say. Alessander is scowling. He turns to Laurel. "We should find you some refreshments." He doesn't wait for a response, but he just shifts as if to guide her away toward the table. She's hardly gone for a second before Quint drops his voice to say,
Baron Pepperleaf has apparently made some remarks that he would like to be considered for consul if Alessander were removed from power.
Well, now I understand why she's making a point to seem like she has him in hand. Tessa looks at me.
Has their production really been cut in half?
I wince. You heard him during the meeting with Lachlan. We can demand all we want, but if there really is a supply issue, there's not much to be done about it. I can't control the weather. What am I going to do? Threaten to throw his remaining workers in the hold?
Then having a new consul would be a good thing, right? He could fix things, if he's opposed to what Alessander was doing.
It could be, I say. She looks so hopeful that I hate to be pragmatic in the face of it. If he truly is opposed.
What does that mean?
It means I find it hard to believe that Alessander's wealthiest baron had no idea what was going on. Her mouth forms a line.
So, you think he's just saying what you want to hear while Alessander is in trouble?
Yes, and his daughter appearing at court with so much enthusiasm for your findings is a bit much. You've seen what happens when people believe I'm courting another. It's just one more avenue for deceit. I roll my eyes and take a sip from my glass. Tessa says nothing to that. I glance over to discover that she looks wounded, and now she's truly frowning. Oh, Lord. Tessa, I didn't mean...
No, I know.
Her eyes have gone a bit glassy, but she blinks it away. She huffs a breath, then downs half her glass of wine.
It's fine. I keep forgetting that there's a reason you and your brother are so... cynical.
Again, welcome to life at court.
Thanks. I hate it here.
I frown. I don't know if there's a kernel of honesty in there or not, but I'm not sure my heart could take the truth right now. I tap my glass against hers. Cheers. Honestly, the two of you. Quint sighs, looking at Tessa.
Don't let them make you cynical, my dear. How do you avoid it? She says.
Because I've already seen the changes you have brought to the palace.
Well, I nearly witnessed an assassination this afternoon, so I'm not sure I'm doing much.
The guards swing the doors open. Again, I expect my brother. Instead, Captain Blakemore walks in, Lieutenant Taggis at his side, along with two other men who must be members of his crew. They're both older than he is, by at least 10 years. I half expected them to return in the sea-worn clothes they were wearing during our first meeting, but they've clearly been given leave to return to the ship to prepare. Their attire isn't Kandalan, but it's not altogether foreign either. Rian is freshly shaved, his hair combed back, his clothes clean and more elegant than I expected. His jacket is leather instead of cloth and shorter than the current style in Kandala, with buttons situated diagonally across his chest. His boots are buckled instead of laced. He's quite obviously the youngest of the group, and just as obviously, the one in command.
Oh,
says Tessa, and there's a note of intrigue in her voice that I absolutely cannot ignore. I look at her and raise my eyebrows. Oh? She hesitates. Her voice drops.
The sea captain isn't what I expected.
I drain my glass. A servant immediately hands me another. Your Highness, Captain Blakemore says when he reaches us. A pleasure to see you again. And Master Quint. He nods to the palace master, then bows to Tessa with perfect courtly manners. An even greater pleasure to meet your lovely companion. It's a throwaway comment, something I've said to 100 courtiers over the years, but Tessa is so earnest that she takes it to heart. She blushes and takes hold of her skirts to curtsy in return.
I'm Tessa Cade.
Miss Cade.
His eyebrows go up.
The apothecary, then?
Yes.
She looks surprised and a bit delighted that he knows who she is. His smile warms.
Around the docks, I heard some fascinating stories about an outlaw named Tessa sneaking into the palace to bring news of a better cure.
Well, she says, you know how rumors are. I just want to help people.
I do know how rumors are.
His eyes flick to me before returning to hers. There's less flirtation and more genuine intrigue in his expression now.
Hopefully, we'll be seated near each other. I'm eager to learn the truth.
She'll be seated with me. I almost say it. I almost growl it. The words sit on the tip of my tongue, hot and possessive. But every syllable would sound petty and chauvinistic, and I swallow my words with another sip of wine.
I'm eager to hear about Austriary, Tessa says. Weeks ago, I was asking Korik if it could potentially be a resource for moonflower petals.
I'm hopeful I can help that come to pass,
he says.
We'll see, I say.
He finally looks back at me.
I suppose we will, Your Highness.
Quint must sense the tension between us because he says,
Captain Blakemore, I don't believe we've met the other members of your crew.
Of course.
Rian continues smoothly, as if there's no strain at all.
This is Sablo, my second lieutenant.
He indicates a heavily freckled man who's well over 6 feet tall, thickly muscled, with a bald head, pink cheeks, and a dense red beard that's neatly trimmed.
And Marchand, my navigator and quartermaster,
Rian says, indicating the other man who's as narrow and swarthy as Sablo is broad and pale. His hair is longer, slicked back and knotted at the back of his neck.
Your Highness,
says Marchand, and his deep voice carries a rasp and the same slight accent as Gwyn's.
We are grateful for the invitation to dine with you this evening.
Sablo gives me a nod.
Sablo doesn't speak,
Rian adds. My eyebrows go up. By choice?
No,
says Rian. And there's a protective note to his voice that reminds me of how readily he spoke up for his people earlier. A pleasure to meet you both, I say. But I take in Sablo's size and wonder if he's more than just a sailor. He carries himself with a certain stillness that speaks to military training. So does Marchand, now that I'm looking at them. He's not as big as Sablo, but there's a breadth to his shoulders that suggests strength. They could be bodyguards. Or assassins. Surely the guards searched them for weapons before they came in here. I cast a glance at the wall, where the guard captain has only stationed 4 guards. There will be more once Hairston arrives, but not too many to overwhelm the room, since this is supposed to be a casual dinner. I stop these thoughts in their tracks. Maybe Tessa and Quint are right. Maybe I am too cynical. Across the room, Alessander is looking at the sailors with a curled lip. I don't know if he's more annoyed that they might have access to Moonflower and might cut into his profits, or if he's such a snob that he finds them beneath him. Knowing Alessander, it's probably both. But I look back at Rian because Royden gave me an idea. Captain, I say, one of our consuls has found some aged shipping logs from a southern sector that may confirm part of your story. His eyebrows raise.
That's good news.
I hope so. I pause. You said there were 5 islands on the western side of what we know to be Austriary? He regards me carefully as if he suspects a trap.
There are islands.
But I said there were 6 of them. Name them. He looks startled by the command, but he holds out his left hand, palm down, then rotates his wrist so his fingers are pointing to the left. He taps the back of his hand. If you imagine this to be the main island, Third, each finger is roughly where the others sit. He ticks off each one, starting with his thumb. Iris, Kaisa, Roshan, Estar, and Sylves. Beside me, Tessa lets out a breath, and I know she recognizes the names from the list as clearly as I do. But I study Rian carefully. There's no hint of guile in his expression. I don't know what this means, but it is meaningful. His eyes narrow slightly. Did I pass your test, Your Highness? A herald bangs his halberd near the main door.
His Royal Majesty King Harriston.
Everyone turns to face the door, to greet my brother. But I lean close to Rian. Not yet.
Chapter 8. Tessa. Somehow I do end up seated across from Captain Blakemore, but it doesn't allow for much conversation. Harriston has been grilling the sea captain and his lieutenant on Austriary and their infrastructure. It's probably for the best anyway. I've been smarting a bit since Korik told me that Laurel's interest in my methods might be a farce to help put her father into power. It makes me glad I'm not seated next to her. At the opposite end of the table, Quint has Alessander and Laurel engrossed in conversation about the demand for Kandalan's silk coming out of Trader's Landing. And it's so detailed yet innocuous that I highly suspect that he's been charged with keeping the consul occupied for as long as possible. Sablo sits beside Captain Blakemore, and he's easily as imposing as Rocco, my favorite member of the King's personal guard. Sablo is listening to every word that's said, watching Korik and Harriston as if he doesn't trust them. To his left, Marchand, the quartermaster, looks bored by Alessander's blustering with Quint, but he's just a bit too far for me to engage in casual conversation. So I sit politely at my soup spoon and wonder how something that should be so simple, providing more medicine to sick people, could get so wound up in political negotiation and palace intrigue. I want to pull on my homespun skirts and climb over the wall so badly that my feet almost twitch with the need to run. "You look a bit sad, Miss Cade." I glance up to find Captain Blakemore studying me, and there's a warmth in his gray eyes that's tough to look away from. I expected someone older and stuffy, not a younger man with sun-kissed skin, black hair that gleams, and a set of shoulders that whisper of strength. "Not sad," I say. "I just don't have much to offer when it comes to the demand for silk." My eyes flick to the end of the table. "Or the supply of steel." "I don't have much interest in silk either," he says with a small smile. "But when it comes to steel, I know Austriary needs it, badly. After the war, many cargo ships were damaged. The country is trying to rebuild, but without ships and bridges, transporting goods has become a massive challenge." "And you want to help?" "I do." Korik would hear that with a skeptical ear, just like his doubt over Laurel's enthusiasm for my work. That means I probably should too. But unlike Laurel, whose father is just one more man volleying for power in Kandala, Captain Blakemore has nothing to gain here. He's not making demands, and he's not backing anyone into a corner with empty promises and imperious threats. I know there are political levers at work. He's asking for steel on behalf of Austriary and offering moonflower petals in return. But somehow he's made it simpler than that. He's asking for help, and he's offering it in return. "I want to help too," I say. "I know. As I said, I heard stories around the docks. Anyone who could break into the palace with a plan to heal people instead of harming them must be very brave indeed. especially considering the harsh penalties for breaking the law here in Kandala. I don't know about brave, I say, but I can't stop the warmth that floods my cheeks. Just determined. They're pretty much the same, don't you think? He takes a spoonful of his own soup, and it robs the sentiment of too much weight. I was young when my father was sent to Austriary, but from what I recall, the punishments issued by the crown were never quite as severe as they are now. Kandala was a different place 6 years ago, Korik says, and I'm startled to realize we've drawn his attention. In a lot of ways, it seems. The captain takes another spoonful. His eyes return to mine. Do you think the actions of the King's Justice have been an effective means of keeping the peace? Beside me, Korik goes still. He knows how I felt about the King's Justice well before I ever knew that the benevolent outlaw Weston Lark was the same prince who was executing thieves for smuggling and treason. I hate the prince, I often said to him as Wes, followed by, I hate you, once I knew he was Korik. The room has gone very quiet, as if the question, spoken gently, drew everyone's attention just by virtue of the weight behind it. Even Alessander is watching me, waiting to hear what I'll say. My mouth is frozen, my thoughts spinning. I'd like to hear your thoughts, says Harriston, and his voice isn't harsh. One of my favorite things about Harriston is that when he asks me for my thoughts, he really wants them. But he's still the king, and he never has to be harsh to make my pulse jump. I set down my spoon and smooth my hands over my skirts. I think the King's Justice was doing the very best he could, I say, during a very challenging time. Under the table, Korik's hand finds mine, steady and warm. He gives it a squeeze. Captain Blakemore offers a wan smile and takes another spoonful of soup. I didn't intend for my question to make you uncomfortable, he pauses, or to put you at risk. Forgive me, Miss Cade. I'm not at risk, but maybe it would be impolitic to say so. This conversation is like walking a tightrope. You haven't been here, Captain, Korik says. You haven't seen the desperation for medicine or what people were willing to do to get it. I see that the people within the sector's walls seem rather healthy, while those outside are not. Captain Blakemore doesn't look away. His tone is just as unruffled as when he was speaking to me. I see that I have brought you medicine, something you claim to dearly need, and you treat me with suspicion and hostility. Korik draws himself up. You've returned to Kandala for less than a day, and you're being openly critical of your king? You certainly don't do much to demonstrate loyalty to your home country. Do you want loyalty, or do you want obeisance, Your Highness? The prince looks right back at him. For a man who seems to want to protect his crew, Korik says, you couldn't go wrong with either. The captain goes very still. Don't threaten my crew. The words are spoken quietly, slowly, with emphasis on each syllable. They crack through the room like a bolt of lightning. Korik's jaw is tight, and I know that there's part of him that wants to have this man dragged to the hold. It's the same part that made me think he would have cut that man's throat in the candy shop. My own chest is in a vice grip, and I want to say something to undo this. It's like the moment I sat in the confectioner's with Kari. There are too many sides at work, too many people to keep happy. But it's Laurel who speaks up. Your arrival comes at an interesting time, Captain Blakemore. Our sector is being forced to provide medicine to the people of Kandala, and here you appear, ready to negotiate the cost for another country. The captain hasn't looked away from Korik. You have to force your sectors to provide medicine? When people are dying? The censure in his voice is impossible to ignore. There is no proof that you have more moonflower, says Alessander. You want our steel, and a great deal of it. What proof do we have that you will arrive with the medicine you're offering?
It's a worthwhile question, says the king.
Captain Blakemore spreads his hands.
I have no proof other than what I've already given. But I do have a ship. You're welcome to return to Austriary with me to complete the negotiations with their king yourself. You can't possibly think the king of Kandala would board a ship based on nothing more than your promises, says Korik. Then come yourself.
The captain casts a darkly amused look at Korik.
If you're interested, I highly suggest you leave my crew unharmed. You know your own sailors can't make it.
Who says your crew needs their captain? Says Korik.
Korik,
I whisper.
I won't sail for anyone else,
says Marchin, and it's probably the first thing he's said since sitting at this table.
Nor will I,
says Lieutenant Tagus. Sablo slaps the table and then his chest. He nods his agreement. Captain Blakemore smiles and his eyes brighten with something akin to true delight.
Now that,
he says,
is loyalty. It's impressive,
says Harriston. His voice is cool and low, undercutting all the tension in the room.
It speaks to your character.
Even Korik looks over in surprise. The captain could gloat, and I half expect him to, but the smile on his face eases, and his expression is as earnest as it was when he was only speaking to me.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Korik looks like a coiled spring waiting to release, but this seems to unspool some of his anger.
I've sailed a lot of ships,
Marchin says.
Under a lot of captains.
He nods at Captain Blakemore.
When war first broke out among the islands, Cap's the only one who stayed near the shoreline picking up survivors. He didn't care which side they were fighting for. If they were broken and bleeding, he'd pick 'em up.
A raw note in his voice makes me wonder if Marchin was one of the broken and bleeding. I glance at Sablo, the man who doesn't speak. By choice? Korik asked.
No,
the captain said. Captain Blakemore watches my eyes flick between the members of his crew.
We all have a story, Miss Cade.
You'd do the same, I'm sure. Yes, I say. I would. His eyes flick to Korik, but he says nothing. Servants stride into the room with loaded trays, bringing the distraction of the next course. Soup bowls are cleared and fresh plates are delivered to the table. Light conversation resumes, spurred by Quint, who looks to Marchand and says, "Quartermaster and navigator, you say? Tell me, do you ever sleep?" At my side, the prince is silent, his movements tight and precise. Korik is too schooled in courtly politics, at hiding every emotion when the need arises. I want to reach out and rest a hand over his, to offer him a glance or a word or something to steal the rest of his tension. When we were outlaws in the wild, it was so easy to support each other. Here in the palace, it always seems impossible. Especially since we're sitting directly in front of Captain Blakemore, and it's very obvious that Korik doesn't trust one word that comes out of his mouth.
Was your offer genuine?
Says Harriston. The captain takes a sip from his wine glass.
Which offer?
To return to Austriary to handle negotiations with their king directly.
It was.
Alessander stares from the opposite end of the table. You cannot be serious. The consuls would never stand for it. Captain Blakemore glances between them.
The consuls rule the king? Have I been gone so long?
No, says Harriston. He clears his throat, then drinks half a glass of wine. I watch the movement and wonder if he's covering a cough. He should call for tea, but I know he won't. Alessander says, You haven't replaced Leander Craft. Steel City stands without a consul. You never replaced the head of Trader's Landing after King Lucas died.
You invite the rebel leaders to negotiate with this untested apothecary, all while your sectors languish. And now you will leave Kandala? Enough, says Harriston. You are here by virtue of what you can offer your country, Consul, and you've already indicated you won't be able to offer as much as you promised. I wonder if Laurel Pepperleaf will add a comment, but she takes a sip from her own glass, happy to watch Alessander hang himself, I suppose. Maybe some of Coric's cynicism is rubbing off on me. Captain Blakemore looks across the table at me, and there's something conspiratorial in his gaze. His voice drops. Rebel leaders, Miss Cade. I wince. Apparently you haven't heard all the gossip. I wasn't intending to go myself, Harriston says. He looks at his brother. I was referring to Captain Blakemore's offer to Coric. At that, the prince startles. So does the captain. It's a tiny movement of surprise, but it's the first hint that he seems to be thrown off balance by Coric as well. He recovers quickly. As you like. I believe Austrieri would be very eager to hear your terms. You said the government is a bit shaky, says Coric. Not as much now as they were. The old king passed away a few years ago. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters, all illegitimate. Several half-siblings, many nieces and nephews. He pauses, and his voice slows, growing heavy with emotion. As I said, battles for the throne turned into civil war. Island against island. For years. I study him. Those gray eyes are far away for a moment, and he downs his glass of wine. You're upset, I say quietly. He blinks, then looks at me. No. He pauses. Well, perhaps. War is... war. My father died in those battles. I frown. I'm sorry, Captain Blakemore. His expression flickers as if I've surprised him. Thank you, Miss Cade. Coric might think all of this is pretense, but the captain's grief feels genuine to me. Please, I say softly. Call me Tessa. He gives me a nod, then a small smile. Then you must call me Rian. Harriston speaks through the emotion with casual efficiency. Who won? He says. Galen Redstone won the throne, Rian says. If you can even call it winning. He was an illegitimate son, and his primary rival was a man named Oren Crane, the king's half-brother. His uncle, I say. Yes, Ryan says. But I don't believe they knew much of each other before the conflict. Power changed hands many times over the course of months. And what happened to Oren Crane, says Harriston. Was he killed? No, but he made enough enemies that his allies began to fall, one by one, until he had no choice but to yield. Now the country has stabilized under this new leadership, and focus has shifted to rebuilding instead of fighting, which is why I'm here now. So you're close with this new king, says Coric. Close? No. But I spend enough time on their shores that I've earned their trust. I truly do have an interest in helping them rebuild. I knew of the conflict with Kandala's former kings, but I have my father's ship and his seal. I offered to sail here to act in good faith. He holds Coric's eyes. It would be my pleasure to escort the king's justice and act as liaison with Austrieri's court as well. I don't need you to act as liaison, Coric says. Rian smiles. I suppose I'll just sail the ship then. What about the fevers? I say. Do you worry about carrying disease to Austrieri? He hesitates, looking around the table. Rumor says that it's not contagious, that there's no rhyme or reason to who is affected. Is that true? Yes,
I admit. He considers this. Austrieri is desperate enough for steel that I'm willing to risk contagion, at least on a small scale. If it becomes an issue, we have more than enough moonflower to go around. What are your terms? Says Harriston. What do you require to bring this to pass? My terms? Rian sits back in the chair, and he glances between the king and the prince. Do you expect me to ask for chests full of silver? Do you have many to spare? Don't play with me. I'm not playing. I'm not doing this for myself. We need steel. You need moonflower petals. He casts a dark glance at the end of the table. Since apparently your own countrymen are reluctant to provide them. We need steel? Harriston repeats. Your father may have been loyal to Kandala, but you've clearly changed allegiance. Rian hesitates, then frowns. It's not a matter of allegiance. I spent a quarter of my life there, Your Majesty. There was no escaping the fighting. I was forced to pick a side, just like everyone else. He pauses. I want both countries to have what they need, and I don't see any reason why you can't come to terms with the new king himself. He seems to be a reasonable man. He also wants to rebuild. He glances down at Alessander and Laurel again. He doesn't want to take advantage of suffering people to line his own pockets. My heart is a steady thrum in my chest. Maybe it is naive, but I believe him. I believe every word. And it's not just the strength of his conviction, it's the loyalty of his crew. The way Marchand looked to him when he said the words broken and bleeding. The way they all declared that they wouldn't sail for anyone else. He just turned down silver when surely he has the leverage to demand it. It's the first time I've heard someone speak of hope and promise without caveats and conditions. Maybe that's what gives me the courage to look at Cork and say, you should go. He hasn't looked away from the captain. Oh, I should I? Yes, because I want to go with you. He snaps his head around like I told him I want to leap off the roof. Tessa! I do, I say. Consul Salister clearly has no desire to give us enough medicine. If Austrieri has moonflower, this could help all of Kandala, Cork. This could buy us more time to protect more people while we deliver a better cure. This could be the very key to finding a way out of this sickness. The table falls silent, and I realize my voice has grown loud, impassioned. Across the table, Captain Blakemore is regarding me with raised eyebrows. Forgive the prince's pet apothecary, Captain, Alessander says from his end of the table. She understands little of politics and negotiation. On the contrary, says Captain Blakemore. His eyes don't leave mine. I sense that Miss Cade understands quite a bit. Finding more medicine shouldn't be a matter of negotiation, I say hotly. No, Cork agrees. It shouldn't. His jaw is tight, and I can't tell if it's anger at Alessander or concern over what the captain is offering. Likely both. Your Majesty, says Laurel, surely you have considered that this could be a trick or a ruse? Why would I need to trick you, says Captain Blakemore. Austrieri has more than enough moonflower to offer as fair trade. Put us back on the ship and I'll fetch more to prove it. He glances at the end of the table again. But it would take me several weeks, possibly a month or more. From these conversations, I sense you're rather desperate. We are, I say. Besides, I add determinedly, thinking of the way the prince fetched me from the confectioner's. Who else are you going to trust to inspect their supply? Cork hesitates, and I know I've got him. But then I glance across the table sheepishly. If I'm invited? If I call him Rian, I think Cork might actually catch on fire, so I say, Captain Blakemore? He smiles, and a light of true amusement flickers in his eyes.
He's no fool himself.
I would be honored, Miss Cade. If we accept your offer, says Hairston, I will assemble a team of sailors to accompany you.
At that, Rian looks up. No. Hairston's eyebrows go up.
As you are amenable to terms, Rian continues, I'll place one restriction. No sailors, no navigators. One ship, mine. You've already indicated a worry about contagion, and Austriary's king is still dealing with a strained court. Their people are recovering from war. If you are able to reach a point of accord with their king, I will happily teach your shipment to navigate the open sea beyond the southern point. But until then, I will not be responsible for bringing the naval forces of a potential rival into the waters of Austriary.
Hairston says nothing for a long moment, but then he coughs. I glance over in alarm. So does everyone else at the table. It's only one cough, brief and brought under control readily. Hairston casts a briefly annoyed glance at Corrick, who looks ready to spring out of his chair. The captain watches all of this, then spreads his hands.
I understand your hesitation, he says. If you would prefer that I return with a letter or a request, it would be my pleasure.
Hairston considers, then glances at Corrick.
We'll discuss your offer, Captain Blakemore.
He pauses.
If not sailors, I will send guards with my people. You cannot expect less than that.
Rian nods.
Understood.
If Miss Cade will be in attendance, I would like to sail as well,
Laurel says from the end of the table.
You can't be serious,
Alessander says in a rush.
I am,
she says.
I would like to be privy to these negotiations to ensure fair trade is maintained.
Captain, says Marchand, and the quartermaster's raspy voice draws the attention of everyone at the table.
The Dawn Chaser is not a passenger ferry. We have limited quarters and staff.
Indeed, says Rian. He looks at Hairston.
I'll limit your number to 6, including guards.
12, says the king. 6. When Hairston frowns, the captain adds, This is not a negotiation. I'm thinking of the safety of my crew and your people, your majesty. He's so resolute, so principled. It's a bit fascinating when compared to the king who's been forced to negotiate and cajole to maintain control, when compared to Corrick, who'd been forced to kill to maintain control. Then again, Captain Blakemore has a ship and a small crew. Hairston and Corrick have a whole country overrun by illness and desperation. I'll step aside in favor of more guards. I glance at Corrick. Or whatever you think you'll need. His eyes are ice blue, but they thaw when he looks at me. I haven't agreed to go at all yet. Rian glances between the two of us.
I'll await your decision, Your Highness, he says.
He gives me another smile.
Miss Cade, I certainly hope you make the cut.
Chapter 9. Corrick. By midnight, dinner is long gone, and the sky is very dark outside my brother's window, clouds obscuring the stars. It's too hot during the daytime for a fire, so the hearth sits cold, and a warm breeze eases through the room to ruffle the papers on Hairston's desk. I'm sprawled in his desk chair. We've received early reports from the docks at Artist that confirm ships departed for exploratory journeys over 30 years ago that never returned. After dinner, Hairston sought out Royden himself, asking more pointed questions that seemed to strain the old man's memories. Royden said he does remember many lively debates about the price of iron coming out of Steel City. He said that Barnard Montague, the former consul of Trader's Landing, used to rant about not getting a cut of the profits when steel had to pass through his sector. We can't ask Barnard directly because he was implicated in the assassination that killed our parents, and he died in the attack. I should be working through all of these details, trying to draw parallels. trying to figure out all the points of risk and reward. I should be planning, strategizing, working through the risk of traveling to a relatively unknown country and whether it's worth the potential reward of bringing more medicine back to Kandala. Instead, I keep replaying the moment when Captain Blakemore quite obviously captured Tessa's attention. She's so clever, so brave, so empathetic. Unfortunately, he seems to be the same. I saw the way his crew looked at him when he referred to the war. There's no way to fake that kind of loyalty. We need steel. You need moonflower petals, since apparently your own countrymen are reluctant to provide them. It's a harsh contrast to the moment I was holding a dagger to that man's throat in the candy shop, or when I had to dash Tessa's hopes about Laurel Pepperleaf's interest in her findings. Thanks, she said. I hate it here. Me too. Jealousy isn't an emotion that lodges in my brain very often. I'm the brother to the king, so I rarely want for anything. I've spent years shoving away fear and anger and disappointment to where they can't be seen. With jealousy, I have no practice. The emotion isn't about Captain Blakemore anyway. Not truly. I barely know him. It's about everything I can't be for Tessa.
Corrick,
says Harriston. His voice calls me back and I look over. What?
I asked if you trust him.
I'm not sure. There's a part of me that wants to. I think of the man who strode into the palace this afternoon. He's charming, appropriately deferential, yet also unwavering in his commitment to his crew and his mission. His story is solid, right down to the flag from his ship and the ring on his finger. His people have caused no trouble, and Harriston was right. Their loyalty is impressive. It does speak to Captain Blakemore's character, especially when he's asked for nothing more than a chance to establish trade between countries. No coins, no jewels, not even a better ship or a bigger crew. And he certainly could have asked for all of it.
Are you truly unsure?
Harriston says.
Or are you worried that he's caught Tessa's eye?
That's so on point that I frown and look over. Do you really think he's caught her eye? He sighs and runs a hand down his face.
Corey.
I give an aggravated sigh myself. Fine, I don't distrust him. I pause. I'm sure it's also occurred to you that if he made it here unscathed and unnoticed, this new king could have a whole naval force just waiting to see what we say.
Yes, I've considered it. I didn't stop a revolution just to get embroiled in a war.
A war we wouldn't win. Not right now. Harriston doesn't need me to tell him that. If you send me, I say, it will further complicate matters with the rebels. Tessa can remain here, I suppose, but they already don't trust us. I'm sure they'll believe that any moonflower we receive from Austriary will go right into the royal sector.
I considered that too.
He's watching me now, gauging my reaction.
Which is why I believe you should bring Tessa, seeing as she's willing to go.
My heart kicks, but then my brother adds,
along with the rebel Lachlan.
What? I demand. Why?
Because Captain Blakemore has limited our number to 6, and that will allow for 3 guards. Laurel Pepperleaf will demand to go as well, but I will refuse. I want to send a message to her father that I will not pander to their sector any longer. If there are other avenues for medicine, we have a duty to explore them, and I will not risk Moonlight Plains interfering in the negotiations when they're already threatening to halve their production. We will see what Austriary has to offer, and we will negotiate accordingly.
Half the consuls were ready to overthrow the throne, Korik. This is a delicate balance from all sides. No, I know that, but what does that have to do with Lachlan? He doesn't represent a sector from a position of authority. For us to extend an invitation to one of the rebels instead of someone in a position of privilege, it will be seen as an extension of trust, and I believe it will go far to convince the people of the wilds and the wealthy sectors that we are considering the needs of all our citizens. I study him, and it'll get him out of the way so he can't plan any attacks while I'm gone. Harriston gives me a sly smile. That too. I don't smile back. He keeps hiding a cough. The consuls can't be trusted. We were under attack a few short weeks ago. I don't want to leave him alone. But if Austrieri has medicine, I don't think we should wait. I don't think we can wait. My life, as always, seems torn between poor options. A hand raps at the door, and we both look up in surprise. It's after midnight, and I wonder if it's Quint. He's the only person in the palace who sleeps less than I do, and the only one who might be looking for either of us at this hour. But a guard calls out, "Your Majesty, Guardsman Rocco has requested an audience." That is a surprise. I raise my eyebrows and look at Harriston. Rocco was at the king's side for most of the day. Hasn't Rocco been off duty for hours?
Yes.
Harriston frowns, but he calls,
"Send him in."
The guardsman strides through the doors to stand at attention, but he's no longer in his palace livery and armor. I don't think I've ever seen him in ordinary clothes, but he's no less imposing in calfskin pants and a button jerkin.
"Your Majesty,"
he says. His eyes flick to me.
"Your Highness, forgive me for interrupting. I know the hour's late."
Forgiven, I say easily, because I'm more curious than annoyed. Rocco looks to my brother.
"I would have sent a message to the guard captain, but I thought it best if I spoke with you directly." "Go ahead, Eric."
I blink, startled. Is that your first name?
"It is."
I don't believe I've ever heard it. I don't know why this is startling, whether it's Harriston's casual use of it or the fact that I never considered it. Maybe both. The man saved my life. I feel like I should have known. Maybe I look poleaxed because the guardsman gives me an ironic nod and adds,
"A pleasure to meet you, Your Highness."
His tone is so dry that it almost makes me smile. I don't know any of Harriston's guards well, but I've liked Rocco since the day the palace was attacked. I should probably like him best for saving my life, but that's not it. It's that he was willing to obey my order to break Alessander's fingers to prevent the consul from overthrowing Harriston. Then again, maybe that says more about me than the guardsman. Harriston gives me a withering glance.
"Go ahead, Rocco,"
he says.
"I understand you will be selecting guards to sail to Austrieri,"
he says.
"Captain Huxley presumes you will not choose from among your personal guard, but I would like to volunteer." "Why?"
says Harriston.
"Captain Blakemore is not allowing any sailors from Kandala on board his ship."
Rocco glances at me.
"But I believe the risk to the king's justice is rather great."
"So you believe members from the king's personal guard should go?" I say. "Right now, the risk to Harriston is far greater."
"I don't disagree, but a sailor loyal to Kandala should be on board. Someone with the experience to know the route followed, the way the ship is sailed."
He hesitates.
"Someone who could bring the ship back if something were to happen to Captain Blakemore.
I can't simply dress up a sailor as a guardsman, Hairston says. No, Your Majesty, Rocco agrees. But you could send a guardsman who knows his way around a ship. I grew up around the docks in Sunkeep. My brother and his wife still sail the trade route along the coast of Sunkeep in Steel City. I joined them when I took a week's leave last spring. Interesting. Hairston and I exchange a glance. So you'll be a sailor and a spy, I say. A guard, he says a bit ruefully. I'll keep you alive, Your Highness, and I'll be able to ensure your safe passage, regardless of what happens to Captain Blakemore. The weight of those words sink in as he looks to Hairston. I wanted to make this offer before you made any announcements, so there would be no later changes that might invite questions. I watch my brother turn this around in his head, examining it from all angles, looking for points of weakness. When he settles on one, it's not something I considered. This is a good suggestion, Hairston says. You didn't want to discuss this with the guard captain? The guardsman hesitates. Captain Huxley still has not determined how the rebels were able to gain access to the palace during the initial revolt. I've already seen how quickly Rian Blakemore and his crew have heard rumors about the royal sector. Rather specific rumors about you, Your Highness, and Miss Tessa as well. If I made my skills known to Captain Huxley, I worried that there would be no way to keep them secret. He has my full attention now. Are you saying you think the guard captain is a security risk? Rocco glances between me and my brother. He might be in the king's personal guard, which carries some benefits, but he's not an officer. Making an unfounded claim against the guard captain could put him out of a job, and he looks like he's just realized he's cornered himself. Go ahead, says Hairston. Answer freely. Rocco hesitates again, but then he nods, and I realize that he might not trust the guard captain, but he must trust my brother. Captain Huxley has been known to accept a bit of coin for gossip about the royal family. If someone started asking questions, I think he's likely to look the other way if a bit of silver crossed his palm. Are there any other guards with your skill? Says Hairston. Not that I know of, but again, I didn't want to inquire and invite questions. Hairston nods. Very well. I'll accept your offer. I'll be sending 3 guards. Choose the 2 who you feel would make the best match for this assignment and bring me their names when you're on duty tomorrow. Anyone but Thorin. Don't go through the guard captain. I'll tell him I made the selection myself. Rocco's eyes widen in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. You're dismissed, Hairston says. Once he's gone, I say, the guard captain will choke when you don't involve him in the decision. Rocco has earned the chance to choose his own team. He pauses, and I trust him to bring guards who will be loyal. I study him. I don't like that he doesn't trust Captain Huxley. It makes me not want to leave, but I don't say that. Why did you tell him not to choose Thorin? He probably would have been his first choice. Because you're leaving. For the first time, I see the worry in his eyes that I already feel in my gut. I need someone I can trust too, Corey. It's late enough when I leave my brother's room that I expect Quint to be asleep, but when I stride down the hallway to his chambers, I find him up and waiting with a half-finished bottle of wine and a quarter-finished book. His door was slightly ajar when I arrived, but I push it closed behind me. Quint slips a piece of paper into the book to mark his place, then adds it to the pile of books and papers on his desk. Servants tend his rooms just the same as everywhere else in the palace, so my friends' quarters aren't messy, but there's definitely a good dose of clutter, as if one thing drew his attention before something else claimed it. I remove his abandoned jacket from the other chair, toss it onto the foot of his bed, then drop into the chair myself. He doesn't ask if I want a glass of wine. He simply takes one look at me and pours. "It's late," he says. "I wasn't expecting you." I raise an eyebrow. "I'm never asleep at this hour." "At dinner, you looked ready to take Captain Blakemore's head off. I fully expected you to be spending the evening making Tessa forget that a ship even sailed into port." I frown and take a gulp of wine. I probably should be, but I was worried that every petty and jealous thought would find its way out of my head. She's asleep by now anyway. Probably. I wish I could stop thinking of that moment in the carriage when she was afraid, and some of her fear was of me. This is too complicated. I shove the thoughts away and focus on more immediate matters. "I was discussing Blakemore's offer with Hairston," I say. "Are you going to go?" "Yes." His eyebrows go up. Maybe he wasn't expecting such a definite answer so quickly. "Tessa was right," I say with a sigh. And as much as I hate it, he seems earnest enough. If they're willing to provide medicine in exchange for steel, we have an obligation to do what we can to provide for our people. I tell him about Hairston's suggestions for Lachlan to attend, and Rocco's clandestine offer. "I don't like this uncertainty among the palace guards," Quint says, "especially now." I agree, I say. I think about the day that Tessa snuck into the palace. She followed some girls right into the servants' entrance, and even though I had the guard dismissed who overlooked it, this is the first time I examined that moment from a new angle. Could the guard have been prepped, or bribed, to allow a rebel into the palace? But Tessa herself did it on a whim. She wasn't an assassin. Did someone else slip into the palace that day? It's been too long. There's no way to know. I sigh. Any kind of instability among the guards puts Hairston at risk. I wonder if there are others who feel similarly about Captain Huxley. I pause, thinking. I wonder if he's the only one. Quint reaches for one of his little folios and makes a note on the page. "Many of the guardsmen linger with the kitchen girls. I'll find a reason to be in the kitchens and see what I can find out." He sets down his fountain pen to look back at me. "You're not as severe as you used to be. I wonder if that's emboldened some dissenters." I grunt non-committally. As much as I want to disagree, a man leapt at me with a knife in the middle of a candy store this afternoon. My chest is tight with indecision. I hated being cruel Korik, but I hate the idea that not being cruel Korik will bring about more problems. Especially if I'm about to leave. Tessa once asked me why I couldn't just step out of my role and lose myself into the wilds as Weston Lark if I hated the palace life so much. I couldn't leave my brother. That's what I told her. And now, I'm doing exactly that. Rebels got into the palace a few weeks ago and we narrowly escaped. Would Hairston be able to escape again if he were alone? I might have Lachlan with me, but that doesn't mean there aren't 100 others who could build an explosive. I wish I could go to Tessa, but I'm terrified of admitting weakness just now, as if putting voice to my fears would make them more real. I'd give anything to don a mask and climb down a rope and find her in the workshop the way I used to. Now everything is just as dangerous, and somehow 10 times more complicated. And Weston Lark is dead anyway. I frown and run a hand back through my hair. Corrick. Quint's quiet voice snaps me out of my reverie, and I realize it's the second time that's happened this evening. What? As much as I adore being audience to your silent angst, I should remind you that it is late. He's right, and I'm being rude. I sigh, drain my wineglass, and stand. But then I stop. Quint wasn't sleeping. He was reading. His door was open. There was an empty wineglass waiting. You never chase me out of your quarters, I muse. I'm hardly chasing you. Quint! I feign a gasp. Are you waiting on someone? He gives me a look. Don't invent drama for me when your own is too much to bear. He's probably right, but now I've found a thread to pull and I want it all to unravel. Who is it? I say. No one, truly. He'd fool anyone else in this palace, including my brother, but I know Quint far too well. I lean in. You're lying. He sighs. You have far more important things to worry about. Please tell me it's Captain Blakemore, because that would solve the vast majority of my problems. I rather doubt it would. As your friend, I add conspiratorially, I do feel an obligation to warn you that I didn't get the impression that he would be interested in Corrick. I stop. Honestly. He gives me a withering glance. It's not Captain Blakemore, and it's nowhere near as salacious as what you're imagining. But that's all you're getting out of me this evening. Fine. I smile, and for a moment I'm grateful that he's given me something to draw my attention away from matters that seem so impossible. Enjoy your visit. I say visit like I mean something else entirely, but Quint doesn't take the bait. He picks up the book he was reading when I walked in. Have a pleasant evening, Your Highness. Yes, of course, Master Quint. My smile turns into a grin. I'll leave the door open when I go. But at the door, I hesitate. A moment of distraction isn't enough to bury all my worries. Quint looks up. He knows me as well as I know him, because any teasing disappears from his voice. I truly wasn't chasing you out. Sit, if you need to sit. A game of chess, perhaps. I consider it for a moment, but he clearly was waiting for someone, so I shake my head. You're right, I should retire. But I still don't move. Quint waits. He's never had to do this alone, I say quietly. He looks at me steadily. Neither have you. The thought is jarring, but of course he's right. I've been thinking of all the risks to Hairston. I hadn't considered that we'll be apart for the first time since our parents died. I hadn't considered that I'll be boarding a boat to negotiate the price of steel with a king I've never met in a kingdom I know little about. I have to force worries out of my head, or I'll stride right back down the corridor to tell Hairston I've changed my mind. But I look back at my friend, one of the few people in this palace I truly trust. Take care of him, Quint. He nods. You have my word.
Chapter 10. The Outlaw. It's late, and I'm tired. I trudge the empty paths of the wilds with a heavy step. The sky above is an inky black, clouds obscuring any stars, keeping the woods dark and full of ominous shadows. A misting rain fills the air. The moon is so faint, it might be a memory. I'm leaving coins with less care this morning. A handful here, a tiny stack there. I don't look for messages in the dust or touch any waiting gifts. I just want to do what I can before there's any chance I'll be missed. I dip a hand in my pouch for a handful of coins, then move to drop them beside the axe blade at the 5th house. "Don't be mad, Fox," says a soft voice. My heart trips and stumbles, but there's a part of me that isn't surprised. I sigh and turn. "You gave your word, Violet." I know. She uncurls from the shadows, shivering in her sleeping shift. Her eyes are wild and guileless. "I started to think maybe I imagined it, like maybe it was a dream. I had to make sure you were real." "I'm real." I glance at her feet, bare in the grass. A bandage is still tied tightly in place, but it's not the same torn muslin I used. "How's the foot?" "Good," she whispers, and there's a gleeful note in her voice, as if she's relieved I'm not angry at her. "I told my mother it happened in the stable." I nod and drop the coins in the stump beside the axe, then turn away to move on. She swishes through the long grass to walk beside me. I sigh and keep walking. Maybe if I say nothing, she'll grow bored and go home. I'm not that lucky. "Where do you go next?" she says. "Right back where I came from if you insist on following." "My cousin doesn't think you're from the wilds. You've got too many coins. That's why you wear the mask, right? Why did you pick red? Are you—" "Violet." I round on her. Her eyes stare back at me, wide and innocent. "What?" "Go home." "But I want to help you." "You can't." I glance down. "And even if you could, you're in bare feet. You'll end up with something worse than an arrowhead." "I'm always in bare feet. I walked my toes through my last pair of boots, and Mama says there'll need to be snow on the ground before she'll find coins for a new pair." Oh. Despite what I'm doing, I'd somehow forgotten just how very desperate some of these people are. I reach into my pouch and pull out another few coppers. "Here," I say brusquely. "That should be enough for boots to last until then." "Oh." She takes them and slips them into a pocket of her sleeping shift. "Thank you, Fox. But I'll give them to Toby. He lives next door. His dad broke his arm, so he can't work at the mill. Mama has been baking them extra bread." Her voice drops. "Toby's mother died last winter." I'm not sure what to say. I want to give her another handful of coins, but there's a part of me that wonders if she'll just give them to another neighbor. She glances at the path, and her eyebrows flicker into a frown. "Don't you have more coins to leave?" "I do." I turn and start walking again. She strides along beside me. "Maybe people will see us and think we're Wes and Tessa." She sounds like this would be an ideal scenario. "The whole point is not to be seen," I say. "But I saw you." "Trust me, I'm regretting it all." A shout erupts somewhere ahead of us on the path, and I swear, then duck into the foliage, dragging Violet with me. She squeals at the suddenness of it, and I slap my hand over her mouth. "Quiet!" I snap in her ear, my voice low and rough. She nods quickly behind my hand. Her breathing is quick, and she's all but straining against my grip, trying to see the path. Footsteps are definitely heading this way. "I hate going out all this way," a man is saying. "That rebel meeting isn't supposed to be until the end of the week." Rebel meeting? I'm frozen in place. "I know," grunts another one, "but I saw the coins on a step. That thief is out tonight." I bristle. I'm not a thief. Violet cranes her head around to look at me. My heart is pounding in my chest, begging for action. I glance down. My clothes are all shades of black and brown, invisible in the faint moonlight. but her sleeping shift is pale and might as well be a beacon in the darkness. "Take off your mask," she whispers behind my hand. My eyes snap to hers. "What?" "Take off your mask. Say you are taking your sick sister to find a physician." What?" She gives me an exasperated look, like I'm the crazy one, then flops against my shoulder dramatically, her head lolling back, her eyes half open. She goes limp, so quickly that I barely catch her before she tumbles into the undergrowth. Well, damn. "Look," a man calls, and I swear inwardly. "What's that up there?" I'm frozen in place. I can't take this mask off. I can't. Or maybe I can. It's the middle of the night and there's little moonlight. I couldn't name a single officer in the night patrol, and I rarely have cause to be in the wilds. The chance of anyone here recognizing me at this hour is low, but not non-existent. Violet hisses, "Move, Fox." I reach up and jerk the mask over my head, scrubbing my hand through my hair to muss it up, then shove the silken red fabric down into my pouch. I stand, dragging her with me, trying to awkwardly scoop her into my arms. She doesn't help at all. I'd be impressed by her commitment to the act if I weren't so irritated. "Who's there?" another man shouts, and I hear the click of a crossbow bolt being loaded. This could go very badly. I take a slow breath so I can strip any tension from my voice. "Is that the night patrol?" I call. "I need to get my sister to a physician." I try to add a plaintive tone to my words, but I wasn't prepared to perform on demand, and I likely just sound aggravated. "She can't wake." Violet somehow goes even more limp, and she nearly slips through my arms. I adjust my grip, then pick her up fully. She's even thinner than I thought. Then I can't think at all because 2 crossbows are pointed right at me. I've envisioned this outcome a dozen times, but my imagination didn't prepare me for the bolt of fear that pierces my chest. I almost can't breathe around it. For an instant, my thoughts spin because it's obvious that they don't recognize anything about me, and just as obvious that they'd pull those triggers without thinking twice about it. I'm alone, and it's dark, and there'd be no one around to care. No one would even notice. Not for hours. "Please," I say. I have to clear my throat because my breathing has gone ragged. My sister." Violet lets out a low, painful moan. One of the men lowers his crossbow, and he leans in. "What's wrong with her?" She didn't have the sense to listen when a masked outlaw told her to go home. "I don't know," I say. "I found her like this." I think better of it, then tack on, "Sir." In my arms, Violet begins making retching sounds, and it's so realistic that I almost fall for it myself. But the man springs back. I hold her toward the other man with the crossbow. "She can't stop vomiting, sir. Can you help me carry her?" He stumbles back a step, too. "Oh no, Will," she moans. The hand flops onto her stomach. "It's gonna come out the other end." If she somehow makes that happen, I'm absolutely dropping her. But the first patrolman grabs the other's arm and jerks him back another step. "Get her to the physician, then," he snaps. "Be quick about it. You're not supposed to be out after midnight." "Yes," I say quickly, nodding like a fool. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." He glances at Violet and curls his lip when she groans again. But then he turns away, striding through the darkness. I keep walking, sticking to the main path. Violet hangs limply in my arms and doesn't make a sound aside from the plaintive moans. Eventually, they're long out of sight, and I'm out of breath from carrying her for so long. For as thin as she is, she's certainly not tiny. The next time she lets out a sound, I say, "That's quite enough." They're gone. She all but springs out of my arms and grins at me. I was rather good, wasn't I? Good enough, I allow. I shove my hand into my pouch to find the mask. "I saved your life, Fox." I give her a look. "You endangered it by following me." She scowls. I ignore it and untie the knot in the red silk so I can put the mask back on. As I do, though, I realize she's studying me. Maybe it's not as dark as I thought. I set my jaw and turn away, glaring into the woods. I've taken too many chances tonight. Forget what you saw. I don't want to, she says dreamily. You're more handsome than I imagined. That's so unexpected that it startles a smile out of me. She's barely more than a child. But I don't want to hurt her feelings, so I say, I'm honored, but my heart longs for another, Violet. Truly? She sighs. Is it very serious? That actually makes me laugh. Quite. I tie the knot in place, then turn back. Who's Will? My cousin, she pauses. What's your name? Fox is fine. I glance down the path, then up at the sky. What's the rebel meeting they were talking about? Do you know? She shakes her head, then nods. Mama says the benefactors have a new leader, but it's not one of the consuls. Interesting. Do you know where the meeting is? No, but most gatherings take place in the commons. Do you know it? I do, but I shake my head. It's not important. Will you be able to get home safely? She nods. I fish another handful of coins out of my pouch and hold them out to her. For boots, this time. She inhales sharply, but I narrow my eyes and she nods. Yes, Fox, she sighs. When she takes the coins, I study her in the darkness. I might not be able to come around very much for a while. Her eyes flash wide. What? Why? Because of me? Did I? No, not because of you. I hesitate. She's already seen my face, and hopefully I won't come to regret that. I can't afford to give her much more information. I will return as soon as I can. But for now, I have duties that will keep me away for a matter of days. Possibly weeks. Possibly forever. But I don't say that. Her lips part. But we need you. I flinch, then glance in the direction of the royal sector. I know, but right now, there are others who need me more.
Chapter 11. Tessa. I'm always surprised how quickly things can happen when people have money in hand. When I worked for Mistress Solomon, I remember she once had to wait 4 weeks to have a shipment of cream sent to a buyer in Sunkeep, just because she wasn't willing to pay a wagoner to make a special trip. I thought for sure the creams would go rancid from sitting out in the summer heat, but Mistress Solomon sent them anyway, saying it wasn't her fault that the buyer wasn't willing to pay a premium for faster delivery. But in the royal sector, it seems like all someone has to do is make a decision, and they can have whatever they want at their door in a few hours. For the king, it's sometimes a matter of minutes. After meeting him, I never considered Hairston to be a frivolous man, but there are times that he requests something offhandedly, completely oblivious to the time and effort it must take to fulfill his wishes. He'll call for tea, and it'll appear more quickly than it's possible to boil water. He'll order an assessment of steel shipments across Kandala over the last 50 years, and advisors will have stacks of paperwork to review within an hour. The king agreed to this mission to Austriary, and the traveling party was arranged and outfitted within a few days. My trunks were packed before I was even aware that I was going. I don't know many of the details because Hairston and Corrick have been tied up for much of the week, but it's clear that I'm to be included. Eagerness keeps making my heart skip. But now it's dusk on the 3rd day since the ship arrived, and I've hardly laid eyes on Corrick since the dinner with Captain Blakemore. The prince's tension was so potent at the table. It's obvious he doesn't like the other man, but it's hard to argue with a supply of moonflower petals when people are still dying and rebels are still calling for revolution. I know Corrick has been embroiled in planning with the king, but it's left me with a lot of time to stare at the ceiling and replay the conversations over and over again. I keep remembering Rian's voice when he said, "You have to force your sectors to provide medicine?" The captain is so principled. His people are so loyal. Kandala's people are terrified of Prince Korik. In the candy shop, for a spare moment, I was terrified of Prince Korik. I wonder what that says about his character. And my own. I often wonder what my parents would think of where I am now. I know they would have supported the way I was stealing medicine to distribute among the wilds. They were doing it first, after all. But then I ended up in the palace. I ended up working for the prince, and sometimes I wonder if I'm helping anyone at all. I don't like the direction of these thoughts. They always seem to travel in directions I don't want to explore. But I do think my parents would be proud of what I'm doing now. I'm going to Austriary to help negotiate for medicine. I once stood in the shadows with Korik and told him we should start a revolution, and later I helped the king stop one. But since then, I've been stuck in stuffy rooms, working with physicians or trying to negotiate with Lachlan. Everything is so slow, so ineffective. I've missed my nightly runs with Wes so much that I sometimes wake in the middle of the night and worry that I'm going to be late to the workshop before remembering that I'm in the palace and Wes doesn't exist. A knock sounds at my door and my heart leaps. Maybe he's finally found some time to see me. As usual, my future feels so uncertain. I need to look into Korik's blue eyes and hear the warmth in his voice. I need to erase the memory of the man on the floor of the candy shop, Korik's dagger stealing blood from his throat. I need to remember why we're doing this together, why I trust him at all. But a guard calls out, "His Royal Majesty, King Harriston." What? I have to slap a hand over my mouth to keep from saying it out loud. The king never visits me personally. If he wants to see me, he sends a summons. I all but choke on my breath and call out, Come in." I barely have a chance to get to my feet before the door swings wide, and then the king is in my room. "Your Majesty," I say, offering a curtsy. The door swings shut behind him, and I can't help but stare. We've always had a bit of an odd relationship. Even though we hiked through the wilds together and faced down the rebels side by side, I sometimes forget all of that when he's here in the palace being the king. He's Korik's brother, but he's still the most imposing man I know. I don't think I've been alone with Harriston since, well, ever. Harriston doesn't seem to notice or care, because he wastes absolutely no time. "The winds have turned," he says without preamble. "Captain Blakemore worries that a storm is brewing, and at this time of year it could last for days. My advisors concur." He pauses. "Rather than waiting to see how the storm manifests, you will be leaving this evening." I stare at him. This evening? I wish I could read something in his voice. I twist my hands together. "Yes, Your Majesty." "I will expect you to ensure everyone from Kandala continues to receive the correct measure of moonflower elixir each day," he says. "Quint is arranging for your apothecary tools to be on board the ship, along with a supply of moonflower from the palace stores." He pauses, and a new weight enters his voice. "I am entrusting you with this, Tessa." I take a deep breath, but nod. "Yes, of course." "We are all hopeful that Captain Blakemore has access to medicine that works equally as well, but we've been tricked before." "I understand." "The materials will be kept locked in your room. You will not allow anyone else to prepare the medicine. Is this understood?" There, I hear it in his voice. The fear. I nod quickly. "Yes, I understand." "I will have 4 weeks of medicine provided. You will attend with Prince Korik, of course, along with Lachlan Cresswell." My eyebrows shoot straight up. "You're sending Lachlan?" "Yes. If we are sending a contingent from Kandala to determine a better source for the moonflower, I felt it could be beneficial to send representatives of all my people." Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm staring at him like he told me the sky is green. "Do you disagree with my choice?" he says. "No, I'm surprised." I'm hopeful that it will go far to gain trust with the rebels. 3 guards will be joining you, Rocco and Kilburn, of my personal guard, as well as Silas of the palace guard. He hesitates. If you have any concerns about the medicine, about the captain, about anything at all, you are to bring them to Cork himself, or to Rocco. No one else, not even the other guards. Am I understood? I study him, trying to figure this out. There's more to all of this than he's saying. He's not offering more information, so I swallow and nod. Yes, Your Majesty. Harrison studies me back, and his scrutiny is intimidating. Sometimes when I'm in his presence, I simultaneously want to yell at him to do something, while I also just want to give him a hug. Because he's the king, I can't do either. Harrison's voice drops just a bit, until there's no danger of him being overheard outside this door. In reviewing records and shipping logs, we've been able to corroborate some of Captain Blakemore's story, he says. But this is not a journey without risk, Tessa. Captain Blakemore appears to be very forthright in his desire to help both Austrieri and Kandala, but this could still be a means to separate me from my brother, to an end that no one has foreseen. Sending Prince Korik is such a risk, but I know why the king wouldn't send someone else. Harrison doesn't trust anyone else. The king is always stoic, even in the moments when he should be vulnerable. I remember Korik sitting in the carriage telling me why Harrison never has a companion by his side, and it's a bit heartbreaking. If anyone needs a little gentle care, the king should probably be at the top of the list. I think about the royal brothers' lot in life often, and I wonder if they would have ruled entirely differently if, after their parents were killed, the consuls had found the patience to show them a moment of grace instead of bickering over the throne and who could volley for most power. I have one more request for you, the king says, and this is a request I would like to keep between us. He pauses. Just us, not even my brother. I hesitate. Am I allowed to ask what it is before I agree to that? I would like for you to prepare a month's worth of elixir, he says. For me alone. I frown. You distrust your physicians? I say quietly. I'm worried the disloyalty in the palace runs deeper than any of us realize. There are very few people I trust, Tessa. 3 of you are climbing aboard a ship tonight. Now I understand why Harrison wants to keep this a secret. If Cork knew his brother was this worried, he wouldn't go. I frown. I can't make medicine that would last for a month. It wouldn't be effective. Storm clouds fill his eyes, so I rush on. You once said you spent a lot of time with the palace physicians. If I put together the pieces, maybe you could mix everything together yourself each day? He's studying me, but for a bare instant, a flicker of fear and uncertainty crosses his features. It wouldn't be difficult, I say. I can create vials with most of the mixture, but you'd have to grind the moonflower yourself, then add the powder. I can separate petals so you wouldn't have to weigh them. Do you have somewhere to hide everything? Yes. I'll send Quint to fetch whatever you can prepare. Quint. I'm sure Cork will miss his friend, but I'm glad the palace master will be here to look out for Harrison. I nod briskly. I'll do it right now. I'll label everything. He nods and takes a step back, and that flicker of fear and uncertainty crosses his features again. I almost reach out to squeeze his hand. But then it all smooths out, and he's the forbidding king once again. Farewell, Tessa, he says. I curtsy again. Farewell, I say, and the word carries so much more weight than it should. Your Majesty. Without another word, he opens the door, and the king disappears into the hallway. I've lived in Ardis all my life, so I'm familiar with the docks on both sides of the Queen's River. My parents used to travel by ferry across the river once a week to tend to workers at both harbors. I remember gaping at some of the larger ships that would transport wealthy citizens up and down the river, or the massive cargo vessels that were always stacked high with crates of goods from all over Kandala. Flags and sails are always snapping in the wind, workers calling out instructions from every direction. Dozens of shops line the streets around the harbors, so it's a bustling, busy area, especially in the summertime. The fever sickness always runs rampant along the river, and I've never been able to determine whether it's from the close quarters shared by the workers, or if it has more to do with the constant contact with other illnesses that might make boatmen more susceptible to the fever. My father used to say that everyone at the harbor would end up with a fever and a cough eventually. It's late when my carriage draws up to the docks, but more people are about than I expect. Oil lamps line the crowded walkways, and someone has installed a few electric spotlights to point at the pier where the wealthiest vessels have been moored. When I step down from my carriage, I spot the ship at once, because there's no mistaking a vessel that has a full contingent of royal guards surrounding the gangway, awaiting the arrival of the King's Justice. Harriston is bidding his brother farewell at the palace in some kind of brief public ceremony, but I was sent ahead to ensure the medicinal supplies are as they should be. I don't mind because it gives me a chance to look up at the ship without all the guards and fanfare that Prince Korik will bring with him. Clouds hang heavy in the sky, so the sails are wide and gray in the filtered moonlight, fluttering in the wind. The name Dawn Chaser has been painted in swirling white script along the hull. It's not as big as many of the other ships, but it's much larger than I expected after Captain Blakemore refused to take any more than 6 people. Then again, the captain is clearly worried too. That's why he didn't want any sailors or navigators on board. This journey is requiring trust on both sides. I intend to wait with the carriage, but Rocco and Kilburn are off to the side of the guards, standing at attention, waiting like the others. They're in palace livery stitched with blue and purple, with a few weapons at hand, but unlike the other guards, they wear no armor. I think of the king telling me that I can only bring concerns to Rocco, not any of the other guards. He must trust the others to some extent if he's sending them on this trip, but the warning still gives me pause. When I approach, Rocco glances at me and gives me a nod. "Miss Tessa?" "Rocco," I say. "I'm really glad you're coming." I mean it, too. Most of the palace guards are formal with me, but Rocco has always been kind and a bit more open. He and Thorin saved all of our lives when the palace was under attack, and that's created a bond among us all that seems to transcend rank and title. Rocco nods to the man standing beside him. "Kilburn will be with us as well. Guardsman Silas is already on board." Kilburn isn't as tall as Rocco, but he's easily as broad across the shoulders. He's a bit older, too, probably close to 30, with short blonde hair and ruddy cheeks. "Kilburn," I say, "I'm glad to make your acquaintance." "As am I, Miss Tessa," he smiles. "I'm honored to be chosen for the journey." There's an interesting weight to the way he says that, and I'm trying to puzzle it out when Rocco says dryly, "He means it's good pay. Kilburn's wife is expecting their first child." "Well, that's charming. Congratulations." His smile widens and his cheeks redden further. "I didn't want to leave her, but Sarah all but shoved me out the door. I want to buy her a house before the baby comes." He looks as aloof and indomitable as the rest of the king's personal guard, but when he talks about his wife and future baby, his eyes sparkle, and I can hear the affection in his tone. Not just affection, excitement. "When is she due?" I ask. "Late autumn, we think." "And she's feeling well?" His eyes soften even more, and he nods. "Very well, thank you." I like him. I'm glad he's coming. There's something very calming about his presence that has already eased my nerves. "No armor," I say to them. "It's traveling with us by chest," says Rocco. "We'll have it once we arrive in Austriary." A male voice speaks from behind me. "If an armored guardsman goes overboard, he turns into an anchor." I turn to find Captain Blakemore striding down the gangway leading to his ship. His dark hair is a bit windblown, and his eyes are in shadow, but despite all the guards, he looks more relaxed here than he did at dinner. He's clearly at home on his ship. His jacket is unbuttoned, revealing a short dagger belted at the waist. "Miss Cade," he says, then offers me a bow. As I curtsy in return, my cheeks warm in spite of myself. I don't think I'll ever get used to anyone treating me with courtly manners, especially outside the palace. "Captain Blakemore?" "The guardsmen won't be going overboard," Rocco says, and there's a note in his voice that somehow makes it sound like a warning. "I rather hope no one will be going overboard," the captain says brightly. He offers me his arm. "Miss Cade, would you like to come aboard?" "I have things that I need to keep with me." I pause. "I can wait for a porter." "As you like. But I hate to leave you in the rain when some of the others have already selected their rooms." "Oh." I'm not sure what to say or do. Captain Blakemore's eyes search mine. Forgive me. Will you be sharing quarters with Prince Corrick? If you'd like for him to be present to choose, I can offer— No! I break off and flush again, because I wasn't expecting a question like that, and I'm definitely not ready with an answer. I can't imagine Corrick would expect us to room together. "I'm here as an apothecary. I will have my own quarters, Captain." He watches the emotions play out on my face, then straightens. "Of course, Miss Cade. I apologize. My assumption was too bold." He pauses. "Once again, I sense that I have asked a question that might put you at risk." "No, I'm not. He's not." I break off. His expression is so earnest. It makes all my stammering feel foolish. Rocco saves me. "Miss Cade has earned the king's favor," he says, "and his protection." Again, the words carry a hint of warning, and the captain's eyes spark with intrigue. "Noted." I'm not sure what to say to that, either. A lick of wind carries across the dark water to swirl between us, ruffling his hair and swirling my skirts. A few drops of rain nip at my cheeks. "There's a storm coming," I say. "Is it safe to leave at night?" "The winds will put us well ahead of it," he smiles. "Water is water, Miss Cade. Tonight won't be our only night at sea." "Oh, yes, of course." Wind whips between us again, stronger this time, and I shiver as more rain strikes my cheeks. Behind me, Rocco says something too quiet for me to hear, but a moment later, I realize Kilburn is pulling my apothecary trunk from the carriage. "I can ensure your things reach your quarters," he says. He nods to the captain. I open my mouth, then close it. "Well, I suppose we can get out of the rain." The captain offers his arm again. After a moment, I take it. The gangway isn't very long, and as we draw close to the top, I see lanterns have been hung along the main deck, and figures and shadows are tying ropes and moving crates. I recognize Lieutenant Tagus and the others who were at dinner, but there are a few people I haven't seen before. They're calling orders and directions to each other, and there's a sense of hurried preparation. No animosity, just a lively camaraderie. These are sailors who are used to working together. No, it's more than that. These are sailors who like working together. It's very different from the wary tension among the guards on the dock, the same wary tension that clings to the palace. That knot of worry in my belly eases, just a bit. The main deck is broad, with 3 masts supporting heavy sails, 2 of which are already unfurled. The largest mast is in the middle, nearly 30 feet high, with a crossbeam and crow's nest at the top. The ropes lashing the ship to the dock strain and creak as the wind catches the sails. At the front of the ship, there's a raised area leading to the prow, which is empty. But the back half, the aft, I think, has a set of doors that must lead into the officers' quarters. Ropes and chains and rigging seem to be everywhere, and 2 men are lugging crates toward an open panel on the deck that must lead to a ladder. The boat shifts in the wind and the younger one slips on the newly wet deck. The crate drops, cracking onto the planks. Wood creaks and splinters, but the crate stays together. Barely. The older man swears loudly, then growls. "I told you to have these in that hold an hour ago. And I told you that—" Captain Blakemore gives a short, sharp whistle through his teeth. "Gentlemen?" They startle, then look over. The older one looks a bit mollified. "Sorry, Captain." His Austrian accent is thicker than the people who joined us at dinner. He gives me a nod. "Miss?" But then he turns a glare on the other man and grabs hold of the crate. "Try not to break my foot this time, Brock." Brock takes hold of the other side and snorts derisively. "Once these crates are loaded, I have a mind to break your face." All right, maybe not everyone likes working together. The captain looks at me, and his eyes are bright, but his voice is sedate. Forgive my crew. They can be a bit rough-spoken. I notice that he has a hint of their accent, too. I didn't hear it at dinner. I wonder if it's stronger now that he's back among his shipmates. Something else he picked up in his 6 years in Australia, I suppose. I grew up around the docks, I say, waving off his concern. I'm no stranger to the mouth of a sailor. The ship rocks hard against the dock, and my fingers dig into Captain Blakemore's arm until I catch my balance. But then a second gust tilts the deck in the opposite direction, and I stumble forward right into his chest. He catches me easily, keeping me upright, seeming to have no trouble with the motion of the ship. I inhale sharply, because it puts us very close. His eyes are so dark in the shadowed moonlight. At my back, Kilburn clears his throat. I struggle to right myself. I'm sorry, it's windy. Another gust tugs at my skirts, and I nearly do it again. I wish I'd had the good sense to wear trousers. What were we saying? The captain smiles. You were saying that you're no stranger to the mouth of a sailor. In a second, I'm going to have to throw myself overboard. I know what you meant. He's still smiling, but his gaze has turned a bit appraising. So you're familiar with a ship, then? Oh, no. Well, a little. I was raised here in Ardis. My father was an apothecary, though. We used to treat the dock workers. I shiver. I've seen it all. Sun poisoning, the rose rash in the winter, the saltwater cough in the summer months, the rope burns from the ship sways, nearly knocking me right into his chest again. Even Kilburn staggers sideways with my trunk. Sorry, I say again. I'm sure I'll find my sea legs in no time. Captain Blakemore catches my arm, but this time he glances at the sky, then frowns. The easygoing look vanishes from his eyes. The 2 men from earlier are emerging from below the deck, and the captain looks to them. Brock, check that rigging. He looks across the deck, then whistles. Gwyn, he calls. Drop that mainsail. I want to shove off as soon as the prince is on board. Without missing a beat, he looks back at me. Come, Miss Kate. Let's get you under cover.
Chapter 12. Corrick. For all the memories I have of my brother sneaking out of the palace as a boy, I don't have any recent ones. The king can go where he likes, do what he likes, see who he likes. There's never any need to sneak anywhere. But tonight, he's in the back corner of my carriage, wrapped in a cloak. I'm so keyed up about the journey that I almost shout for a guard before I recognize him. Don't make a fuss, he says quietly. My heart is pounding so hard that I can't speak for a moment. I've stopped short in the doorway to the carriage, and a porter behind me says, Your Highness? I force air into my lungs. Yes, we should be on our way. I give my brother a look as I climb into the carriage, then tug the door closed behind me. You're lucky I didn't pull a weapon, I murmur. Outside, rain begins to patter on the roof of the carriage, and the driver clucks to the horses. As we begin rattling over cobblestones, I wait for Hairston to talk, but he says nothing, so I say nothing. The carriage bounces along forever until I finally say, "What are you doing?"
"I wanted to see you off."
"You just did that." And he did. It wasn't very grand, as we're leaving earlier than expected, but he said his goodbyes in the salon in front of the few courtiers in attendance. He said something appropriately regal and clasped my hand, but I was barely listening because my thoughts were screaming at me about the fact that any of this was happening. "No, Corey," he says, and his voice is low and quiet. "I didn't." The sentimentality of that strikes me. I can't believe he did this. I can't believe he's here. In truth, I can't even remember the last time we shared a carriage together. Surely before our parents died. Once he was crowned king, the security risk was always too great to chance putting us both in the same vehicle. I should probably call for a stop right this instant. I don't. "None of your guards are with me," I say, and my voice is rough. "How did you get in here?"
"I told Quint he needed to use his skills of secrecy for my purposes this time."
My eyebrows go up. Quint is just full of surprises this week. Then again, maybe it's not a surprise. They aren't friends, not even close, but Quint would never deny the king anything. "How will you get back?" I say. "Or are you planning to stow away altogether? I'm sure I have a trunk strapped to the carriage."
"I thought about it."
He's teasing, but there's a note of truth in there. I hate that there's a tiny part of my brain that wishes this were a possibility. Maybe he does too, because a sad light glimmers in his eyes when he says,
"I'll offer the driver a few coins for a return trip to the palace."
I smile. You'll give him a heart attack.
"I suppose I could walk."
I imagine him strolling up to the palace gates like an ordinary citizen. He would never. Could never. The gossip mill wouldn't stop churning for weeks. But I can play this game. "It's a cloudy night," I say. "Watch out for cut purses." Hairston grins, his smile bright in the shadows. It reminds me of all the times we went tearing through the sectors as boys, when no one knew who we were. He's so severe as the stoic king that I sometimes forget he knows how to smile like that. The rain picks up, rattling hard on the roof. It's not a long carriage ride to the docks. But my brother holds my eyes, and his smile fades.
"Are you afraid?"
He's the only person who would ask me that so directly, and also the only person who'd get a wholly honest answer. A little. I pause. "Are you?"
"A little."
He hesitates, then coughs faintly. "We don't need to leave today." I pause. "We could wait."
"Do you want to wait?"
he says. It's a genuine question. I could say yes and he'd call this whole thing to a stop. But we've discussed this with our advisors and some of the top sailors from Artis, most of whom agreed that leaving ahead of the storm would provide strong winds for a quick journey, and less risk. Delaying now could look fearful and indecisive. That doesn't seem like a good way to begin trade relations with the new Austrian king. "No," I say. The ground under the carriage has changed as we draw close to the docks. Between the heavy clouds and the weather, it's hard to make out much detail through the tiny window of the carriage, but I can make out the letters curving along the hull. The Dawn Chaser. Lord, even the name of his ship seems over the top. My eyes scan the docks. I don't see Tessa, but I know she left ahead of us. I have no idea whether Lachlan is on board yet. There's a part of me that thinks Hairston should have just locked him in the hold and told everyone he was on the ship. Maybe we still could. I bite at the edge of my thumbnail.
Corey.
I look at my brother. What?
Do you want to wait?
He says each word with quiet emphasis. His eyes are searching mine and I search his right back. I keep thinking of what Quint said, how this is the first time Hairston and I will be doing any of this alone. The enormity of that tightens my chest. We've never been alone. Not when we were boys, sneaking into the wilds with a few pieces of silver in our pockets. Not when our parents were killed. Not when rebels stormed the palace and we ran for our lives. Hairston, I say, do you want me to wait? He says nothing, and the carriage draws to a stop. Suddenly, there's no rattle of hooves on cobblestones, and the air between us is silent. A porter begins to swing the door open. Your Highness, not yet! I reach out and snap the door closed. My voice drops until it's barely louder than a whisper, and I repeat the question. Do you want me to wait? He inhales deeply, then coughs. I frown. He lifts a hand, then takes a slow breath.
I'm fine.
I clench my jaw. I hate this.
We have an opportunity to do something good, Corey,
he says.
Father was so well regarded.
He pauses.
I don't want fear and anger to be my legacy. I want to be better.
He sounds hopeful. I don't remember the last time I heard my brother sound hopeful. I do too, I say. He nods, then extends a hand. I reach out and clasp it. Hairston isn't one for affection, but his grip is tight and sure. For one brief second, my throat tightens, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to climb out of this carriage. But then he blinks and lets go, then reaches out to ruffle my hair, ending with a light shove the way he did when we were boys. I scoff and bat his hand away, then reach for the latch on the door.
Corrick,
he says quietly before my hand pulls the latch. I turn. What? He says nothing for a moment, and in that breath of silence, I feel the weight of his emotion.
Come home safe, little brother.
I give him a nod. I promise. Be here when I get back. Then I open the door and slip into the falling rain alone. Porters and footmen carry umbrellas, but the wind is such that I've got rain in my boots and down my collar by the time I make it to the line of guards who've assembled for my departure. I'm still tangled up with emotion about my brother, full of doubts and worries about the trip, and then Rocco informs me that Tessa is already on board with Kilburn and Silas.
Captain Blakemore sought to get Miss Tessa out of the weather,
Rocco says.
I'll bet he did.
Excellent news, I say flatly. I glance around at the guards standing at attention in the rain. What about Lachlan?
On board as well,
he says.
He'll be watched by Guardsman Silas until we determine he's not a threat to you, Your Highness.
Well chosen, I say. But I'm not entirely sure about that. Of all the guards Rocco could have chosen, I wouldn't have considered Silas. He's younger than I am, and I doubt he's ever been charged with anything more important than babysitting empty carriages. He's hardly been a member of the guard for 6 months. But his family owns a number of iron mines in Trader's Landing, and they have a bustling shipping business. Meaning this guard will know iron and steel, and will likely know ships as well. That will be an asset right up to the moment when I need an experienced guard. I glance at the gangway, then pull my pocket watch free. Water droplets immediately speckle the face. Men and women are shouting orders on the deck, and the rain steadily beats down. I didn't expect or want fanfare, but I did expect someone from the Dawn Chaser to escort us aboard. Or maybe I'm just irritated because this means Tessa is on board with the captain, while I'm standing down here getting rain in my boots, and the King of Kandala is hiding in a darkened carriage waiting for me to go. The thought feels petulant, and I hate it. Surely they're busy preparing to leave in this weather. From above, a woman on deck shouts, "Captain, I think he's down there now." I glance at Rocco. Have I kept them waiting? He inhales to answer, but before he can, Captain Blakemore all but slides down the gangway, springing agilely off the end to land right in front of us.
"Your Highness,"
he says a bit breathlessly,
"the ship is ready to depart."
The ship's sails snap in the wind, and he glances at the sky.
"If you'd still like to outrun the storm, we shouldn't wait much longer."
Do forgive us for the delay, I say, but I'm pretty sure my eyes say, I'm about to push you off the dock. That spark of challenge lights in his gaze.
"Forgiven, Your Highness."
His eyes say, go ahead and try. But he glances at Rocco, then steps back and extends a hand.
"Shall we?"
My feet almost refuse to move. I don't want to. But of course, I'm being foolish. I force myself to step onto the gangway. My heart gives a jolt when my foot meets the wood, the world seeming to tilt. I have to take a deep breath to clear my head. I'm leaving my brother. Captain Blakemore steps onto the gangway just behind me. Rocco will follow us both. Somewhere at the top of this ramp is Tessa, whose presence fills me with warmth, but also Lachlan, who will surely be a problem at some point. We only have a small handful of guards, all of whom are outnumbered by the shadowed workers on the ship deck. Harriston's voice breaks through the sound of raindrops slamming the deck.
"Captain."
Captain Blakemore turns in surprise. So do I. A ripple of alarm runs through the guards waiting on the dock, and many of them shift to flank the king. Harriston ignores them all and steps onto the gangway. Rocco quickly steps aside to yield passage. My brother strides right up to Rian, and there's fire in his eyes.
"I expect Prince Korik to return unharmed," he says.
And there's a note in his voice I don't think I've ever heard before. The promise of vengeance hangs in every syllable. Captain Blakemore doesn't back down, but he matches Harriston's intensity when he says,
"Understood, Your Majesty."
The rain pours down among us, but my brother doesn't move. Harriston needs to see confidence in my expression, so I clap him on the shoulder. I have no doubt Captain Blakemore and I will be old friends by the time we return. Rian smiles slyly.
"I'm so glad to hear it, Your Highness."
I cut him a glance. Do you want him to let me get on the boat or not? Harriston sighs as if he's tired of us both, but then he stifles a cough. I frown. Your carriage is waiting, I say, as if this was entirely planned, and there's no surprise to my brother being out on the docks. Get out of the rain. We shouldn't delay. My brother nods, then takes a step back. Farewell, Corey. Somehow this is harder than it was in the carriage. Without warning, a dozen random memories flash in my thoughts. The time he spilled tea down the front of his jacket just before a meeting with the consuls, so I shrugged out of mine before anyone would catch him in a state of disarray. The time we snuck into the wilds and a fortune teller tried to trick me out of the few coins I carried, but Harriston saw through his ruse and snatched my money back out of the man's palm. The time when he couldn't catch his breath in the training arena, and his opponent, Alessander himself, took advantage of the moment to chase my brother into the dirt. I was only 10 or 11, but I climbed the fence and tackled Alessander myself. The weapons master had to haul me off him. The moment Harriston dove to cover me, when our parents were assassinated. My throat threatens to tighten, so I blink the memories away. Farewell, I say, and my brother steps onto the dock. Follow me, Your Highness, Captain Blakemore says, before my heart can start pounding at the thought that this is it. He doesn't even wait to see if I follow. He simply heads toward the top of the ramp. Miss Cade insisted on allowing you to select your choice of quarters first. If anything could send a bolt of warmth to the center of my chest, it's the mention of Tessa. I'm not alone here. Not really. I shove wet hair back from my face and stride forward, Rocco at my side. I expect Prince Coric to return unharmed. My brother's words, his vehemence add to that bolt of warmth in my chest. But then I consider what Rian said in response. Understood, Your Majesty. Not an assurance, not a promise, an understanding. I glance at Rocco. Stay sharp, I say quietly. Yes, Your Highness. He glances at the sea captain striding ahead of us. You have my word.
Chapter 13. Tessa. I've only been on the boat for half an hour, but my stomach is already threatening to empty itself all over the floorboards of my room. Or possibly Coric's room. He can decide when he arrives. We're not even at sea yet, but I'm ready to tear apart my apothecary kit because I could chew through an entire twist of ginger root. I definitely wish I'd waited for Coric on the docks. It might have been raining, but at least it was stable. I press my hands to my abdomen and wonder what's keeping him. I saw the flicker of worry in Captain Blakemore's eyes when he looked at the sky. Rapid footsteps cross the floorboards overhead, stepping with purpose. I try not to wonder if the storm is worse than they expected, if we're too late to leave safely. A large porthole sits on the opposite side of the room, heavy glass crossed by steel bars, and rain has been steadily beating at the window since I walked in. I've been trying not to look through it because all I can see are the gas lamps on the dock shifting up and down. When Captain Blakemore showed me to this room, he said, "We've given you all the rear quarters since you're not used to being at sea. The going should be a bit smoother here." He then pointed at the ceiling and said something about the officers' stations and navigational rooms being above us, but by that point I was trying to keep from stumbling into him again. It's bad enough that it happened once. I wonder if Kilburn will say something to Coric. I remember the flare of intrigue in the captain's eyes when he asked if I would be sharing quarters with the prince. It feels like the kind of detail a guardsman wouldn't leave unremarked. A knock raps at the door, and Kilburn calls, "Miss Tessa, an audience has been—" My heart leaps. Oh, thank goodness he's here. I don't even wait for Kilburn to finish his announcement before I stride to the door and throw it open. I stop short. It's not Coric. It's Lachlan. His eyes are hard and his jaw is set. My heart's leap turns into a stumble. I haven't seen Lachlan since he caused a scene in the candy shop, and I was doubtful when I learned he'd be on this journey. A willowy young man in palace livery stands behind him, but it's very obvious that he's been charged with keeping Lachlan out of trouble. He looks more like a student than a guard. He also looks just as green as I feel. Lachlan doesn't waste time on any pleasantries. He pulls a small woven pouch out of a pocket and holds it out. "Here," he says, and while his voice is gruff, it's not unkind. "What is it?" "It's from Kari for the seasickness." He gives me a quick up and down glance. "Peppermint candies and some ginger caramels. She made them both this morning when she learned we were leaving so soon." He pauses. "You look like you could use some." Oh, that tempers some of my wariness. I reach out and take the bag just as the boat gives another surge. I have to grab hold of the door frame so I don't crash into Lachlan, too. My mouth is already watering. I shove a hand into the bag for one of the caramels. "Thank you," I say as I slip one into my mouth. "Don't you need them too?" "She made some for me too," he says. "But I always catch some summer work on the fishing trawlers. I don't get seasick." He glances at my hand clutching the wood. "It'll be better once we pull away from the dock. They've got the sails up, so we're fighting the ropes." There's no belligerence in his voice, and I'm reminded of the way he spoke gently to Kari. I've only ever known him as a rebel who tortured Korik and tried to burn down the palace, but there has to be another side to him that he's reluctant to show. Kari is too smart, too discerning. She wouldn't be with a man like him otherwise. "Be careful," I say. "You might trick me into thinking you're kind, Lachlan." "I am kind," he says simply. The boat sways and he compensates, then throws a glare at the ceiling. "Figures we'd be made to wait on that stupid, spoiled—"
"I suggest you not finish that sentence,"
says Kilburn, and all the warmth that existed in his tone earlier is gone now. "What are you gonna do?" says Lachlan. "Throw me overboard? You think I don't know why I was invited?" "You were invited as an extension of trust," I say. Surprise lights in his expression, and he gives a brief, derisive laugh. Any flickers of kindness have vanished. "The sad thing is that you really believe that. Kari loves you, so I'm gonna have to assume you're just naive, because anything else would be insulting." "Oh, good," I say. "I'm glad you're not going to get insulting." He takes a looming step toward me, and my heart thumps. He must see the fear in my expression because he stops. "Again," he says. "You're scared of me when you should be scared of him. You probably think he brought you for some reason other than keeping him warm at night." My cheeks flame, but he's not done. "Somehow you're smart enough to make the moonflower work better, but you're too stupid to figure out that the king's justice is a dirty liar who should be chained to the rudder." Kilburn shoves him into the opposite wall so hard that the doors rattle. The movement is so quick and so violent that I give a little yip and press my hands to my abdomen. He might be good-natured, but he's still a guardsman. Even Silas looks startled, but he catches up more quickly than I do. He puts a hand against Lachlan's shoulder to pin him there, then glances at Kilburn as if to ask if they're taking it further. Lachlan doesn't fight him. He just looks at me. "Do you see?"
"I gave you fair warning,"
Kilburn says. Footsteps echo from the opposite direction, and I turn to see Captain Blakemore approaching, followed by Korik and Rocco. The captain steps slow as he sizes up the situation. The hallway is narrow, but he waits for Korik to draw abreast. "Your Highness, are your people going to be a problem?" Korik's eyes flick from me to Lachlan. "It doesn't look like my people were the ones causing the problem. Silas, see that he returns to his quarters." Lachlan draws himself up like he's going to retort, but then he lets out a breath and shakes his head. He looks at me. "Just wait, you'll see." He pauses, then throws a look of pure hatred Korik's way. "And when it happens," he says to me, "be sure to tell Kari I loved her." Then he shoves past the prince and the captain and slips into a room just a bit down the hall. Korik looks at me. His hair is damp, his clothes shining where rain soaked into the shoulders of his jacket. His eyes, as usual, are piercing. "Did he hurt you?" "No," I say. I realize my fingers are still clutched around the candies that Kari sent. He wasn't doing anything wrong. As I say the words, I can't decide if they're true. Too much happened in a short span of time. He brought me medicine from Kari. "Are you unwell, Miss Cade?" says Captain Blakemore. "I just need to get used to the motion of the boat," I say. "There's too much tension in the hallway, and I want to undo it. I just have no idea how." "Korik, I didn't know which room you'd want." "Any room will do," he says. His eyes haven't left mine. "Captain, you have my thanks." Then, without hesitation, he takes my hand, leads me into the room at my back, and closes us inside. Before I learned the truth about Weston Lark, I never saw the prince up close, if I ever saw him at all. But the few times I did see Prince Korik, I remember that he always looked distant and aloof, his eyes cold and unforgiving. The perfect king's justice. The perfect executioner. The night he caught me sneaking into the palace was the first time I knew him for who he truly was, and I'll never forget the look of panic and fear and uncertainty that was etched into his features for one brief second before going cold and hard and unreadable, the truest mask he ever wears. Those are the same eyes looking at me right now. "Are you sure?" he says to me, and there's a demand in his tone, a demand backed by concern. "I saw the guard shove him away. You weren't hurt?" "No," I say. "He didn't hurt me. He was just mouthing off. Kilburn shouldn't have hit him." The first small caramel has dissolved, and my stomach already feels better. I take one of the peppermints next. Korik watches my action, but he says nothing. I wish I could read his expression. I hold out the bag. "Would you like one?" He hesitates, then shakes his head. "No, thank you." The cabin is dim, lit only by an oil lantern hung suspended along the wall. It's light enough for me to see his tension, the tight set of his shoulders. I should have waited on the dock. After a moment, this candy settles my stomach enough for me to take a deep breath, and maybe that eases the tension in the room, because Korik sighs too. He runs a hand back through his damp hair, then begins roughly jerking at the buttons of his jacket. Once it's loose, he shrugs free to toss it over the back of a chair. "So you'd like this room?" I say to him. His eyes snap to mine. "What?" "Captain Blakemore asked me which room I'd like, and I told him I ought to wait for you to choose yours first." His eyes narrow the tiniest bit. Did he? Much like his eyes, I can't read his voice at all. "You're the king's justice. I only thought it appropriate." "Lord Tessa, I don't care which room I have." He's so uneasy. The worst part is that I don't know what worries him the most. Leaving his brother? Going to Austriary? Lachlan? Captain Blakemore? The ship sways and my stomach dips, and once again I stumble. Korik lightly catches my waist. "We must be shoving off," he says. "Why is everyone else so sure-footed?" I say, aggrieved. "Oh, I'm not," he says. "I grabbed hold of you for balance." He's teasing, but his voice is too grave for it to be funny. I swat him on the arm anyway, and he half smiles, but he doesn't let go of me. A hand lifts to stroke a stray lock of hair back from my cheek. "I'm so glad you're here," he says softly. In his tone, I hear a dozen things unsaid. His longing, his hope, his fear. It reminds me of that moment with Harriston in my quarters. Korik quietly adds, "Harriston snuck into my carriage for the drive here." My eyebrows go up. "He did?" Korik nods. I want to be surprised, but I'm really not. I'm touched. One of my favorite things about the brothers is their endearing closeness. I wish they would allow others to see it. It's the most humanizing thing about them. "He confronted Captain Blakemore and demanded my safe return," Korik says. "I thought the guards might have a fit." That makes me smile, but it's fleeting, because I can hear the worry in his voice. "Harriston is afraid." I expect Cork to say something bold like, "The king fears nothing." He doesn't. We all are, Tessa. I want to touch him, but I hesitate because I'm so used to guarding my emotions when I'm with him in public. But we're alone. We're out of the palace. What he's risking, what they're both risking, is profound. I wonder what the king said to him before watching his brother climb onto a ship to an unknown country. I wonder if I can ask. Maybe I don't have to. The emotion is right there in his gaze. I reach out and put a hand to his cheek. He takes a breath and closes his eyes. His hands are still on my waist, but he's not steadying me anymore. He's holding me, which is altogether different. Something about it reminds me of our days in the workshop when we were listening to the sector alarms blare and we were worried about the night patrol. I sigh and lean into his strength. I'm glad you're here too. His eyes open to find mine, and his hands shift, his thumbs skirting along my abdomen. It's such a tiny movement, but my heart kicks. I'm not sure if I make a sound or take a breath or if there's just a spark in the air, but Cork's blue eyes seem to darken a shade, and then his mouth is on mine. At first he's slow, controlled, gauging my response. After weeks of chaste walks and courtly manners and light kisses at sundown, I nearly melt right into his arms. When I yield to his touch, he grows more sure, his lips chasing mine, and I feel the bare edge of his teeth, then the brush of his tongue. He tastes like peppermint. Or maybe I taste like peppermint, sharp and sweet. He pulls me closer until I'm all but flush against him, and a bolt of warmth shoots through my belly. The only time he's ever kissed me like this was in the wilds, in the workshop. He keeps so much of himself hidden that I somehow forgot he could be like this, all wildfire attraction and unbound passion. His hand shifts higher, growing more daring, until his thumb brushes across the bodice of my dress, lighting a fire in my belly and stealing every clear thought from my head. I shiver and make a tiny sound, and that's all the encouragement he needs to tug the laces a bit looser. His mouth finds my neck, and his fingers slip past the laces of my bodice to trace the swell of skin. I inhale sharply. "Oh," I whisper, because I can't think of any other words. I'm sure someone will be knocking at the door for the prince at any moment, but right now, I don't care. Butterflies scatter in my abdomen. "Oh." He smiles at my reaction, lifting his head to kiss me again. His arm snakes around my back to pull me even closer, and this time we're clutched so tightly that I can feel everything. The boat sways again, and I press against him, and it's his turn to make a low sound in his throat. "I've wanted to be alone with you for so long," he says, and there's no disguising the intense longing in his voice. I don't know if he means the time we've been together in the palace, where watching eyes and listening ears are everywhere, or if he means the time we spent together in the wilds as Wes and Tessa, when he was so afraid of discovery that he'd never let me catch a glimpse of him without his mask. Either way, it doesn't matter. He kisses me again, his fingers slipping under my corset in a way that makes me whimper into his mouth. "Hush," he whispers, and a wicked light sparks in his eyes like we're co-conspirators. "We shouldn't give Rocco and Kilburn too much to think about." My cheeks burn fiercely, but my thoughts have stalled on his comment, tempering some of my flames. A part of me doesn't want him to stop. I crave the strength of his hands and the warmth of his mouth. I want him to keep going until every last stitch of fabric is on the floor. But another part of me knows he's only being so free because we are out of the palace, where Prince Corrick could never be caught betting a commoner. We shouldn't give Rocco and Kilburn too much to think about. The words seem to have a lot of different meanings, and I'm sure he means to protect me from the listening ears of the guards. But just now, on the tail of Lachlan's comments about Corrick's reasons for bringing me along, it's enough to chase all my warmth away. because there's a part of that sentence that sounds like he's protecting himself. Cork notices immediately because he's drawn back to look at me. Tessa? We should... I'm choking on my words because my thoughts, to say nothing of my body, weren't ready for such an abrupt change in direction. I have to take a deep breath to steady myself. I tug at the laces of my corset, pulling it tight again. You're right, we shouldn't give the guards reason to gossip. My cheeks feel hot, and I already know I'm going to have trouble looking Rocco in the eyes. We've been in here too long. Surely it's inappropriate. Tessa. His hands fall on mine, forcing them still. For a moment, I let him. My eyes are on the collar of his shirt, on the smooth column of his neck. His fingers are warm against my own. He ducks his head, his eyes seeking mine. Talk to me, he says. Quietly, gently. No command in his tone. I pull my hands free and fuss with the laces, dodging his gaze. I don't know what to say. My emotions are all tied up in knots, my stomach churning again. This time, it has nothing to do with the rocking of the ship. All my thoughts are crashing into each other, and I hate that Lachlan put these doubts in my mind. But now they exist, and they cling to the inside of my head and refuse to let go. Lachlan thinks you brought him along just so you can make sure he falls overboard, I say. Please tell me that's not true? Cork blinks and draws back. It takes him a moment to answer. I wouldn't shed a tear if it happened. That shouldn't be a surprise. It's not a surprise, but it's also not the answer I want to hear. Is that why you brought him? Are you and Harrison getting rid of him? I don't know what's making me demand answers on this, of all things. There's no love lost between me and Lachlan either. But despite all his promises, I know everything Cork has done. The king's justice was feared throughout Kandala for a reason. And maybe the thought of asking questions about myself is too frightening to bear. Cork's eyes have locked down so quickly that it's like I've been thrust into a room with a stranger. I could have put a rope around his neck on the docks, Tessa. His voice is cold and flat when he says it. I could have had the guards put an arrow in his chest in that candy shop. I could have had him chained to a post and set on fire during the— Stop it, I say sharply. Stop. As I've said in the past, I bring nightmares to life. If I wanted him dead, I didn't need to drag him aboard a ship. Trust me, I'd rather have another guard with us. My heart keeps clipping along, and I'm completely flushed for an entirely different reason from 5 minutes ago. I don't know how he can shut down his emotions so quickly. Right now, it's a talent I wish I shared. Any of those things would have been public, I say. On a ship, you could claim he fell or that he was killed. Do you mean to accuse me of something? His voice is low and dangerous, and for a brief second, I remember Captain Blakemore's voice on the dock when he worried that he might be putting me at risk. I hate the path all my thoughts have chosen to follow. I have to swallow and square my shoulders, and I knot my corset tightly. No, I say. I hope you find this cabin acceptable. I'll retire to my own. I turn for the door. Cork catches my arm, and I gasp, expecting him to grab me, but he doesn't. His fingers are gentle, which shouldn't be startling, but it is. When he hears my indrawn breath, he lets me go instantly. Something fractures in his gaze. Tessa, please stop. Tell me what just happened. You said you've waited so long. He frowns, but he nods. I didn't make you wait, I say. He's frozen in place for the longest time, his jaw tight as he regards me. He's the brother to the king. He can't make promises or declarations. I know he can't. My cheeks are hot again, but I hold his gaze. I don't deserve to be treated like a secret, Cork. A muscle in his jaw twitches. I wish he would say something. I wish he would do something. Forgive me, he finally says, and his voice is as proper and courtly as I've ever heard it. That wasn't my intent. I know, I want to say, but I don't know. Just like with the man in the candy shop or with Lachlan's presence on this ship, I don't know. Not for sure. So I curtsy just as formally as if I weren't just drowning in the taste of his mouth. Thank you, Your Highness. That hits him like a dart. I can almost see the impact. He takes a step back and gives me a nod. I bid you a pleasant evening, Miss Cade. That hits me like a dagger. My throat swells and my eyes blur, and I have to turn on my heel and stride for the door. Just as I open it, I hear his voice, soft and beseeching. Tessa. But the door is already open, Rocco and Kilburn both standing at attention in the hall. I don't look at either of them. I allow the door to fall closed behind me, and I step across the corridor to close myself alone in the last remaining room.
Chapter 14. Korik. I honestly hadn't thought things could get worse. I want to go after her, but I don't know what would undo this. A profession of love? A plea for forgiveness? Offering the kingdom on a string? I'm not even sure she'd want any of that. It's not even my kingdom to offer. It's my brother's, and right now, Kandala is no prize. I might as well offer her a hornet's nest. I wish I knew what Lachlan said to her. Right this instant, I want to do everything I said I would do to him. Her words to me keep echoing in my thoughts. I didn't make you wait. No, she didn't. The worst part is that she didn't say the words with censure. She said them with understanding. She knows who I am. She knows my role. She knows that any promises come with the weight of the crown behind them. She also knows who I've spent the last 4 years being. The King's Justice. One of the most feared men in the entire country. She didn't say it, but she didn't have to. I heard it in her voice when she asked about my intentions for Lachlan. When I took hold of her arm, she almost flinched. I need to focus. I have duties here. An obligation to my king and my country. I shouldn't have marched into this room and started that. But as I walked onto the ship, I kept thinking about the way Captain Blakemore invited her aboard ahead of my arrival, or the way he told her to call him by his given name at dinner. I kept thinking of his words about loyalty and honor and duty, and how his comments made my efforts to protect Kandala feel misguided and ineffective. I kept hearing her voice from the moment he appeared in the dining room. Oh. It's far too similar to the way she said the very same word when my fingers found the lacing to her. I forced these thoughts to an abrupt halt. They're going nowhere good. I drop onto the side of the narrow bed and run my hands over my face. I wasn't prepared to replace lust and desire with anger and frustration, and my body hasn't fully caught up with my thoughts yet. The room feels too hot, too small. I could step onto a battlefield and wage war this very second. I tug at my shirt sleeves to free the cuffs, then roughly shove them back. The boat rocks and sways, but less than it did along the docks. We must be fully into the Queen's River now. This is happening. I'm leaving. I'm leaving Kandala. I'm leaving my brother. I have too many emotions and they're all colliding. I shove myself to my feet and stride for the door. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but I need to do something or I'm going to throw myself overboard. But as my hand reaches for the door handle, I hesitate. I've hardly been on the ship for half an hour, but I don't need anyone to think I'm upset. especially not my own guards. I've been King's Justice for 4 years. I know how to swallow my temper. Close quarters never keep secrets well. If my guards start whispering about a spat between me and Tessa, it'll be all over the ship in a matter of hours, and that's the last thing I need. I take a step back and run my hands across my face again. There's a tiny mirror in the corner, over the empty wash basin, but my eyes still look like thunder, so I glance away. I unroll my sleeves and refasten the cuffs. I wish I had Quint. Or Hairston. My chest tightens unexpectedly, but I lock this emotion away with the others. I walk to the small, barred porthole and stare out into the blackness. The bars remind me of a prison cell. Only a few tiny lights along the shore glow in the gloom. I count to 10, to 100, and then I do it again. Eventually, my temper cools. I'm no longer inhaling fire. A knock sounds at my door, and I whip my head around. My heart kicks. Maybe she's come back. Maybe I have a chance to fix this. I grab the handle and jerk the door open. It's not Tessa. It's Kilburn. There are 2 men behind him, both lugging heavy trunks that glisten with rainwater.
Your Highness,
the guard says,
your trunks have been brought down.
I stare at him. I'm trying to decide if he looks like he knows what happened between me and Tessa. Maybe I can't swallow all that emotion. While I'm deliberating, one of the men blows a lock of hair out of his eyes and says,
"They sure are getting lighter, Your Highness."
And the other man makes a sound like he's trying to stifle a laugh. My eyes narrow, and I'm tempted to make these men hold them for a solid hour, but it feels petty. I know how loyal Rian's crew is. I don't want to turn them all against me. Forgive me, I say. Just set them inside. They do. They're not gentle about it either. With hardly a glance at me, the men leave the trunks, then head back into the hallway. One of them wipes sweat or rain, or both, from his brow as he goes. I'm irritated, and I probably don't have any right to be. They aren't here as my servants. Where are the other guards? I say to Kilburn.
Silas is setting our room to order. Rocco is walking the ship.
Kilburn casts a glance at the empty hallway, then drops his voice.
The captain promised a thorough tour once we're ahead of the storm, but Rocco doesn't want to wait that long.
Interesting. Probably smart. I glance across the hallway at the 2 closed doors. I wonder which one is Tessa's. Miss Cade is comfortable? He hesitates.
As far as I can tell.
He studies me. And in that moment, I can tell he noticed Tessa's sudden departure from my quarters. He has the good sense not to mention it, which I can appreciate. What did Lachlan say to her? I ask. Kilburn draws a slow breath. I've been on this ship for less than an hour and I'm already exhausted. Just tell me.
He said the king placed him on the ship for the purpose of making him disappear. He said you were a liar who deserved to be tied to the rudder.
He hesitates.
He said you brought Miss Tessa along for companionship.
My jaw is tight.
In the bedroom,
he adds. I give him a look. Thank you, Kilburn. I made the connection.
Yes, Your Highness.
I sigh and close myself back into my quarters. No wonder she started demanding to know my intentions, especially when I did nothing to put her fears to rest. Instead, I probably stoked them. I need action, but I'm not in the right frame of mind to go find it. I really would wring Lachlan's neck. I crouch beside the first chest and unlatch it. The clothes on top are a bit damp from where rain has snuck past the leather stitching of the trunk, and I sigh, then move to hang them from hooks in the wardrobe. I could call for someone to do this for me, but now that my hands are buried in the fabric, I'm reminded of the sense of the palace. So different from the scent of seawater and fish that seems to cling to everything on board the Dawn Chaser. I'm sure Jeffrey, my valet, chose each piece carefully because everything is practical for a journey by sea, with a few more regal pieces, surely intended for once we reach Ostriary. But then, at the bottom of the chest, I find a worn leather riding jacket that's jarring with familiarity, though I'm sure I haven't seen it in years. My brows flicker into a frown because I can't imagine what inspired Jeffrey to add it to my trunks. It's fine leather, with detailed stitching, a belted waist, and buckles across the chest, but I have little use for riding attire on a ship. Honestly, I'm rather certain this used to be Harriston's anyway. I freeze, struck by a memory. I was 14, so Harriston was 18. It was late autumn, and our parents were still alive. We were visiting the consul of Trader's Landing. My parents wanted Harriston to travel by carriage, because the colder air always seemed to make his breathing worse, but by then he'd reached an age where he could refuse. He'd ridden beside me through miles of leaf-strewn trails, and he'd paid the price. By the time we reached the consul's estate, Harriston couldn't speak a full sentence without gasping halfway through. He recovered quickly once we were inside, but after hours at tea and luncheon and afternoon gossip in front of a fireplace, I grew bored with all the royal protocol. I left my brother and my parents and slipped into the dimness of the stables. I heard the low rumble of voices in the tack room, but I didn't think much of it until I realized what the stable hands were doing. Mocking my brother. "I'm going," a feigned wheeze. "To..." Another. "I'm..." The boy laughed into exaggerated coughing. "What's that, Your Highness?" Another laughed. "You're going to what?" I didn't think. I just tackled one of them. I wasn't even sure which one. My fist was swinging before I was aware of who I was hitting. The stables were mostly deserted, and I'm sure they didn't expect the younger prince to come strolling through. They definitely didn't realize who I was at first, because the boy was older and bigger and shoved me into the dirt before one of the others grabbed his arm and stopped him. They all stared at me in panic, and I remember thinking that they were either going to finish me off or run away. I probably would have tackled them again, but Harriston appeared in the doorway to the tack room. He looked from me, with my lip already swelling, to the stable hands, and his gaze had darkened. Tension clung to the room for the longest moment, and I felt the other boys weighing their fate.
"Corey,"
Harriston finally said,
"Mother sent me to find you.
Consul Montague is preparing for dinner." He glanced at the stable hands.
Let's allow them to get back to work before Father comes looking.
The implications of that were clear. I got to my feet, and the boys scattered, finding duties quickly. I wiped a hand across my jaw, and I was surprised to find blood on my knuckles. Harriston sighed, then pulled a handkerchief to wipe the blood off my mouth.
"You can't fight all my battles, little brother."
I wanted to brush off his tending, but I knew from experience that Mother would be furious if she found evidence of brawling on my shirt. "You heard them?" He shrugged and rolled his eyes.
"You think I don't hear it from our own servants?"
he didn't wait for an answer. He just unfastened his jacket.
Here, put this on. You've ripped your shirt. Mother will come undone.
I put on his jacket and buttoned it closed. His jacket. This jacket. I'd forgotten all about that moment. Now my fingers stroke across the lapels. Jeffrey wouldn't have packed this, which means my brother did. I think of the way he slipped into my carriage tonight. I dig at the pockets in case Hairston has slipped a note into one of them, but there's nothing. I sit on the edge of the bed again and inhale deeply. The jacket smells of oiled leather and sweet hay, with just the tiniest undercurrent of equine sweat. I sigh and lay back on the bed, feeling the motion of the ship beneath me, listening to the rattle of rain against the porthole window. I pull the jacket to my chest and close my eyes. You can't fight all my battles, little brother. That changed later, when he named me as King's Justice. I fought plenty of his battles to the detriment of myself. I'm sure I'll fight plenty more. I don't want to disappoint him. I don't want to disappoint Tessa. As usual, those two choices seem to be in opposition. But just now, I can lie here and stare up at the ceiling, inhaling the faint sense of home, and I can put off my worries for a few minutes. I don't mean to sleep, but I do. When I wake, I'm in the same position as before, lying on the bed, staring into darkness, the boat rocking beneath me. For an instant, I have a moment of disoriented panic because I can't remember where I am. But awareness snaps into place quickly and I sit up sharply, causing my brother's jacket to pool in my lap. The oil lantern is burned out and the room is cold. I have no idea what time it is and it's too dark to see my pocket watch. It's too dark to see anything. I do have the jacket, so I slip my arms into the sleeves and ease across the room in the darkness, shifting slowly with my hands out. My shins slam right into a chest anyway, and I bite back a swear, then catch myself against the wall. At least it helps me find the door. I tug at the handle, then blink in the sudden light. 2 lanterns hang in the corridor. Rocco was sitting cross-legged in the center of the aisle, but he's on his feet before I've swung the door all the way open. An array of playing cards were laid out on the wooden boards, but they scatter a bit from his movement.
Your Highness,
he says in surprise. Forgive me, I say. I've ruined your game.
It's no trouble.
My thoughts are still a bit wild and tumultuous, and I simultaneously feel wide awake and in desperate need for more sleep. It's a feeling I remember well from my early morning runs with Tessa. I tug my watch free and glance at the face. 3:30 in the morning. Sounds about right. I look back at Rocco, then rub at my eyes. You drew the night watch?
Kilburn will relieve me at dawn.
His eyes flick down my form, and I realize that, aside from the jacket, I'm wearing the exact same clothes I wore when I boarded the ship. Right down to my boots. That makes me feel like a fool. Doubly so when I glance across the hallway and see Tessa's closed door. I look back at Rocco, who's studying me as if he's wondering whether he would be within rights to suggest I go back to sleep. It's quite possible I look hungover. I wish I were. Kilburn said you walked the ship earlier, I say.
I did.
I rub at my eyes again. Give me 10 minutes, Rocco. Then I'd like to hear what you've learned.
Yes, of course.
I hesitate before turning back for my room. And one of your lanterns, if you please. Once I close myself back in my quarters, I take less than 10 minutes to feel more human. I didn't expect indoor plumbing, but I'm pleased to find a private water closet, complete with a pitcher and basin for washing. I exchange my shirt for something less rumpled, hoping it will help me feel a bit less rumpled myself, but it doesn't. I want to shove my brother's jacket back down in the chest because it really has no place here, but something about its presence is reassuring. It's cold anyway. I buckle it into place. I make my way back to the door and tug at the next chest, wondering what I'll find. It's very heavy, and I remember one of Blakemore's men making a comment about how they weren't getting much lighter. I snap the latches and flip the lid open. Bottles glisten in the light. Wine and whiskey and rum and brandy. A whole assortment of liquors from the palace. There's an opener, too. Quint, I love you. I am absolutely certain that he meant for me to use them to impress dignitaries in Ossuary, or possibly to gift them right to King Galen Redstone himself, but right now, I don't care. I seize the brandy, tug the cork free, then drink right from the bottle. Lord, Tessa. I plug the bottle and go for the door again. Rocco has put the cards away and he's standing at attention in the dimmer hallway. I tug a trunk in front of the door to prop it open, then gesture to the little table and chairs that are bolted to the floor. Come in, sit. He takes in the bottle in my hand, then steps across the threshold. He's tall enough that he has to duck through the door a bit.
We can wait for dawn, Your Highness, if you'd rather.
I wouldn't. There aren't any glasses in my quarters, but there are 4 wooden cups stacked in a little sleeve that's also bolted to the table. I set 2 on the table and pour, then drop into a chair. Rocco assesses this, then eases into the chair across from me.
The Dawn Chaser is well outfitted, he says. The king had guards search the ship when Captain Blakemore first made his claim, and his logs seem to be in order. There are enough provisions on board for a crew of this size. The sailors seem competent, if a bit rough around the edges. Most of them seem quick and sharp. They're loyal to their captain.
Do you trust him?
No.
My eyebrows go up and Rocco shrugs.
He kept our numbers low. It seems reasonable, but the ship is easily large enough to carry a dozen more people. The lowest decks are mostly empty. As it stands, if it came to a fight, we are outnumbered 2-1. More so if you consider that Miss Cade may not be fit to fight. To say nothing of the rebel.
He grimaces.
Who knows which side he'd fight for if it came down to it.
Whatever side ended with me at the bottom of the ocean. I pick up my cup and drain it in one swallow. What else?
This supposedly isn't a gunship, but there are cannons tethered on the middle deck. We questioned Captain Blakemore and...
Cannons?
Yes, a dozen. It's been explained that the cannons have been with the ship since his father first sailed from Kandala, and it would be costly to remove them, so they've been tethered in the stern.
Could that be true?
Yes.
He pushes his cup toward me.
It could also be a lie, Your Highness.
I poured that for you.
I know.
There's a part of me that wishes I hadn't touched the first one, and another part that wants to drain the whole bottle. So, we're on a ship that's not a gunship, but could be a gunship if the need arises.
Yes.
Rocco sits back in his chair.
Do you have anything to write with?
I'll show you how it's laid out. I check beneath the bottles of liquor and find a box of fountain pens and a new leather folio with a stack of crisp parchment. Rocco sketches quickly.
They've given us the rooms at the stern, saying they're the better quarters because they're larger and provide a smoother ride. That could be true, or it could be that we've got a short corridor and it would be easy to confine us if the need arose. It gives us a bit of an advantage, too. A single man can guard the hallway. Short of a frontal assault, there's no real way to take a guard unawares. But to get above or below decks, to escape, we'd need to head for the center of the ship. Aside from the captain and his first officer, the crew quarters are at the bow, with full access to everything. The galley, the gun decks, the hold.
Where's the captain? I expect Rocco to make another mark on his drawing, but he points at the ceiling.
Captain Blakemore and Lieutenant Taggis have sleeping quarters directly above us, along with his stateroom.
I glance up at the heavy beams and wonder how soundproof they are. I take a breath, studying his diagram. Where are the cannons?
One deck below.
He makes another line.
The firing bays are latched closed, and the cannons are tethered here.
Another mark.
And here.
Do they have an armory?
Yes, double locked, but the guards who searched the ship reported that it was fully stocked.
With what?
I don't know. That's all their report said. Fully stocked. They were searching for contraband, not weapons, so I'm sure they didn't think to make a full accounting.
He pauses.
I inquired when I walked the ship, but the crewmen didn't have a key. There really is a storm at our backs. They couldn't fake that.
I'll have to ask for a tour myself. I run a hand across my face, and before I can think better of it, I drain the other cup. My voice has already gone a bit husky from the first one. What are the chances I just walked into a kidnapping, Rocco?
The captain's story seems solid, and he certainly has the proof. His ring, his logs, the flag. If this is a kidnapping, it's a secret kept from the crew. I don't feel a sense of malice.
I don't either. But one of Rocco's very first statements was that he doesn't trust the captain. The crew doesn't need to know about a kidnapping if they'll act when Captain Blakemore commands it. But I prompt.
I'm assessing who of the crew is critical to sail and who's not. If it comes to it, Kilburn is set to take out Sablo and Marchand. Silas has a mark on Taggis, while I have one on Blakemore. Though Taggis might be our better bet to keep the boat afloat. She's got a daughter among the crew, so we'd have leverage, and if we take out the captain, we're going to need leverage against someone with rank.
His voice is surprisingly ruthless. Practical. I so rarely hear that note in anyone's voice but my own. I study him, and for some reason I'm reminded of the way Hairston called him Eric when he wasn't in palace livery. It's a level of familiarity that's unsettling because I was never really aware of it. Rocco and the others must have had conversations like this with my brother all the time. My domain has always been the hold, the smugglers and their earned punishments, the prisoners, the guards, and the night patrol. Since he's the king, my brother's domain has always been all of Kandala. I consider Rocco's tone, and I realize Hairston must have had similar conversations about me in the days after Tessa's arrival at the palace. I wonder how long it took for him to question what secrets I kept, if it was his conversation with Tessa, or if it was Alessander spreading lies about his own wrongdoings. How long was my brother suspicious of me? I ask Rocco now. It's an abrupt shift in the conversation, but he takes it in stride.
Only these last few months.
He says it so easily, so casually, as if nothing about the time frame should be a surprise. But the words hit me so hard it almost knocks me out of my chair. For months? I demand. And now he has the grace to look startled.
Yes, Your Highness.
I thought you knew. No, I didn't know. My brain tries to skim through months of memories. Every minute I would sit with my brother, evaluating the consoles, discussing the smugglers we caught, deliberating over the best way to maintain order and control in the streets of Kandala. All the times I sat in his room and listened to his breathing, worrying he was going to fall prey to the fevers. I think of every minute I spent trying not to destroy myself for his sake, and he was busy suspecting me. I think about this jacket, the way my brother tucked it at the bottom of my chest. Did you have conversations like this with him? I say. About me. Rocco says nothing. Answer me, I say.
I will not betray the king's confidence.
Which one of you had a mark on me? Again, he says nothing. Did he have suspicions about this journey too? I say sourly. Did he worry that I might somehow be plotting with Captain Blakemore? Is that why you're here? Rocco's eyes hold mine, unflinching.
My orders,
he says evenly,
as stated by the king,
are to ensure you return to Kandala unharmed. That could mean a lot of things. I wish I could stride across the hallway to Tessa, but of course I can't. I let out a long breath. My anger, my agitation is not with Rocco. And if I'm going to survive this journey, I need him on my side. Fine, I say. Advise. It's what my brother always says when he wants his guards to formulate a plan. I don't know if I've ever said it. Rocco doesn't hesitate, but then I'm sure he's heard it 1,000 times.
For now, I recommend that you do your best to enjoy the journey. Do not allow our suspicions to come to light. The longer they believe we are willing passengers, the more we can learn. They'll lower their guard. Let Lachlan be the troublemaker since he seems so willing. It won't be a distraction for us, but it will be for them. He pauses. I would not share your doubts with Miss Tessa either.
I frown and imagine Tessa in her own quarters. I don't deserve to be treated like a secret, Korik. It takes everything I have not to wince. I may have fallen in love with Tessa Cade, but as usual, I'm reminded that she didn't fall in love with Prince Korik, the King's Justice. She fell in love with the outlaw Weston Lark. She fell in love with a man who doesn't exist. I want to pour another glass of brandy. Rocco, I say, you don't need to worry about that.
Chapter 15. Tessa. When I sit up in bed and find a purplish dawn sky through my porthole, I have a moment of disorientation. I know where I am, but I'm startled that I slept so well. I hardly even remember falling asleep. The ship's rocking, which at first was nauseating, was somehow calming after the tumultuous moments with Korik. But now it's morning, and he never came to my door. I expected him to apologize or, at the very least, to make amends. He didn't, and now it's morning. My mouth still burns with the feel of his kiss. Maybe I am naive. The prince boarded the ship like a tornado, sweeping me into his quarters with no hesitation, taking me into his arms like a famished man set before a feast. I could see every ounce of emotion in his eyes, just like King Harriston in those few moments when he asked me to prepare his medicine. This journey means something to them both. Coric's eyes were wild, but his hands were warm and sure. Eager, desperate, wanting. And then it all fell apart. I don't know if that's my fault or if it's his. I scrub my hands over my face. At least I have a job to do. After taking care of human needs, I dig through one of the trunks that was delivered last night. If it's windy, I don't want skirts, so I'm pleased to discover trousers and boots and vests along with more formal attire. Once I dress and rebraid my hair, I dig through my apothecary kit to find the individual bags of moonflower. It doesn't take long to grind petals and make 6 vials, though the rocking of the ship makes me spill more than I'd like. I'll have to be more careful when I make the evening doses. I take 1 vial for myself, then plug the rest and arrange them in a small velvet bag that I tuck inside my vest. Once complete, I make my way to the door and find Kilburn in the hallway. The guard doesn't look surprised to see me.
"Miss Tessa,"
he says, then offers me a smile.
"Good morning."
"Good morning," I say. "Do you know what time it is?"
6:30,
he says without looking at a timepiece.
"Rocco just retired."
I wonder if they have a strict schedule already worked out. I hadn't anticipated them standing guard through the night, but maybe I should have. I feel antsy and uncertain, but I definitely don't want to lock myself back in my quarters, waiting for a conversation that clearly isn't coming. "I'm going to head up to the main deck," I say. "I need some fresh air."
"Should I wake His Highness?"
"No," I say too quickly. I have to clear my throat. "No, thank you."
"I can call for Silas to accompany you."
I think of the guardsman who's probably younger than I am. "No, I'll be fine." For an instant, I expect Kilburn to refuse. While I'm certainly not a prisoner, there's no secret that everyone from Kandala has suspicions about this endeavor. I'm not entirely sure how much freedom I have here, and the last thing I want is a shadow in the form of a guardsman everywhere I go. But there must be some level of understanding that the guards can't be everywhere at once. Because he nods.
"I'll alert the prince to your whereabouts when he wakes."
That might be the best I'm going to get. "Thank you." I hesitate, my hand on the bag of elixirs. I want to leave it with him so everyone can take their dose when they waken, but the king was very clear that no one was to tamper with my medicine, including the guards. I pull 1 vial free. "This is your morning dose," I say to him. "If you wouldn't mind making sure everyone knows I have their doses prepared once they wake."
"Yes, Miss Tessa."
I nod, then tuck the bag back into the inner pocket of my vest. It's early, but I see no one else as I head for the staircase. When I climb out into the fresh air, the wind catches tendrils of my hair and the laces of my vest. The deck dips and sways with the current, only slightly less tumultuous than yesterday. We're miles from shore, so I can just make out the largest buildings, the occasional gleam of lights from the cities lucky enough to have electricity. The sails billow and snap overhead, and the wind roars in my ears. I gaze up at the stars, barely visible at this hour, and see that the storm is still behind us, a solid line of deep purple clouds looming in the distance. But we seem to be outrunning the weather because the morning sky ahead is clear all the way down to the pink horizon. The bare edge of the sun gleams over the southern stretch of Artis that borders the east side of the Queen's River. "Miss Cade," calls a male voice, but it's faint in the wind and I turn. "Up here," he calls again, and I look straight up at the miles of ropes and broadcloth that make up the rigging and sails. For an instant, the sway of the ship makes it dizzying, and I put a hand out for the mast, but then I see him. Captain Blakemore, at least 30 feet above me, 1 foot on a stretch of rope, the other braced against the main mast. "Good morning, Captain," I yell up to him. The sky is still too dim for me to see much, but I catch the sudden gleam of his smile. "The rigging's just a bit fouled," he calls, tugging at the ropes. "I'll be down in a moment. There's coffee in my stateroom if you'd like some. Don't mind the mess. Coffee. It's very rare and ridiculously expensive in Kandala because the plants only grow well in the southern parts of Sunkeep. It's the least populous sector, leaving few people to work the fields. Most harvesters and field hands find better money in Embridge and Moonlight Plains anyway, where the moonflower grows. I don't know anyone outside the palace who's even tried it. I once asked Korik, and he made a face and said it tastes like a hot mouthful of dirt. They don't serve it in the palace unless someone requests it. But here it is, on a sailing ship, being offered as easily as a glass of water. That's almost as shocking as the casual way the captain told me to help myself to his stateroom. It's so different from Korik, who reveals so little that every admission feels like I've stolen something. I'm so intrigued by this unexpected trust that I weave across the swaying ship to make my way toward the doors at the back of the deck. There are 3, and I hesitate for 1 second before Captain Blakemore calls, "Starboard side." That doesn't make things better, but he quickly adds, "The one to your left." I turn the knob. His stateroom is larger than I expected. A massive round table sits in the center of the room, with books and maps spread everywhere, navigational maps and country maps and river maps and star maps. Some are pinned down while others are held in place by books and ledgers. On the one windowless wall is a massive clock. It's ticking loud in the enclosed space. Below that are 3 long swords, sheathed and held in place by small wooden pegs, followed by 2 spears, bolted similarly. A few more pegs sit empty, but fading on the wall tells me that weapons are usually there. I wonder where they are. A small coal stove sits in the corner, filling the room with warmth, and there's a cast iron pot situated in a little slot on top. Windows fill the 3 other walls so I can look out behind the ship, then off to the west, starboard, I remind myself, and then out across the main deck. Wind whistles through the window hinges, rattling the door a bit. I don't want to touch the coffee or anything else for that matter, but I let my eyes linger on the maps. I've never seen a detailed map for a country other than my own, and here in front of me is a map that shows Kandala and the islands of Austriary, along with 2 more landmasses set farther to the north and west. My eyes are wide as I trace the borders of the islands, each much larger than I assumed, stretching westward, all connected by the bridges Captain Blakemore mentioned. Altogether, the landmass is almost as large as Kandala. I wonder if Korik has seen this. I consider the way I left his quarters last night, to say nothing of the way he never came after me, and I rather doubt I'm going to have the chance to ask him anytime soon. The motion on the deck catches my eye, and I glance up to see the captain climbing down the rigging, quick and sure on the ropes as the ship tips from side to side. He's still 10 feet above the deck when he springs to the boards like we're on solid ground. His dark hair is windblown, his cheeks a bit flushed from the cool morning air. His jacket is loose, revealing a maroon shirt that's unbuttoned at his neck, leaving his sun-kissed collarbones bare. A short blade hangs belted at his waist, with a longer one buckled to his thigh. I don't think I've ever seen him wear a weapon before. Then he's at the door, and his eyes meet mine, and I realize I'm staring. I'm no stranger to the mouth of a sailor. The words pop back into my thoughts, and I feel myself redden. As the captain pulls the latch and comes across the threshold, I snap my gaze back to the maps. I've never seen a full map of Austriary, I say. I have to clear my throat. I'm probably talking too fast. When you mentioned the islands, I didn't realize they'd be so big. Much like the sectors of Kandala, they're all different in their own way. He steps up beside me, smelling of sea, wind, and sunshine. He points, naming each, and I remember the way he related them to his palm and fingertips. Ferd, the largest in the center, followed by Iris, Kaisa, Roshan, Estar, and Silvessi. His finger settles on Kaisa. Here is where the moonflower grows.
It's the northernmost island and one of the most populated. 2 bridges to Ferd, though both were destroyed in the war.
Is that the capital city?
Ferd is, yes. He points to the southeastern shoreline. There was a citadel here, Taramore. The royal residence was once called the Palace of the Sun because the center courtyard was paved with gold, every window made of stained glass in reds and yellows. Quite spectacular, really.
What is it called now?
Nothing.
He hesitates and his voice takes on that hollow note.
That palace still stands, but much of the citadel is in ruins. Without the bridges, it's difficult to rebuild swiftly.
I put a hand over his. I know he wasn't born in Austriary, but as he said to Korik, he spent a quarter of his life there. He lost his father there, and that was during a time the country was being torn apart by war. I'm sorry, I say softly. He glances up in surprise, and I withdraw my hand. I didn't mean to be so forward, I say.
You're not being forward. You're being kind.
He studies me a little too intently, so I swallow and look back at the map. He follows my lead, and his finger shifts to the southern space of ocean between the countries.
The winds here can be very strong, easily 50 knots on a calm day, and the currents coming from Silvessi Run, which you know as the Flaming River, flow fast into the ocean. It's the toughest part to navigate, especially compared to what you'll discover once we come out of the Queen's River. Off the southern point of Sunkeep, the water is so clear and smooth that you could swim alongside the ship for miles. But here, he points to a spot in the ocean where there's a small square drawn on the map. This is the hardest part. On Kandalan maps, it's Bedlam's Birth. In Austriary, it's Chaos Isle. The winds can be intense and storms come up quick. The water gets shallow unexpectedly, so you can find yourself on a sandbar if you're not careful. Between the wind and the currents, this is where many ships turn back, or wreck.
And you have no trouble?
I won't say it's not a challenge.
He shrugs, but there's no arrogance to it.
Calm seas don't make sharp sailors, Miss Cade. I've done it before. I can manage it again.
I just watched him climb a 30-foot mast in the wind when the sun had barely crested the horizon, so I believe him. You really can just call me Tessa, I say. The side of his mouth turns up, half a smile, but half not.
If I did that, I'm worried Prince Korik might try to put a knife in my back.
Mention of Korik makes my temper sit up and pay attention. He'd better not, I say hotly. He's not in charge of my name, Captain Blakemore.
He's not in charge of mine either.
His smile turns a bit more genuine.
You really can just call me Rian.
He says it so equably that it eases some of my anger. Oh, I say, forgive me. I hesitate. Rian? I expect him to call me Tessa, but he doesn't.
Why are you awake so early? He says. I usually have the deck to myself at this hour.
Oh, I'm an early riser. After his comment about Korik, it feels dangerous to say anything about the doubts that kept me awake for many hours last night. Rian smiles.
I'll look forward to your company then.
He glances down to see no drink in front of me.
No coffee?
He says it so casually that it almost startles a laugh out of me. Coffee is quite the delicacy in Kandala, so I couldn't quite tell if you were being serious. He blinks as if he's appalled.
I never joke about coffee.
He moves away to take 2 heavy ceramic cups from a low cabinet.
And it's not a delicacy in Austrary. I have barrels of it.
He takes a small cloth and lifts the cast iron pot from the stove, then pours.
Here.
He extends the first to me. I take it, inhaling the steam. It does smell a bit like dirt, but in an earthy way. It's not a bad scent. The color is a deep brown, darker than any tea I've ever seen. I venture a sip, then make a face before I can help myself. Ah, forgive me. Rian notices and he smiles. It's definitely an acquired taste by itself. He finds a few stoppered bottles. Here, cream is a bit hard to come by on a ship and we usually make do with powdered milk, but we do have sugar. He gives me a wry glance. Gwyn was able to stock the galley when we weren't being interrogated by the Crown. I wince and take the bottles he offers. You have to admit, you did show up with quite the story. I knew we would be doubted, he says. I'm sure we still are. That sounds like a prompt. I stir the milk and sugar into my coffee and I keep my eyes on the cup. I won't be a source of gossip about the royal family, I say. I don't expect you to be. I don't need you to be. Secrets never last long on a ship. You don't think I noticed the way that man Lachlan was looming over you in the hallway? The way he faltered once the prince arrived? He's so forthright that I forget that I don't have to look for prompts and hints the way I would with anyone in the palace. Heat rises to my cheeks, but I say nothing. Rian speaks into my silence. When I asked His Highness if his people were going to be a problem, he immediately said it wasn't his people who were causing trouble. That's very telling. Why? Because Lachlan is one of his people, is he not? I frown. He's not wrong. It makes me think of everything Lachlan said last night. He might be boorish and aggressive, but the rebel leader showed hints of kindness too. Tell Kari I loved her. When I asked Cork about whether he intended for Lachlan to fall overboard, he said, I wouldn't shed a tear if it happened. Right this instant, they're both being so pig-headed that I don't feel compelled to defend either of them, but it still stings a bit to hear the captain's criticism of my countrymen. I've been silent too long. The room is warm, and while the windows don't make the space seem small, there's a bit of intimacy here that I didn't expect. Rian is studying me. Have I made you uncomfortable? Oh, no. I take a hurried sip of coffee, prepared for it to be terrible. Heavy warmth swells over my tongue and my eyebrows go up. It's not like dirt at all. It's a rich, milky sweetness with hints of cinnamon. I think I like it better than the chocolate creams I used to share with Kari. Rian smiles at my reaction. What do you think? I think you've spoiled me for tea forever, I say. I'm glad to hear it. He takes a sip of his own. I have to check the rest of the rigging if you'd like to walk with me, but you're welcome to stay out of the wind if you'd rather. I imagine all the ways Cork would spin this into a trick or a trap or a manipulation, the way he brushed off Laurel Pepperleaf's praise of my skills. But then I consider the way the captain sent me into his stateroom without hesitation. The way he talked about wanting Ostriary to rebuild, or the way he wants to make sure Kandala gets the medicine we so desperately need. The way he so openly professes a desire to help everyone, not just whoever might line his pockets. The way he's offering to leave me here, among his private belongings, while he attends to his duties, without one single moment of hesitation. To hell with your cynicism, Corrick. I'd love to walk, I say. Chapter 16. Tessa. Rian seems to check every knot, every chain, every bolt, every plank. He could tell me he knows every stitch of every sail, and I'd believe him. As we stop at each mast, he stares up at the complicated assortment of ropes and chains and netting, then hands me his cup while he climbs to sort out some tangle or check some issue he's spotted. I keep listening to his breathing, looking for any signs of the fever sickness of Kandala, but I hear nothing. No cough, no signs of fever. When he climbs down from the second mast, I say, Your crew was in Kandala for a few days. Has anyone shown signs of illness? None at all, he glances at me. Are you concerned? I was surprised when you were the only one on deck. I didn't realize the captain himself would be checking each sail. He shrugs and takes his cup.
Usually Sablo does it, but they all worked late into the night to get ahead of this storm. We run a lean crew, so I'd rather they take extra sleep where they can find it. That must mean he took the morning duties for them. No wonder Rian's crew is so loyal. It rattled around in my head with the way he asked about whether Lachlan is one of Cork's people too. I can help, I say as we walk to the next mast. Wherever you need. I hesitate, wondering if this offer is out of place. I mean, I'm not a sailor, but if you're short-handed. He looks startled, but he grins. Sure. He nods toward the last mast. Climb on up and check those ropes for me. All right. I hold out my cup. He loses the smile, and for a heartbeat of time, I expect him to say, I was joking, because he very clearly was. But he takes the cup and he says, look for signs of fraying, or anywhere it might be fouled. The sails... Fouled? I say. Tangled. The sails should each hang straight from the beam. He points. Right, I nod. Then, just as I saw him do on the other masts, I hook my fingers in the ropes, put my foot on the first rung, and begin to climb. It's very high, he warns. I'm not afraid of heights. I thought you heard the rumors about Tessa Cade scaling the walls of the royal sector. That grin is back. I did indeed. Go ahead, then. I begin to climb, but I quickly learn that this is very different from scaling a wall on solid ground. When I'm 15 feet up, the wind is blasting at my cheeks, pulling tendrils free of my braid. The boat dips without warning, and my foot slips off a rung, and the world spins. I catch myself in the netting, clutching tight. My breath is a wild rush in my lungs, my heart slamming in my chest, and I expect Rian to calm me back down. Instead, he calls, Take a minute. Get your bearings. Look at the horizon. His voice is steady, patient, unworried. I do as he says, and it helps. My foot finds the next rung, and I keep climbing. I'm slower now, less confident. This seems higher than the sector walls ever did. If I let go, it seems that I would fall upward and lose myself in the morning sky. By the time I'm 2/3 of the way there, I chance a glance down, and somehow there's only water below me. I suck in a sharp breath. It must be an optical illusion caused by the sway of the ship, but everything seems so far. The ship rights itself for a moment, then tips again in the wind. I cling to the rigging and the mast and close my eyes. But that's worse. I dip and sway and grip tight. For a minute, an hour, I have no idea. Come now, Miss Cade, you can't be tired already. His voice is right in front of me, and I gasp. My eyes snap open to find Rian right there on the opposite side of the rigging, his fingers hooked in the same web of ropes. He's not clinging for dear life like I am. He looks like he could stay up here all day. It's possible I was too bold, I say, and he smiles. No, he says, just bold enough. My fingers refuse to unclench. If you could have meals sent up, I'll just stay here for the rest of the journey. He laughs. That wouldn't make for a very good story. He looks up. You've only got another 10 feet. I take a deep breath and look up. He's right. It really only is about 10 feet. Either way, he adds, you have to climb up or climb down. 10 feet won't matter if you fall. I huff a startled laugh. Well, that's reassuring. I thought so too. But in a way, it is reassuring. I take a deep breath and fix my eyes on the individual strands, then move my hand up to the next stretch, and then another, and another. A minute later, my hand grasps the crossbeam that holds the sails, and I'm gasping, partly terrified, partly amazed. I still can't make myself look away from the solid objects right in front of me. Just a stretch of wood, just a few ropes.
It takes me a minute to realize I actually came up here with a job to do, and I trace my eyes over the lines. I feel a bit foolish because Rian is obviously going to do the same thing, but my heart is pounding from the opportunity to do something wild and dangerous again. Wes and I spent so much time hiding from the night patrol and scurrying down darkened roads, while these last few weeks have been interminable palace meetings and measuring dosages with physicians and charting efficiency rates. Wes. I thought of Wes, not Korik. Without warning, the memory makes my eyes sting. Of course, Korik can't slink through the shadows and steal Moonflower from the royal sector anymore. The rumors are already wild enough. He could never go back. I don't even know if he'd want to. I blink away the emotion and study each individual rope. At first, they all look the same, but then I realize the second one from the end has a bit of a twist in the line. There, I call, pointing. I think that one is... I break off with a gasp when I realize Rian is right in front of me again, on the opposite side of the ropes. He's staring up at the line too. That one is all right, just the wind. He pauses and turns back to me, only a few inches of space between us. His eyes are lighter than Korik's, a blue so faded they're gray. He studies me. Good catch, I'm impressed. I feel my cheeks warm. Thank you. You're welcome. He pauses and wind whips between us. Look out from the ropes. The view is worth it, I promise. I hold my breath and cast my gaze to the left. And he's right. The sea stretches out in all directions, the sky a fading purple overhead. Below us, the main sails billow out, hiding much of the deck from view. From up here, it's like I've climbed a ladder to the heavens. It's like flying, I say. When I was a boy, I thought the same. His smile turns a little sad. My father used to say that if I wasn't careful, I'd catch the right gust of wind and find myself in the clouds. He misses him. I can hear it in his voice. I wonder how long the former Captain Blakemore has been dead, and how long Rian has had to play emissary, or spy. Before I can ask, he has a question of his own. Will Lachlan be a problem, Miss Cade? I look across the web of ropes and shake my head. He hates Korik. I catch myself and wince, wondering if I need to be more formal now. He hates Prince Korik, but I don't think he'll be a problem for the ship. I hesitate. He said he used to take summer work around the docks. He might be willing to help, too, if you're short-handed. No, I meant, will he be a problem for you? Oh. I don't know, I say quietly. I inhale to say more, but my tongue stops on an explanation. I'm not entirely sure what I'd say anyway. Lachlan took me and Cork prisoner. He marched us through the mud to a waiting mob that wanted to kill the king's justice. But Lachlan had no other options. As horrible as he was, I understood why he did it. I swallow and my throat feels tight. Rian's eyes search mine, and I know he's trying to puzzle that out, to determine what kind of conflict we've brought aboard his ship. And the prince himself? Rian says, and his voice is very careful. I didn't make you wait. The words I said to Korik burn in my heart, and warmth climbs up my cheeks again. The prince wants the best for Kandala, I say. He won't cause any problems. He's eager to find a new supply of moonflower. Rian rubs a hand across his jaw. Again, he says gently. I meant for you. The wind whispers between us now, a brief lull in the sweeping gusts, and we're almost close enough to share breath. I wasn't prepared for these kinds of questions, especially not at the top of a mast. We're flying, Rian says. No one can hear your words up here. Speak freely. I'd speak freely on the decks, I say. Would you? My chest feels hot and tight, and I don't know what to say. Of course. But there's really no of course about it. I saw the way people jumped when the king spoke at dinner, Rian says. I see the way you look to the prince before you say a word. He hesitates. I've told you before I don't mean to say things that will put you at risk. I'm not at risk, I snap, and then I scowl because I hate that he brought out my temper, when he's not the one who deserves it. At the same time, I wonder if what he's saying is true. Do I look like I'm deferring to Corrick and Harriston? Do I look like I'm at risk? The memory of Corrick holding a dagger to that man's throat in the candy shop is seared into my brain, as clearly as the time I found him in the rubble of the hold after one of the first rebel attacks. He'd cut 2 prisoners' throats then. I keep thinking of Lachlan's warnings in the hallway. They feel a little too accurate all of a sudden. Or the way Kari leaned in to whisper in the candy shop. He's still terrifying. Rian studies me for a long moment. Around the docks, there are dozens of rumors about a girl named Tessa, who used to work with a man named Wes to steal Moonflower to help the people. That she was one of the bravest outlaws the people had ever known. That she risked her life to sneak into the palace to bring news of better medicine. Well, that wasn't why I snuck in, but it's a better story than saying I hoped to assassinate the king after I thought Wes had been killed by Prince Corrick. Their doses were too high, I say. We're trying to convince people that more could be done with less. No one trusts the crown yet. But they trust you, he pauses. Even though Wes and Tessa disappeared from the wilds. He says that like he knows the truth. But the prince has never directly confirmed his involvement. Everything happened so quickly that night, and certainly no one could prove it. I don't know what to say. They do trust you, Rian says. Not just the people either. Prince Corrick brought you along to ensure the Moonflower in Austriary is the same as what you have in Kandala. The guardsman said you've earned the king's favor and protection, too. I sense that's not a small thing. No, I say softly. It's not a small thing. His eyes search my face. What I heard about you is vastly different from rumors about the king's justice. He pauses. Surely you can understand my confusion about the company you keep, and whether you're at risk, or whether you're at his side by your own choosing. Did Prince Corrick really hang bodies along the gates of the royal sector to prevent thieving? There's no disguising the judgment in his voice. I can't even deny it. I wish I could. I'll never forget the bodies, the daggers protruding from the eye sockets, the moonflower blossoms planted on the corpses that hung in the summer sun. Sometimes I smell something rotten, and it triggers memories of the stench, the buzzing of the flies, the guards mocking me for staring in horror. It triggers memories of my panic and grief to see my friend's body displayed in such a way. Corrick, I think. Corrick did that. The corpse I saw wasn't Wes, not really, and the man he hung in his place truly was a criminal. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that. But he wants to be better. He wants to do better. In the candy shop, he could have executed that man right there, but he didn't. He had him arrested and taken to the hold, though I don't know what he did with him after that. I've upset you, Rian says. No, but maybe he has. Corrick was trying to maintain order. My voice is rough. The sectors, the consuls. I break off with a frustrated sound. You don't know what it was like. Everyone had a different idea of what was right. Sometimes what's right isn't debatable, or a matter of opinion. Clearly, you didn't think what they were doing was right. He doesn't say it like a question. He says it like he knows. He says it like he agrees. No, I say, and my voice is so quiet it's nearly pulled away with the wind. I didn't. It's hard to take from people who feel like they have nothing to lose, he says. I saw what happened during the war in Austriary. That's right, he survived a war. We merely postponed a revolution. We aren't far from war in Kandala, I say. I know, he says. I'm hoping we can prevent that. He's talking about the Austrian court allying with Kandala, trading steel for moonflower petals. But for a flicker of time, with his eyes so close, it sounds like he's talking about us, Rian and me. The wind steals my breath and the ship dips and tilts and my fingers tighten on the ropes. I close my eyes and swallow. Rian rests his fingers over mine, his grip warm and secure. Easy, he says. You won't fall.
Oi, Captain,
A woman's voice calls from below, and my eyes snap open. Another man yells.
Is she stuck or do you reckon he tied her up there?
Someone else laughs. Rian smiles. My crew is awake. I flush, realizing just how closely we were suspended together. I suppose we should get down. He nods, but he makes no move to descend. I'm usually the first one on deck, Miss Cade. He pauses. If you'd like to help me check the rigging tomorrow? I take a deep breath and look into his eyes. Of course, Captain Blakemore. I'm happy to help.
Chapter 17. Korik. When I wake for the second time, light streams through the window over my bed. I can't see the sun from the porthole, but the sky is bright. The shore is so distant it could be an illusion. Waves glisten in the sunlight, the ship rocking along. I rub at my eyes and hope that my middle-of-the-night conversation with Rocco was all a dream, that I've slept straight through. But it wasn't. How long was my brother suspicious of me? Only these last few months. Months. And Hairston never said a word. I shouldn't be so upset about it. Honestly, he should have been suspicious of me for years. He left me in the hold for an entire day. It makes me wonder if he's put me on the ship to get me out of the way as efficiently as he did with Lachlan. But he snuck into my carriage before I left. He all but threatened the captain. He sent this jacket. I slide a finger along the lapel. I wish I could talk to my brother. My throat threatens to tighten, but I breathe through it. I'm being ridiculous. I'm not a little boy. I want to talk to Tessa, but the irony is that I've closed that door too. My joints are sore from a poor night of sleep. Or maybe I truly am hungover this time. I should just go pick a fight with Lachlan and get it over with. Or that captain. Surely he's around here somewhere. That might be more satisfying. Perhaps I'm just hungry. All of these options require leaving my quarters. I find my pocket watch and discover it's past mid-morning. Very late for me. I should have asked one of the guards to wake me. I wash my face, then take a good look in the mirror and realize I should spare a few minutes to shave too. It's my first morning on board the ship. No sense looking how I feel. I consider leaving that jacket in the trunk, but something about it keeps calling to me, so I buckle it into place again. By the time I emerge from my quarters, I'm buttoned up and presentable, my tumultuous thoughts locked away. The King's Justice, cruel Korik, ready to face the decisions of the day. Kilburn is down the hallway a bit, near the staircase, but he heads my way when he sees me.
Your Highness.
Kilburn. I have no doubt that the guards have discussed every second of what has transpired over the last 12 hours, but they're too well disciplined to mention any of it to my face. Even still, as Kilburn strides toward me, I remember my early morning conversation with Rocco. Which one of you had a mark on me? I wonder if it was Rocco himself. These thoughts all war with each other as Kilburn draws close and stands at attention.
I can give you the morning's accounting, he says.
Go ahead.
Silas is above board with Lachlan and Tessa. Rocco retired at 6. He will relieve one of us at midday, unless you'd rather I call for him sooner.
Lachlan. I remember the way he was looming over Tessa in the hallway. Lachlan and Tessa are above board together?
I don't know. I've been stationed in the hallway.
Because I was sleeping. I scowl. I'm hungry and irritated, and I feel like I've completely lost control of everything in my life that matters. And I'm in the middle of the Queen's River, hurtling toward who knows what.
Miss Tessa awoke before Lachlan, Kilburn continues. I was able to see a bit of the main deck from the stairwell. She was climbing the rigging with Captain Blakemore early this morning, but now it seems most of the crew is awake. I don't think she's in danger from Lachlan.
Wait, did you say she was climbing the rigging?
Yes, Your Highness.
He pauses.
They seem to be in good spirits.
I scowl. I want to storm onto the deck and demand answers, but I know that will only reinforce the illusion that I'm bothered by any of this. What did Rocco say last night? Do your best to enjoy the journey. The longer they believe we are willing passengers, the more we can learn. Fine. Kandala is most important. I can lock away my feelings. I've been doing it for years. I tug my jacket straight and look at Kilburn. I keep my voice light, as though I don't have a care in the world. Surely there's a kitchen on this ship. Do you know the way?
I do.
Good. Have you eaten? I'm famished. The kitchen is at the front of the ship, directly opposite our cabins and one deck lower. There's an undercurrent of smoked fish and sour ale in the air as we approach, but above all that is the sweet, warm scent of something baking. When we step through the doorway, I discover the kitchen to be not much more than a set of ovens built into one wall and a wide stove set into the other. No windows, so the space is overly warm, and sweat finds my brow almost immediately. Pots and pans and utensils are hung everywhere there's room, including over the tables and benches bolted to the floor. A middle-aged woman is pulling a pan full of tiny loaves out of one of the ovens, a stern expression on her face. A young girl sits nearby, chopping root vegetables at one of the tables. She can't be more than 7 years old, but she wields the knife with the precision of a surgeon. When her eyes fall on me and my guard, the knife goes still for a moment, but then she returns to her task without saying a word. A tiny line forms between her eyebrows, the shadow of a frown on her lips. Splendid. I don't know what I've done to aggravate a child, but somehow I've accomplished it. The woman sets the pan on a flour-speckled counter in front of her, then bobs a half-hearted curtsy.
Your Highness.
She swipes at a sweat-damp forehead and barely glances at me.
Looking for some breakfast, I assume.
She sounds annoyed, too, and I frown. No one talks to me like this in Kandala. I'm not offended, not really, but it rattles my foundation. I don't know how to move forward. They can't all be angry that I'm not fawning all over their captain. We might need Moonflower, but he's the one who came to us looking for steel. Yes, in fact. I pause, wondering how soon Rocco will be awake and ready to eat. For my guards as well.
I cleaned up from breakfast 2 hours ago. I'm on to lunch now.
Lunch, then.
It'll be ready in an hour.
She pulls eggs from a cabinet and begins cracking them into a bowl. The little girl scowls at me and chomps her vegetables with renewed vigor. Are you truly angry that I did not arrive on time for breakfast?
Angry?
She laughs, but there's no humor to it. More like she can't imagine my audacity.
I have 6 extra people to feed. I'm busy.
She starts whisking the eggs briskly. I try to imagine Harriston being treated this way. I can't even fathom it. Then again, I can't see my brother downing shots of brandy at 3 a.m. because he'd been spurned by a girl. Harriston would have been on time for breakfast. I could seek the captain and complain, and he'd probably make her prepare me breakfast, but that wouldn't endear me to anyone on the crew. It doesn't seem like a good idea to alienate the cook. I'm also certain he'd have a quip that would make me feel inadequate. No, thank you. What's your name? I ask the woman.
Gabriel,
She says. She nods at the girl.
This here is Anya. She doesn't like strangers.
She says strangers as if we boarded the ship like pirates. The girl glances at me with shadowed eyes but says nothing. Her hands are swiftly slicing through the vegetables, but I see a dozen scars lining her tiny forearms. Straight, clean lines that had to come from a blade. Your daughter? I say.
Not mine. Gwen's.
Gwen's. So this girl is Lieutenant Taggis's daughter, the one Rocco said we could use as leverage. For a moment, I'm struck by the brutal practicality of his suggestion. I thought he meant a younger member of the crew. I hadn't realized he meant a child. As King's Justice, I've been forced to do a lot of terrible things, but I've never harmed a child. I'm sure there are rumors of me boiling children alive, but truly, I don't have much interaction with children in any way at all. Some of it is due to my vicious reputation, and some is due to my brother's cool aloofness, but either way, children rarely grace our halls. It was very different in the wilds, when I could lose myself in the persona of Weston Lark. I knew dozens of families, easily 100 children. I helped dig graves for some of them when the medicine wasn't enough. Maybe Anya can sense my sudden disquiet because the girl looks up, her dark eyes evaluating me. I shouldn't be kind in case Rocco's warnings come to pass, but regret has already started eating at my gut. Are those for lunch? I say to her. She hesitates, then shakes her head. Then the vegetables she's chopping are obviously for dinner, but I say, so you must be preparing a meal for the fish then. You throw them overboard, get the fish nice and fat. She looks at me like she can't decide if I'm crazy or stupid. Gabriel glances over, and it's clear she probably thinks I'm both. Anya shakes her head again. You feed them to the seagulls, then? I really don't think seagulls like carrots. A tiny smile begins to peek through.
They are for dinner,
she whispers. We're having seagulls for dinner? I say, feigning horror. That brings out the full smile.
No, the carrots.
Oh, just carrots for dinner then.
Not just carrots. I have potatoes too.
She spreads her hands as if I can't see the neatly sliced vegetables on the table.
And Gabriel does the fish.
Oh, you're the head cook. I should have known. I nod appraisingly. You're very good with a knife. So obvious now, I should have asked you for breakfast. She giggles, then holds up a piece of carrot.
Here.
My guard is very hungry too. Could you slice it in half? She laughs, full out, then holds out a second piece. I take them both, then give her a nod. You have my deepest gratitude, Miss Anya. I promise not to be late for breakfast tomorrow. She grins, but I turn away to extend a hand to Kilburn, offering our breakfast. This time he is the one who's looking at me as if I'm crazy. Close your mouth, Kilburn, I say. He snaps his mouth shut, then takes one piece of carrot. Take them both, I say to him as we turn for the doorway. It's my fault you didn't get to eat.
Your Highness,
Dabriel calls from behind me. I turn, and I'm glad I have quick reflexes because she's tossing an apple at me. And then a warm roll from the pan.
For your guard, too,
she says, and she tosses a second set. Kilburn snatches them out of the air.
My thanks,
he says to her. Mine too, I add.
Just don't make a habit of it.
She doesn't smile. But I do. It's a tiny win, and rather meaningless really, but for the first time aboard this ship, I feel like I've done something right.
Chapter 18. Tessa. Once the ship woke up, the deck became a flurry of activity. In the quiet of dawn, with wind billowing the sails and nothing but the rush of water below us, it was hard to imagine there'd be much to do. But once Rian's crew got to work, I started to wonder how they have time to sleep. Torn sails have to be mended, and rigging repaired from what the captain identified this morning. The sail beams have to be adjusted for the changing winds and the river currents, and I quickly learned that every rope seems interconnected. If they loosen one, it requires tightening somewhere else. I was serious in my offer to help, but it's obvious that this crew is close-knit and used to working together. There doesn't seem to be a place to fit, especially with so much to be done. When Rian called for Gwyn and Marchand in his stateroom, it was clear they had important things to discuss, and I didn't want to be in the way. Through the windows, I could see them going over maps and jotting notes, and I'm sure they were also discussing the newcomers on board. I didn't miss their eyes glancing my way every so often. I watched the crew, listening for coughs or rough voices, wondering if anyone has any complaints about chills or exhaustion. They weren't in Kandala for very long, but I'm still worried that the fever sickness might break out on this ship, and I'm pleased to hear nothing of concern. Brock and Tor are the men who were bickering on the deck last night, but it seems they don't hate each other. They just love to argue. They spent the morning stripping rust from chains and setting the fish nets, and then, once those were tossed overboard, they worked with others to drag the hull onto the deck. By then, Lachlan had come up, and I'd tensed, wondering if he'd start picking at me again, but he barely even met my eyes. He took the medicine I offered, then saw the other men at work and set to join them. I guess he didn't have a hard time finding a place to fit at all. Then fish were being gutted and nets were being repaired and the decks were being washed. The whole time, I didn't see Korik or any guards aside from Silas, who's taken a position at the front of the ship, probably so he can keep an eye on everything at once. By the time morning gives way to midday, the waves have gotten rougher, occasionally splashing over the side, forcing me to stand near the mast because I'm terrified I'll go over the railing. I'm wondering if I would be better served to return to my quarters. But then, one of the men shouts, another swears, and a flurry of activity erupts near where they were gutting the fish. They're all on their feet, tension thick in the air. At first, I can't tell what's happening, but Lachlan shoves Brock square in the chest. The other man draws himself up, but he doesn't fight back. He's talking, but I can't hear what he's saying. There's a fish knife clutched in one of his fists. Lachlan shoves him again. Brock's teeth are clenched and his fingers adjust on that knife. My heart leaps into my throat. All I can think about is Rian asking Korik if his people are going to cause trouble, and we haven't even been on the ship for a full day. "Hey!" I call, striding across the deck, praying I'm not going to lose my footing. Silas! But Silas has seen the impending brawl and is starting forward himself. I'm distantly aware of booted feet behind me, but I don't realize it's Captain Blakemore until he puts a hand on my arm, drawing me to a stop. Slow, he says. Don't make it bigger than it is. They're going to fight. No one fights on my ship, not like this. He lets out a whistle, and half the men startle, then exchange glances. Many of them take a step back from where Brock and Lachlan are glaring at each other. Even Silas hesitates, his hand on a weapon. Brock, Tor hisses. Brock, it's the captain. It's like Rion's presence is magical, because Brock blinks slowly, then looks up. The tense readiness eases out of his frame. Sorry, Cap. He jerks his head at Lachlan. We were just fooling around. I didn't know he'd be so sensitive. Lachlan inhales, his fists primed like he's ready to surge forward. I expect Brock to retaliate, but he doesn't. He takes a step back, out of the way, and I see the rebel preparing to go after him. Lachlan? Rion's voice is low and lacking in force, but there's something in his tone that demands attention. A confidence, a sureness. It's effective because Lachlan sets his jaw and looks up. I don't know if he expects a rebuke or a punishment, but his eyes are belligerent, the way he looks at Corrick. What? I saw you hauling lines with the crew. He pauses, looking at Lachlan's wrist, which is still bandaged from when it was broken. Your arm doesn't give you any trouble? The question must be unexpected because Lachlan blinks. I do all right. I don't mind the work. Well, I appreciate the extra hands. I'll make sure you're compensated for your time. Rian looks at the others. The rest of you better finish with the fish or you'll have Dabriel up here next. I only met the cook for a minute this morning, but the threat of her temper must be unifying, because the men grunt and edge around Lachlan and return to their positions, even Brock. Their tension seems forgotten. Lachlan stands in their midst, but the belligerence has slid out of his expression. He glances from the men to the captain like he's not sure how to proceed. Tor looks up at him. Come on, man. I'll tell you about the time Brock was trying to convince a pretty girl to dance, and he nearly shat himself right there on the dance floor. Cleared the whole place out. Brock picks up a knife and sighs with the wariness of someone who's heard an embarrassing story one too many times. You're in front of a lady, Tor. That was your own fault. I told you it weren't safe to drink that spiced rum on Iris. Tor glances at me and grimaces. Sorry, Miss Kate. Lachlan sits down next to Tor, a little uncertainly, but he picks up a fish and takes a knife when another crewman hands one over. He looks up at Rian. Thank you, Captain. He hesitates. Sorry for the trouble. I freeze. I don't think I've ever heard a genuine apology out of Lachlan's mouth. But Rian just says, no trouble. His voice is easy, genuinely appreciative. I almost want to stare at him. I think I am staring at him. He finally turns away from his crew. Miss Cade, I'm glad to find you still on deck. I was wondering if you would. He must catch my expression because he breaks off. What? I can't form a coherent question. I thought they were going to start stabbing each other. How did you stop that? He shrugs it off. That was just a little bit of pride. I study him, considering the times I've seen Corrick and Lachlan face off. The prince is the one who first broke his wrist, but now doesn't seem the time to volunteer that information. I lower my voice. I've never seen Lachlan back down. I thought you'd have to... I rack my brains for a punishment I've heard of on a ship. I don't know, chain him to the bow. He laughs a little, but not like anything is really funny. And you ask why I worried about putting you in harm's way. What? I imagine your king's justice very well would have chained him to the bow. He probably would have done worse. And for what? Getting upset over a few careless words? His eyes flick to his crew. Lachlan is laughing at something Tor has said now. We're 1 day out of port. If I start hanging men overboard, it would make for a very uncomfortable journey, for my people and yours. I think of the way his men went back to their tasks so readily. The way he said, "No one fights on my ship." Even I was ready to break up the fight with force, calling for Silas automatically, but Rian diffused the entire situation with a few words. It's not just that his people are loyal. They trust him. Like this morning on the ropes, I'm in danger of blushing at him. I look away just as the boat dips and sways and my breath catches. I put out a hand automatically catching his arm. It's warm and sturdy. And again, I remember falling against him last night in the rain. Then I remember what he started to say. I have to clear my throat. What were you wondering? Yes, Captain. Korik speaks from off to my right. What were you wondering? Of course. I turn and look at the prince. Last night, Korik's eyes were a little wild, every emotion plain on his face. Today, he's locked down, as severe as ever. He's wearing a hip-length leather jacket that's such a deep brown it's almost black. Every button and buckle is in place, his vivid blue eyes sharp and expressionless. I think of the way he took me in his arms, and I want to shiver. That Korik is nowhere to be found. I don't know what to say to him. Too much time has passed now. Do I owe him an apology? Does he owe me one? His expression doesn't change, but I see the tiny movement of his eyes as he takes in my hand on Rian's arm. I unclench my fingers from the captain's sleeve. Sablo cut his arm on a bit of rigging, Rian is saying. He's refusing any stitching, but as we have an apothecary on board, I said I would ask you to look at it. He pauses and glances at Korik. With your permission, Your Highness. If Tessa is willing, Korik says. Of course, I say. Sablo. I remember the large, red-bearded man from dinner. He couldn't speak. I didn't realize until now that I haven't seen him on the main deck this morning. He always takes the night watch, Rian says. But he should be awake by now. We can head below. He regards Korik coolly. You're welcome to join us. The prince regards him coolly right back. Am I? Let's see to Sablo, I say brightly before the two of them can start a fight. I'll have to go to my room to get my bag.